He doesn't.
Hello everyone, how's it going?
Care about the money, the fame, the glory. We've made the correct person famous. How can you get a better representation of the sport? My personal opinion is he is the next C-Bum. Coach Greg, in today's video, we're going to be going over the aftermath of Sam Sulek's victory at his very first competition. On his Instagram, already 1.8 million likes. I haven't seen anyone cheer for a person as much as Sam Sulek since C-Bum.
Skinny bitch.
Is Sam Sulek the next C-Bum? I, in fact, think that he is. The biggest...
Yeah, I've seen Trump's comments on Ukraine. They're fucking retarded. He's an idiot. It's really looking like this Trump administration is like the absolute worst case scenario that you can think of. Like, that guy is absolutely ruining everything. He's a full-fledged fucking retard. It's kind of crazy that half the country thinks that guy is onto something. Her husband has 3 separate baby mamas. What the fuck?
Building a home gym can get...
My husband had fathered 3 children before we got married. He has separate child support orders on all 3 of them. They're 3 different moms, and together it's a combined total debt of $58,000. And I didn't know if we should do like your traditional debt snowball on this, or how we would go about tackling this. I don't feel like the debt snowball would be good because I don't want to pay for one child and the other 2 are not receiving any money.
Well, that would be a good sentiment. Thank you for that. And what's your household income?
About $35,000.
Okay.
My husband had...
People don't make any fucking sense. Marries a guy that has 3 children from 3 different women. $58,000 worth of debt from that alone. And they have a combined household income of $35,000. I don't even understand, like, how that's possible. If you're working full-time minimum wage, wouldn't that work out to more than that? Like it's... Oh. Oh, we gotta grab the kitty. Just grab the cat. Oh, thank God. The cat's safe.
Biggest names in the industry have come out in support of Sam Sulek. Jay Cutler, Derek Lunsford, Johnny Munster, Seth Feroci, Phil Heath, the Trend Twins, Regan Grimes, Joey Swole, Hanny Rambod, Milo Sarcev. The list goes on and on. Even Mike Israetel himself, the godfather of bodybuilding, the man with the smartest IQ of any coach in the world, he writes, congratulations. And so in response,
I don't know where the fuck you live where minimum wage is $15,000 a year. Like, are you on crack? Like, not including holidays. Let's see, just 40 hours a week. I think right now minimum wage in Ontario is like $16 or $17. Yeah, it's $17.20 an hour now. $6.88 per week, and then 4 weeks in a month, and then yeah, it's like works out to roughly 33,000.
Response to Dr. Mike Isertel's congratulations, I see the following messages. Bro, if only you had this tan. Lat spread fart sound. Blue Lobster. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you, Greg.
All I feel is rage. Does this mean Sam's way of training is better than your RP, that stands for really pale, hypertrophy style BS, Mike? Perhaps we'll see Sam Sulek after perhaps turning pro. We're going to talk about that in a little bit. Perhaps he can then take on Mike Isertel as a future client and get Mike an IPB Pro card. And of course, a man
I'm very skeptical that Sam is going to be able to get his pro card, at least at that show. Like, Sam doesn't look like a guy who really belongs in classic physique or classic bodybuilding, whatever the fuck they call it. He looks like a open bodybuilder, but he's just like too small for open bodybuilding. So I don't know if he's going to be able to even place like in the top 3 at that upcoming show in 2 weeks.
we haven't heard much of as of late. More plates, more dates. Dialed, congrats, dude. And so, in response to Derek's comment, the fake sup goat.
Brain Rot donates $2. What are going to be long-term results of using TikTok and YouTube by children? There are studies showing its effects on frontal lobes dramatically in a negative way. Are we going to have a generation of idiots? I see children scrolling instead of going out. Well, I don't think those studies with brain imaging mean what a lot of people think they mean. There's research out that like the just having access to the internet has changed the way our brains work, but it's like reversible. It's just because of, it's like just habit. So before, you would have had to have remembered a lot of people's phone numbers or remembered where certain places were, you know, remembered how to get there, or like the first time you do it, ask somebody for advice or use like some gay ass retarded map or a phone book or some shit. So people used to just memorize a lot of things. These days with the internet, because you can just always look something up on Google, we've learned to remember how to find things, not remember what the thing we're searching for is. So we're good at remembering where to look for something, but we're not great at remembering what something is. And if you do like a brain imaging thing, you see slight differences. But whenever people bring up these like brain imaging studies, people are like freak out and they're like, "Oh, it changes your frontal lobe." Like, it's, if you were to like literally take out somebody's brain, like the brain of a TikTok user versus a brain of a normal person, you wouldn't be able to see a difference. It's you're talking about like what parts of somebody's brain lights up given a certain stimulus, and it's not a big fucking deal. People massively overhype that kind of research. You may see a generation of kids where if they're not taught any differently, they might have pretty bad executive functioning. As far as being retarded, I don't think they're going to be any more retarded than the previous generation. But what we are seeing is younger kids are more likely to fall for disinformation online. They're less likely to be able to identify AI-generated shit compared to older generations, which is actually kind of surprising to me. So, you know, like, are kids retarded from using TikTok, or are your parents retarded because they still don't know how to use a computer? You know what I mean? So, it just different generations have different stupid shit that they have to learn how to use, and they may be better equipped for certain things, worse equipped for other things. Your mom or dad, like at least if you're around my age, they probably are really bad with computers, whereas you're really good with computers. But if you gave me like a fucking Walkman or, I don't know, a really old vacuum or something, I might not be able to figure it out so easily. So, thanks for the donation though, Brain Rat.
Has spoken. Fake T-Plug. Damn, he needs to make another video. And so we've all missed Derek. He hasn't been making videos as of late. But do you know what else you've been missing? Turkesterone. We're again out of stock. And so I wanted to let you know that I no longer have to smuggle 50 keys across the border. From now on, it's being manufactured and packaged in blister packs, and it's all done in Uzbekistan.
That's odd. I wonder if he had a supply chain issue where they were literally swapping out pills. So the blister packs would make it impossible to do that. I wonder if somewhere along the supply chain, people were literally stealing product and replacing it with some horse shit.
Manufactured and done in Uzbekistan, and so we hope to have it back in stock by the end of the week. Now, if you want to get it before it sells out, it's so difficult to keep it in stock. Please go to the website and click on the Notify Me button. You'll be the first to find out because I guarantee it's going to sell out again. And so if you want to get the actual Ajuga Turkistanica from Uzbekistan, not the enough. And so many people have
not necessary.
criticized Sam, saying he wasn't lean enough.
You want those glutes out, Sam? Again.
Hey Richard, the first I'm megadosing vitamin C for collagen in skin. I take 1 gram per day. I saw an old live stream of yours where you said vitamin C and VT supplements can reduce muscle growth. Do you still stand by this? I couldn't find any new studies. Thoughts?
So supplementation of antioxidants seems to reduce adaptations to exercise. So they're likely not great to supplement, and there's actually pretty good research indicating that some of these really potent antioxidant supplements like astaxanthin are bad for you in the long term if you take them consistently, especially at a younger age. So your body has to use inflammatory signals. Inflammation to some degree in certain contexts is good for you. If you're taking very high dose antioxidant supplements, you can interfere with your body's inflammatory mechanisms that are necessary for like cell turnover, creating new blood cells, blood vessels, and adaptation to exercise or injury. So you probably don't want to take high doses of antioxidants like vitamin C, vitamin E, astaxanthin on a regular basis. But thanks for the donation, Blake. And yeah, megadosing vitamin C isn't going to help with your skin. Eating like a balanced diet, so, you know, getting antioxidants through just high vitamin C fruits and vegetables, you know, like broccoli, oranges, carrots, you know, vitamin A, that's really good for your skin and your eyes. Like olive oil, sunflower seeds, you know, that's like a really good source of vitamin E. That doesn't seem to have those harmful effects when you just get those antioxidants through food. But I wouldn't recommend taking high doses of any antioxidant supplements. Thanks for the donation, though, Blake.
Not necessary. You got to lose like 5 or 10 more pounds, and it's going to suck even worse.
Other guys saying he wasn't lean enough in the legs, that he didn't bring it. Guys, Sam was, as Derek from More Plates, More Dates used to say, he was diced to the socks. Now, one error that Sam did in fact make, which he describes in his latest video.
In terms of the actual prep, stay a little bit drier going into show day.
Why exactly is that? I'll tell you why. In an interview, he commented saying that he had taken in 900 grams of carbs in order to carb up. Along with that, he drank a lot of water. His weight limit, 217 pounds. He weighed in at 216 pounds, but he stated in his previous video that he competed at 224. That is up 8 pounds. And so because of the extra carbs and water that was consumed, he in fact began to spill over. His legs could not be displayed to the best of his ability. Exhibit A, look at his Jay Cutler quad stomp impersonation after he does the weigh-in. Does that look like he's not shredded? He has striations on the vastus medialis, the teardrop, and...
Yeah, it's pretty much, like, you can't really get much leaner than that.
the latter ass. Everything is peeled. But when he gets up on stage, I don't see all of that.
Thanks for the advice, Richard. Appreciate it. So would you say topical vitamin C serums are cope and useless? If I get most vitamin C from fruits, would topicals do anything? Thanks.
Probably not. So, again, if you're eating these things, it ends up going to, like, every cell in your body, you know, as needed. So I don't think a topical vitamin C cream or anything is really going to do much for you. I would definitely recommend wearing sunscreen. So sunscreen is going to do a lot more to protect your skin and preserve skin health in the long term than just a vitamin C topical cream. But, you know, assuming you're getting in adequate vitamin C just through your dietary intake, you know, that's the most amount of benefit you're really going to be able to get. But yeah, sunscreen and just actually avoiding direct sunlight, that's going to be good for your skin. But yeah, I wouldn't really say these topical creams will do much for you. Thanks for the donation though, Blake. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
To talk about the very fate of Ukraine, Zelensky did not have a seat at the table. But the president was asked specifically about that just a short time ago at his Mar-a-Lago resort. He fired back at Zelensky, suggesting that he could have stopped the war 3 years ago.
I think I have the power to end this war, and I think it's going very well. But today I heard, oh, well, we weren't invited. Well, you've been there for 3 years. You should have ended it 3 years. You should have never started it. You could have made a deal.
So here's my theory. Trump's retarded. Like, we all know this. He probably is borderline retarded. Like, He might have like maybe an 80, 85 IQ. So, he's prone to just believing the last thing that was told to him. He doesn't have any real critical thinking skills. And since he has this close relationship with Elon Musk, who is a fascist retard, he's had private conversations with Vladimir Putin. So if he's close to somebody like Elon Musk, he probably has some idiot telling him that Ukraine started the war or something. So that's probably where he's getting this from. It's got to be someone like Elon Musk who talks to him on a regular basis, who's a, pro-Russian fascist.
You could have made a deal you should have never started, of course. Well, that is not just a misstatement of history, of course. Russia invaded Ukraine, as we all saw.
Yeah, Trump is just an absolute fucking menace. We really would have had a better future if that guy didn't miss when he shot Trump. If he was just an inch to the right, we would have had a much better situation politically.
Have you guys been active in the pro-Palestinian movement?
Yeah, a little bit.
What is Iran's #1 chant that they say about America?
I don't know.
Death to America, death to Israel.
I didn't know that.
Pretty radical for a government to be shouting, no?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I need to educate myself a little bit better.
Yeah.
You don't say. Are people really okay with this, or do they just have no clue what's actually going on?
Have you guys been a part of the pro-Pally movement?
Yes.
You guys see the Houthis just thanked you guys? They thanked all the college protesters and everything, and
Yeah.
you feel good about that?
Oh, yeah.
Hezbollah, too. They reached out, said thank you, Hamas.
Yeah, I mean, the whole world is watching.
Exactly. Where is there still a slave trade happening in the Middle East? Yemen. Yemen. That was good. And do you know who brought that back?
No.
The Houthis. Do you think it's weird that they're thanking the students and they trade slaves?
Yeah, college kids are fucking retarded, dude. After seeing all this shit, my thoughts on student debt has really changed. Only a fucking idiot would get into that kind of student debt and then complain that they can't get a job. These are the kids that are getting useless fucking degrees in communications or something, and then they're complaining about their insane student debt and then only being able to get a job at Home Depot. But these are the same kids that are protesting Israel, and so I don't know, fuck them. They're just stupid. I don't think student debt forgiveness is really going to fix their situation because they're just stupid. More than double the amount of wasteful spending Doge has uncovered as being spent by Trump golfing. There's this guy in the executive branch who in less than a month has already spent nearly $11 million of taxpayer money playing golf, yet the whole thing has flown under the radar of the crack waste fraud abuse squad over at Doge somehow. Yeah, really funny, isn't it? Isn't that weird? They're complaining about condoms being sent to Gaza and Africa, not Gaza and, Israel. But, yeah, apparently some dipshit spending $11 million playing golf. That's not a problem for them. Weird. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Screw donate teller. Some website says you came out as bisexual, really? Yeah, what was it that said that? Was it Rational Wiki? I'm not bisexual. Thanks for the donation, Skur. Smash or pass, donate $2, watch video.
Protestantism doesn't have women, it's pretty gay. Wait, what?
Protestantism's pretty gay. Where's Mary? Protestantism.
When Jesus was conceived in her womb by the Holy Spirit, it says she was a virgin.
Well, that's a story, but the truth is she was by a Roman soldier. Joseph is the greatest saint in Catholicism, is literally a demon hunter. That's when you need Christ, when you're a savage, horrible, vile man whose job is death and you like it. I know dudes that like bombed a wedding and then they got the wrong wedding, so they had to go bomb the other wedding. So how is that person going to find redemption?
Jesus never sinned.
Jesus sinned over and over and over again.
When did he sin?
When he healed the leper without his permission.
What?
He did healings and he used his magic in ways that weren't necessarily condoned by the Father. Like if we were having this conversation and I was a Lombard, you'd be on the ground dead already because of your heresy. Catholicism is a mystery. We have no idea. And for you to say so is arrogant.
The mystery is revealed in Christ Jesus.
I would go study scripture that hasn't been written by Jews that want to destroy you.
That guy sounds unhinged. Rate these atheist whores subjectively 1 to 10. They are influencers. Maybe like 7. It's like a 3. She looks like an 8. That's like 0. 0. I can't really tell from such a small 5. It's like a 2. Just like a 3 to me. Yeah. What is this? Okay. Thanks for the donation, Smasher Pass. Ali G donated $2, skip to 325.
This is something I've been wanting to do for a while now.
On the ground, you have no clue. Because right now, I'm actually on the 22nd floor.
It is extremely trippy, but even though it appears that I'm on the ground floor, let me show you what floor we're actually on. And turn my camera around, show you down here, we're actually on the 22nd floor.
It may seem and feel like you're on a ground level, while actually, you're on the 20th floor.
As you can see behind us, everywhere it just looks like we're on the first floor. But then here, even though we're on the ground level, you can see this bridge. Now, this bridge is actually 22 floors up. And I know that sounds crazy because it kind of is. But once you look down, you'll realise that we are 22 floors up.
Look, right now it looks like a normal plaza. We seem to be on ground floor level. In fact, are we on ground floor? Come.
Oh, are you maybe on the 22nd floor?
You guys, we are on the 22nd floor right now. This right here is Chongqing. And
because if you look around, it looks like I'm standing.
Yeah, all of these travel influencers are getting bought and paid for by China, and they're what you would call useful idiots, or just cynical, money-grubbing assholes. Thanks for the donation, though, Ali G.
How did Trump even defeat the other Republicans to get into the presidency race? He is borderline Down syndrome retarded. How are Americans voting for this shit? I am glad I am Norwegian dude and don't have to deal with this shit, holy shit.
Yeah, Americans are a special kind of stupid. Only Americans would be dumb enough to vote for somebody like Trump. Like, practically no other country on the planet would ever think of electing somebody like Trump. Argentina is like one of the few exceptions, but yeah. Thanks for the donation, Hans.
I've seen people saying you've been diagnosed with NPD as well as ASPD. I was unsure as I've never heard you say it before, maybe I missed it. A few butthurt weirdos are posting videos about you, ATM. I lost brain cells watching them. Most people are dumb.
Yeah, I got my family doctor got me a number of appointments with a psychiatrist because I was having a really hard time managing my depression, and she did like a psychoanalysis and diagnosed me with antisocial personality disorder, specifically narcissism, and I thought that diagnosis was weird, but she said the diagnostic criteria for the shit is kind of funny, and the primary basis for that diagnosis was my callous disregard for human life. So, but yeah, usually when people make videos about me, they're just fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, though, Purple Galaxies. Spooter donated $2. Which Spider-Man game is better? I would say the second Spider-Man game is better than the first. They made really huge improvements to the combat system. The first game was just way, way too easy, and the pacing in the first game was also horrendous. The boss fights were fucking terrible, and the last half of the game felt like they had no plan, and they were told you have like 1 month to finish the game, and it was terrible, the last half of the first Spider-Man game. The second Spider-Man game, it has its own kind of weird pacing problems, and it has a lot of like really dumb missions, but it's paced pretty well. The boss fights are way fucking better compared to the first game, and it's actually challenging too. If you play on the hardest difficulty, you know, there's a possibility to like actually lose. So I would say the game overall is better. It has its own retarded set of problems, but overall it's still better. Thanks for the donation, Spooter. Privilege gains donate to others. Hey fucker, how about you blame the system rather than the people? Well, the people are stupid. So, yeah, you could, you could argue that, oh, well, you know, it's, exploitative and all this shit. Like, I mean, if I make a website called I'm Going to Scam You, and then, I say, this is a scam, click the button to be scammed, and then it sends you to a page where you can give me money. And then and then I promise you, if you give me $100, you'll get $200 back. And then you send me $100, and then you never get your $200. Like, yeah, I guess you're taking advantage of actual retards, but at what point does personal responsibility end? So the college debt thing is a bit of a strange gray zone where it's like, okay, yeah, you're telling, I don't know who or what or where these kids are getting the idea that if they get a degree in like communications or liberal arts or whatever, that they're going to be able to make more money in the future. But, like, they're going into tens of thousands of dollars into debt for a useless degree. Like again, who's telling them? I don't know where. Like, who's telling them they're going to make any money? I don't know where it's coming from. I've never seen it personally. Like, I've always been told, you know, when I was a kid, oh, you know, you're going to make a lot of money as a doctor, which is true, or a lawyer, or, like an airline pilot, or something like that. Like, if you go into you know, one of these fields, like, yeah, you're going to make money and you're going to get a return on investment, but there are kids going into tens of thousands of dollars into debt for a degree where I don't know where the promise is being made where they're going to get any kind of return on the investment. So there is such a thing as personal responsibility. And there is such a thing as, like, yeah, a scam where personal responsibility kind of ends and the blame is put on the scammer. But with the student debt thing, I don't know. I'm pretty sure these kids are just, like, actual fucking retarded jackasses. I'll watch this video, though. Thanks for the donation, Privilege Gains. Dodo donators close... Or sorry, does this sound familiar? Include this in your China video, nigga. When China video?
However, Chongqing is a very, very deceptive city. We are, in fact, many, many stories high.
Yeah, he's getting paid by the CCP. Bald and Bankrupt is probably a rapist, by the way. He was charged with raping, I think, 2 girls, and he ended up getting off because there just wasn't enough evidence to convict him. He probably did it, though. If you look at his, like, online posts and everything, this guy is a massive, massive misogynist piece of shit. So, yeah, I would expect somebody like him to be a cynical dipshit who would just take money from the CCP and lie about it. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. But yeah, when I make the China video, I'll probably mention that. I don't know when I'm going to make it, though.
I think she diagnosed you retarded, but you misheard. Tropical fruitcake.
No, I don't think she diagnosed me as a retard. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st Savage.
You said antioxidant supplements are bad for muscle growth. What about B vitamin supplements, B1, B12 and iron, calcium, iodine, zinc, magnesium supplements? Are they fine? Also, why is natural vitamin C good but VC as a sup is bad? Isn't it chemically the same?
Well, none of those supplements are antioxidants, so yeah, they're fine. You may or may not want to take some of those supplements, depending on your specific nutritional needs, but they're not antioxidants, and they don't interfere with, inflammatory processes in the body. And this is the case with any antioxidant. When you take it in a supplemental form, it seems to just behave differently in the body. And again, like, if you're taking very large doses of vitamin C in a supplemental form, you're getting a much higher concentration of that one single antioxidant. If you're eating like an orange, there's a mix of different antioxidants that are combined in a food matrix, and it's in lower doses as well. So it just works a little differently in your body compared to if you take a very large dose of one single isolated supplement. Thanks for the donation, though, Miles.
Contrary to popular opinion, the Department of Education does not make you smart.
Yeah, that's true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. And thanks for the membership in Kindu. Donate $2. Did you see this? Let me take a look.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, that's...
Eh.
Oh, my God.
Well, I don't know why that happened. Thanks for the donation, eh? Yeah, Baldwin Bankrupt's a fan of Andrew Tate. He's a massive piece of shit.
And Spec King of Universities.
Trump administration warns universities of funding cuts over continued DEI efforts. Yeah. This literally just seems like he is just trying to impose white nationalism, honestly. That's what it seems like. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
I get you. I was diagnosed with borderline personality disorder this year, but I have narcissist traits but don't qualify for that diagnosis specifically. Even when I tell people a professional told me that, they use pro-science to say otherwise. Fuck 'em.
There's a lot of overlap with a lot of different psychological conditions and disorders, so at the end of the day, it doesn't really mean much. What matters most is just identification of symptoms. But thanks for the donation, Purple Galaxies. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
There is this famous Google interview.
All right, I'll watch that later. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Bro, I went on Uber Eats and saw this chain was having a promo: buy one Impossible Smash Burger get one free, so I was like, bet say less. I kid you not, I got something like looks like if you bought burgers at a dollar store and microwaved them. $22 fucking dollars.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if it's a ghost kitchen or something. I don't really go out to eat at all anymore. It's just a ripoff. Like, I'd rather just stay home and make tofu. Thanks for the donation, Suwu.
Thanks for the advice, Richard. I recently turned vegan thanks to you. I guess I will only take the multivitamin with zinc, calcium, iodine, iron and B vitamins and ditch the wheat, C and D. Thanks, dude.
Yeah, just, get your antioxidants through food. There's not really any point in taking an antioxidant supplement. Thanks for the donation, Miles.
Agreed, VG. Trump is being a tyrant once again.
Yes, we are in agreement. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
You may have heard the phrase, you can't put a price on education. Well, if so, that's only because that cost keeps on going up. So many graduates leave school with an incredible amount of debt, which raises the question, is the system sustainable? And how will higher education look in the future? Well, right now we're going to find out. And as always, we'll break down the issue using facts, figures, dollars, and cents. Now look, any conversation about education is incomplete without talking about the big business of student debt. Let's check out the numbers. 85%. That's the increase of seriously delinquent student loan debt from 2003 to 2016. To be clear, serious delinquency means loan payments that are overdue by at least 90 days. And check this out, $2,726.27. That's the amount student loan debt increases every second. That's right.
You know what's funny? If the loan isn't that much money, so let's say it's like around $10,000 and you just do not pay it, what ends up happening is if they can't collect, these large organizations, they usually have a lot of people who will not pay off their debt. So if they were to try to take you to court, for one thing, it's going to cost them more money to take you to court than what the loan is worth. And on top of that, even if they win in court, you're still not going to be able to pay. Like, you're broke. You can't get blood from a stone. So what they do is they sell this debt to collection companies. So, you're, say with like a $10,000 loan, depending on, the financing agreement or something, that loan may be worth by the end of the term, like $14,000 or something. They'll sell that loan to a collection company for less than what it's actually worth. So it might be $13,000 or $12,000, whatever. So there's these collection companies that will buy up all of these loans that, these companies aren't really able to get any money off of. And what ends up happening is, it shows up on your credit report, looks really bad. And but chances are nothing's really going to happen. You might get a few phone calls from one of these collections agencies. But again, they're not going to take you to court because it's just going to cost them more money, and then they're going to end up losing out on more money. Worst case scenario is sometimes until you pay off the loan, it will prevent you from being able to get like a mortgage or something.
Have you seen that stadium in Canada booing the American anthem? Lol. I fills my heart with joy seeing Canadians stand up for themselves and screw over Americans.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty funny, and it looks like the Canadians won most of those hockey fights, too. It's pretty hilarious. Thanks for the donation, Klecker. So yeah, worst case scenario, with some of these loans, you may not ever be able to buy like a house and get a mortgage. But if you're a brokey, that might not really be a concern for you. And again, at some point, you could always pay this debt off if it's, a real issue for you. So a lot of people freak out about some of these smaller loans, that are like around 10,000. It's probably not that big of a deal, like worst case scenario, if you just do not pay. Nothing's really going to happen or change in your life. And a lot, like, especially when you're dealing with collections agencies, they can be extremely fucking lenient. So again, if you have $10,000 on this loan, you might get some phone calls periodically from a collections agency, and then they tell you, you're supposed to pay this off like $500 every month or something. And then you say, yeah, I can't, my rent is this much, or I'm only making this much per month. And then they'll say, okay, how much can you pay? And then you'll say, I can pay like $50. And then they'll be like, okay, fine. 'Cause it's better than nothing, right? So all these collection companies want to do is be able to wring and squeeze as much as they can from every idiot in their database, right? So again, like worst case scenario, a lot of these smaller loans, it doesn't really affect you that much. Oh yeah, like Sam Hyde has mentioned this, but it's true. I had a similar thing happen to a friend of mine. He ended up having he lived out in Arizona. He ended up having a car loan that he couldn't pay. His car got repossessed, and then he still owed some money on the loan. And same thing happened to him. I think it was like $3,000 that he owed, and he ended up paying it off like 10 years later. His girlfriend, who worked as a nurse, ended up paying it off for him. So, again, it's not the end of the fucking world. With a lot of these loans, like, yeah, don't try not to get in debt like that, but people freak out about this shit. It's really not the end of the fucking world. Like, worst case scenario, maybe 5-10 years later, if it actually becomes a problem for you, just pay the loan off, like, once you have money.
What happened to universities promising their students a bright future?
Well, this is the case with pretty much every corporation now. They're not thinking of long-term sustainability and profits. What they're thinking of is making as much money as possible in the short term. And it's because these companies have just gotten so big, there's so many investors and everything, and they've gotten so much pressure to just make a ton of money. What's happening is these universities have kind of banded together. They've made this like dumb prestige system where it's like, ooh, Yale is the university or Harvard is the university. And they do that to artificially jack up prices. Most of the cost increase for these universities is literally just arbitrary cost increases. They've deliberately avoided expanding their campuses so that they can just charge more per student. And it helps them get more short-term profits, but, like, again, this is not something that's going to be sustainable. Eventually, the bubble's going to burst where you'll just see, like, the income gap is increasing. There's a bigger and bigger difference between rich and poor. Living costs are going up, like, by so much, and a lot of... Like, again, there's so many fucking people talking about how, oh, I went to school, I'm in all this debt, and I have nothing to show for it. Like, eventually, people just aren't going to go to university anymore. Because they know, like, they're better off just getting a job at Home Depot and then trying to become manager or something. So, it's just short-sighted, short-term profiteering that isn't really going to be sustainable in the long run. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
If I was American, I would just take a $1 million student loan, live like a king for a few years, and then either escape to South America or just uninstall the game, lol. Imagine paying the greedy oligarchs back.
Yeah, I don't think that's how student loans work. I don't think you can literally cash out $1 million. There'd be a lot more people who'd do that, if you could. Thanks for the donation, though, Clacker.
BTW, screw both Yale and Harvard, they're both SJWC's pools.
Yep, they are. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Every second. Danielle, is this generation just financially doomed?
I'd like to think no.
Okay.
I mean, look, it's not a small amount of money by any means. Yeah. I will say this one thing that's kind of beneficial this generation has that at least I didn't have when I was coming out of school was income-based repayment plans. This is something that the Obama administration has expanded. Mm-hmm. What it means is that you will pay back just a percentage of what you're earning. So if you're not making anything for the first couple of years while you're out of school, you may pay nothing. You may pay $20 a month or something like that. And the more you earn, the more you start to pay back. It's not an easy payment plan for anyone. Don't get me wrong. I got out of school with $45,000. All right, and
are you done paying it off?
Oh, no.
Dude, what's fucked too? Student loans are the only fucking loans that you can't, like, default on and claim bankruptcy and get any kind of loan forgiveness. They're the only loan where you can't do that.
And I'll tell you why. I'm close, but I'll tell you why. Because I made a decision that I wanted to have 6 months worth of emergency savings. Mm-hmm. I wanted to invest in a retirement plan.
Well,
so I did all those
things. Can I ask how old you were when you started investing in your retirement
25. Plan? Save. It doesn't have to be a lot of money. And it actually works. So yes, I do still have
White donated $2. Let me see. This video is apparently funded by the Swedish government. She's singing the national anthem. This has to be a skit channel. Like Mad TV or something.
No, it's possible to take 1 million student loan debt. Here, Just take the loan, live like a king, and escape to Brazil, lol.
Okay, I'll look at that in a second. Thanks for the donation, Klecker. Well, dude, if you have $1 million in student loan debt and there's literally no realistic way for you to ever pay that back, like you're not a doctor who's like, you know, making bank 400 grand a year or something, just let it go to a collections agency and, you know, live kind of on the fringe, sort of. Like, yeah, you're never going to be able to own a home. You're probably never going to be able to get a car loan. But again, you can pay for a car in cash. So bike to work. It like, you know, save up your shekels and then just buy everything cash. You don't need loans to live. And, you know, whatever. It is what it is. Like, fuck them. You know, like, there's no fucking way. There's just no way an education is worth $1 million. Like, it's just a complete fucking scam. So, yeah, fuck these, you know, stupid companies. Let's see. The Matrix was a Christian movie. I seriously doubt that.
On my classroom wall, I displayed a variety of posters from films about Jesus under the banner, "Who do you say that I am?" The point of the collage was to show the diverse ways filmmakers have interpreted and presented the gospel story to audiences over the recent decades. The one poster that was always a conversation starter was this one here, of the 1999 science fiction action film, The Matrix.
The Matrix was heavily inspired by a comic book series that, again, had nothing to do with Christianity.
On everyone's mind was, how is that a Jesus film? Today, we'll explore the answer. Released Easter weekend 20 years ago, this film intersects a variety of religious and philosophical belief systems: Christian, Buddhism, Judaism, Zen, existentialism, Gnosticism, and Platonic, just to name a few. For the sake of simplicity, today I will only discuss the Judeo-Christian theme, as this is my specialty. If you are interested in learning more about how the other belief systems make their way into the film, I recommend the book The Gospel Reloaded by Chris Say and Greg Garrett. As a matter of fact, it's from this source that a lot of today's ideas will be referenced. Additionally, despite launching a trilogy of films as well as an expanded universe, again, for simplicity purposes, we will only examine the first film, even though the religious themes persist throughout the franchise. What is The Matrix? This, of course, is the existential question of the series, even serving as the original website domain. In regards to religious studies, today I have two theories on what the Matrix could symbolize. The first, the Matrix stands for the material things in this world that serve as obstacles to faith. The word itself is Latin for womb, which implies a comfortable and safe existence. Jesus says you can't serve two masters, and tells the rich man to go sell all of his possessions before he can be able to follow him effectively. At the leap of faith scene, Neo, played by Keanu Reeves, falls to the ground when he doubts his abilities due to what's in front of him. To focus solely on the material world makes it impossible to transcend belief.
You think that's air you're breathing now?
Christ tells us of a kingdom that we can't see with human minds, offers invisible water that will cure all thirst, and beckons us to participate in the world of the unseen. This requires our willingness to follow the white rabbits of divine moments and risk losing the safety of the familiarity in order to see things more clearly. Once we're willing to give faith our complete attention and be trained in mastering spiritual disciplines, can we then move the mountains that Jesus claims we can do?
What are you trying to tell me? That I can dodge bullets? I'm trying to tell you that when you're ready, you won't have to.
In this theory, the agent...
Yeah, you can just ask the writers and filmmakers about this. I don't think that was ever their intention when writing the script.
Would then be those societal forces that wish to promote their own goods that distract and numb the masses into a sleep of consciousness. Sleep in the Bible is almost always a symbol for a lack of faith or even spiritual death. I know, I once wrote a paper on this. Paul eloquently describes this in Ephesians. Sleeper, awake, rise from the dead, and Christ will shine on you.
The Matrix is everywhere. It is all around us. You can feel it when you go to church. It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth.
The second theory, suggested by Say and Garrett, is that the Matrix symbolizes organized religion, a system firmly in place that gives us an acceptable way to deal with reality and a plausible approach to answering the unanswerable questions. Like the Matrix, organized religion keeps people asleep, dreaming, docile, and unable to ask questions or imagine alternatives. The agents, then, would be those people who come down on you every time you try to examine thoughts independent of the religion that has been so firmly implanted.
You like the movie Scarface? I wouldn't say it's a good movie, but it's an enjoyable watch.
They squelched out, not by encouraging you to pursue your own thoughts and arrive at your own conclusions, but instead by sticking a metaphorical gun in your face and threatening you with non-acceptance and the threat that you will go to hell if you don't conform. Morpheus, described by Agent Smith as the most dangerous man alive, teaches throughout the film the importance of seeing things for yourself, that the Matrix can't tell you who you are, and that there's a difference between knowing the path and walking the path. As much as my viewers find comfort in the familiarity of religious structure, remember that Christ himself never taught a religion, but a way of life. Moving on, whichever theory holds true, you can't deny that the first film is a retelling of the gospel narrative, with Neo as a Christ figure. In fact, all the main characters in this film reflect biblical figures. Neo as Jesus, Morpheus as a God the Father and John the Baptist hybrid, Trinity as the Holy Spirit or a female face of God, and Cypher as a Judas Iscariot Satan hybrid. Let's examine each more closely. In 1999, no one would have imagined casting Keanu Reeves as Jesus Christ.
Not quite what you were expecting, right?
Yet the allusions to the name are teased throughout the film.
Hallelujah. Jesus.
Goddamn Jesus.
You're my savior, man. My own personal Jesus Christ.
Like humble Jesus was from the little backwater town of Nazareth, Keanu Reeves of Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure fame and his Matrix counterpart Thomas A. Anderson would have been the least likely type of person expected to step into a messianic role.
Just another guy.
But the name Anderson literally means son of man, with the middle initial A implying that he was one of many potential messianic figures. Historically, before...
Richard, is this you?
I know I
No, that's a dog. Thanks for the donation, though, Clucker.
During and after the time of Jesus, there were many false messianic movements that typically ended with the execution of its founding member. The question of whether or not Neo is the true Messiah is ultimately the main focus of the film's first plot, with each character having their own opinion on the matter. The name Thomas calls to mind the apostle from the Gospel of John, who doubts without physical proof, or maybe even a reference to the Gnostic Gospel of Thomas. The first person to contact Anderson is Trinity, whose name clearly reflects the theological entity.
The Trinity?
Her role in the film is similar to that of the Holy Spirit in the Gospel stories. Like when the dove appears and affirms Jesus at the beginning of his ministry, Trinity shows up and does likewise to Neo. The Hebrew word for spirit is the feminine word Ruah, and often has been portrayed as a female entity known as Sophia in the Hebrew scriptures, who states in the book of Proverbs, "When you find me, you find life." Real life. Trinity fulfills this proverb twice for Neo.
They wanted a romance story in the film. They didn't make Trinity a female to mirror a biblical prophecy. They made Trinity female because they wanted a romance plot in the fucking film.
In the film. At the start, she is the first point of contact in bringing Thomas Anderson out of the Matrix. And then again at the end, she's the one who kisses him, bringing Ruah, breath, into Neo's dead being to resurrect him.
Get up.
And when he rises, he becomes more than what he was. But more on that in a second.
Morpheus, you're more than a leader to us. You're a father.
Morpheus reflects two biblical figures, God the Father and John the Baptist. His name comes from the root word morph, meaning he who forms or molds. Think God molding Adam in Genesis 2. Morpheus calls Neo to fulfill his destiny, but also lets him know that it's his choice to do so. Free will is one of the many ways humans are made in God's image. There are
If you include the lore of the second and third movies, they kind of got rid of that whole free will thing. So, for one thing, Neo was like an endless series of, you know, the one, what was the dude at the end of the second film? The curator or something? He was showing him all these video screens of the same event happening, just slightly differently, where he reacted in different ways or said different things. So it kind of muddies that free will narrative a bit when he's kind of destined to be there and it just keeps happening again and again and again. Also, it's impossible to escape the Matrix. The quote-unquote real world was actually still the Matrix. That's why he still had his stupid, crazy, you know, the one powers in the quote-unquote real world. The machines just realized that there were certain people that rejected the idea of the Matrix, and they had this longing for a quote-unquote real world. So they created a quote-unquote real world for them. So, do you have free will, or are you still under control? Like, so, yeah, this is a huge, huge stretch to make this fit, like, you know, some kind of biblical narrative. Skur donated $2. What are your thoughts on the Liberal Party making a comeback since Mark Carney announced his bid for PM? They were 20 points down in the polls. Now they're neck and neck or even beating Conservatives. Yeah, dude. That polling data is an absolute joke. So Carney is definitely a more viable candidate than Trudeau, obviously. But people are absolutely fed up. He's more likable than Trudeau purely on the basis of him not being Trudeau. It's that simple. But Conservatives are absolutely gonna win the next election, just hands down. Everybody knows it's a done deal. People are just entirely fed up with the Liberal Party. So no, they're not neck and neck. It's just worthless polling data that probably has some sort of bias towards it. But Conservatives are going to win next election. Everybody knows it's just a matter of time. Liberals just keep stalling so that they don't have like an absolute fucking blowout. But everybody knows the Conservatives are going to win. Liberals are just trying to prevent a Conservative majority, which is probably going to happen anyway. Thanks for the donation, Skur. Let's make VG
Why do these Christians try to look for subliminal religious meanings in every movie?
Well, because it's just what people do, right? Like when people see a piece of art, they project their own sensibilities onto the art. And, you know, with a lot of art, if you ask the artist, they'll probably just tell you, I don't know, it's just some cool bullshit that I thought of. Like, it doesn't really have any meaning to it, especially when you look at, like, abstract or avant-garde art. They'll probably just say, it's just a cool shape or something. So, yeah, people just tend to project their own sensibilities and shit onto artwork rather than actually trying to find out if the artist had a certain meaning behind it. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Hey Jack, what's up? I'm doing fairly well overall. Having some weird issues lately with sleep and lack of appetite, but aside from that, I'm doing pretty good. Let's make VG millionaire donate $2 Canada if you didn't have gun laws.
This is how American schools protect themselves during a mass shooting. Shootings are a serious concern, so they developed a smart device that turns classrooms into a safe shelter. It also includes a barricade that locks into the door and a floor plate, making it impossible to open the door from the outside, and it also has a safety shade that blocks the view, preventing the threat from seeing inside.
School shootings are a cultural phenomena. Canada, and there's a few countries in Europe, Finland, there's a number of Scandinavian countries where if you look at per household gun ownership, it's almost identical to the United States. There's this stupid figure of, there's like 100 guns per person in the United States, whereas in every other country, it's like, less than one per person or something. That's a bullshit statistic because there's just a lot of firearms collectors in the United States. So it's millionaires who just happen to have very large gun collections that are bringing that figure up. If you look at per household gun ownership, so which household has at least one gun, there are many countries that have almost the same rate of gun ownership compared to the US. So Canada is one of them, Finland is one of them, Switzerland is one of them. There's a number of countries in North America, South America, Europe, where it's practically the same. And they don't have issues with school shootings. It's a cultural phenomena. For whatever reason, school shootings are just the cool thing to do in the United States, so kids just do it. Funny. Let me
This
see.
little boy accidentally dropped his ordered drink, even though he had been careful when receiving it. As he was about to bring the drink to his mother, he realized that the cup was leaking, causing the liquid inside to slowly drip out.
Based rabbi.
And you know what the solution is? That this land that we fought for and died for should belong to the United States. What a brilliant idea.
All right, I'll check that out in a little bit.
In just 3.5 hours, 1,200 workers in Japan completely transformed a train station into a metro station. At 1 a.m., the work began. The were moved level.
That's great. Thanks for the donation. Let's make VG a millionaire. Dodo donators, these are the people who have tens of thousands in student loan debts. They each have 50K in student debt.
Gaza, Gaza, you will rise. Gaza, Gaza, you will rise. Palestine will never die.
Well, by the way, these same kids that are complaining about student loan debt are the same kids who are literally deciding to get kicked out of school by trespassing on school property with these dumbass protests and shit. And then they're complaining, oh, I have so much student loans. You didn't even bother going to school. You were like whining and complaining in the school like park about some horse shit in Gaza that you don't even like know what the fuck that is. Like they're just clowns.
I can speak, I can scream, but to orchestrate a path forward, a way through, the conversation seems to stay between you and me, and I forget the point, the purpose, which it's hard to see past all the pretty lights up here. By the millions, by the billions, we are all Palestinian. The purpose is the point. Is 1.5 million people with nowhere to go. If I die, let it bring hope. Let it be a tale. Yes, Rafat.
This is a college student that doesn't know how to form sentences. Like no shit, they're gonna end up in massive debt. They're retarded. Like, here's something that a lot of people have trouble grappling with. You cannot help retards. They're always going to be retarded. You can give these people as much money as you want. They're going to fuck it up and go broke. Look at all of the lottery winners that end up going broke and being in massive debt. There's literally people who win 10, 20, 30, 40, $50 million in the lottery. And then several years later, they lose it all and they're broke. What is this student loan forgiveness shit really going to accomplish? They're retarded. You can give them all the money in the world. They're going to fuck it up if they're retarded. It just doesn't make a difference. There's no helping retarded people. They're always going to be retarded. Like, the only solution is if you give them a carer and take away their basic human rights. Like, make somebody, like, follow them constantly and tell them, no, you can't buy that. No, you can't buy that. No, you can't buy that. You're going to do this. You're going to work here. You're going to, live here. Your rent is going to be this much. You're going to eat this food. Like, that's the only way to prevent retards from fucking their lives up. But, we live in a free society and shit, and you have human rights. But, yeah, these dumbass kids who are protesting Gaza and then flunk out of school because they pretend to care about Palestinians when all they care about is hating Jews. And then they have 50K in student loans that they can't pay off. They're always going to be retarded. You can give them, like, millions of dollars. They're going to fuck it up. They're stupid.
Unknown, I am lost inside the deepest, darkest parts of my mind, ready to unfold. Fire bombs and white phosphorus. What's illegal in terms of an imperialist catalyst of absolute violence? My people are stuck in a never-ending loop of screaming and silence. It's never just one simple explosion. It's always...
Yeah, dude, imagine being this fucking gay. What is... I can see girls doing this because girls are gay, like, most of them suck dick, but, like, imagine being a man and writing a fucking poem about the war in Gaza and about how, white phosphorus, kids die. You're fucking gay. Like, you know, we've all played Call of Duty, we've watched Saving Private Ryan, you know, like, I don't know where you get the fucking mindset where it's like, we gotta stop the war, kids are dying. It's like, yeah, that's kind of the fucking, what happens in war, who gives a shit? If they had such a problem with kids dying, maybe don't attack Israel. Simple as that. Like, why does anybody fucking care? Like, you're just gay.
It is an honor to receive this award. After Rachel Corey, we grew up close to one another. She went to the same college that I went to. Yeah, she put her...
Like, look at these fucking assholes wearing fucking keffiyehs supporting terrorism. Like, I really wish Trump would, like, deport these people or make it illegal for them to, you know, get their degree if they pledge allegiance to, like, Hamas and shit.
Values into action, was killed by a bulldozer in Israel in 2003, and her father Craig was actually
gay. I knew a guy that had to do a 5,000-word essay on why wear makeup in the workplace for final year business degree. You're not learning anything about business, apparently, if you get a business degree. If I was told to write a 5,000-word essay on why wear makeup to the workplace, I'd probably just write over and over and over again. No, all work, no play makes Johnny a dull boy, like over and over and over again, and just like troll the teacher or something. Or just like tell them get fucked. Like, it's so stupid. What a waste of fucking time. How much do you have to pay for a fucking business degree? Cost of business degree. Holy shit. Average bachelor's degree in business from an online college. $40,000 to $70,000. And that's an online college. So you're spending, like, what, on average, around $50,000 to write a fucking essay on why you should wear makeup to work? Who the fuck, like, it's... Why would you go to school? Like, they would have to pay me money to do this. It's just retarded. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo. Maroon Blue donated $2. I think you mentioned in the last several streams you read Lord of the Rings in high school and how English was your best subject. I'm guessing you were one of those kids who could read long books without needing cliff notes, unlike some others. Well, I tried reading Lord of the Rings in high school. I remember in elementary school, I read The Hobbit. And then in high school, I was kind of interested in reading the Lord of the Rings books when the movies were coming out, and it was just far too boring. Those books are written like absolute fucking dog shit. I don't know why it became such a popular series. It is so monstrously boring and stupid and poorly written. I remember one of my English teachers telling me, like, these books were written a long time ago, and people back then liked boring, slow things, so it's just like an artifact of the writing style back then, but, like, it's crap. Just pure shit. Thanks for the donation, though, Maroon Blue. Dodo donated $2. So are you against forgiving all student loan debt now? Were you for it before? Also, what is the solution to the student debt problem? What would you do to fix this? So, yeah, basically, I used to be in favor of student loan forgiveness. I'm not anymore. I think the way it should be done is you should get opportunities for student loan forgiveness. One, if you complete the degree, and two, if the degree is worth shit. So if you go into like STEM and you complete whatever degree, sure, have student loan forgiveness. If you go into women's studies, go fuck yourself. Blow your money on a horseshit degree that literally does nothing for anybody. So I think that's how student loan forgiveness should be dealt with. Just give loan forgiveness to people who go into STEM, who complete their degree. Otherwise, it's just retarded. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Hey, you Reddit atheist, when you described people needing a way to align their lives so that they don't waste money and fuck up their lives, that's called Catholicism, but you too much of a gooner to realize.
The Bible contains over 2,000 verses on money, and most of those are still extremely relevant today. The 20% rule. So this is in a few different places, but we're going to focus on one. In the story of Joseph in the Bible, he interprets a dream for the king in which there's going to be 7 years of plenty followed by 7 years of famine. And to prepare for that, he recommends that they put away 1/5 of everything that they gain every single year for those 7 years of plenty. And by doing that, they ended up having enough stored so that they could get through the 7 years of famine and actually really prosper as a nation. So that's actually like a great savings rate, a great idea, a great way to start up an emergency fund, because there are times where you're going through an amazing time in the market, and then there's times when there's economic crashes and people get into debt. So having a 20% savings rate is an amazing place to start off. It even fits into the 50-30-20 rule that we still use today and is super popular.
I'm pretty sure most Americans, like the majority, aren't even able to put away 20%. Like, it'd be great if you could, but most Americans can't do that. They literally, their expenses are too high and their income is too low.
Popular, become a minimalist. That's right. So it doesn't exactly say minimalism, but you get the idea. The Bible talks a lot about being careful about being greedy of what other people have. But it also says that a person's true life is not made up of the things he owns, no matter how rich he may be.
This isn't, like, I mean, these concepts were developed thousands of years before Christianity. This isn't anything unique to Christianity or Catholicism.
Debt is bad, even though there are certain circumstances where it makes sense and it can be a good thing. The Bible says that the borrower will be a slave to the lender, and that's literally what we're seeing right now when there's high interest consumer debt.
Yeah, that's, I mean, you don't have to be Christian to figure that out.
A little sleep, a little slumber, a little folding of the hands to rest. And poverty will come on you like a robber. Applies to money. In fact, I would say that, like, investing, but I feel like a lot of people think that it's bad to be. I know what you're thinking, Gabe. That's
great.
But that's not actually how it goes.
That's great.
If you have no money.
Thanks for the donation, religion.
Also references to Morpheus being a John the Baptist type figure. Historians have described John as being a true prophet, illuminated, irritable, and passionate, in open rebellion against the Jewish political and religious hierarchies. Leader of a millennialistic sect, John the Baptist announced the imminence of the kingdom, but without claiming the title of its Messiah. I still remember sitting in a movie theater 20 years ago thinking the possibility that if Neo wasn't the one, it was definitely Morpheus. But I was wrong. In the Gospel of Matthew, when Jesus comes to John for his baptism, Jabab says, "I'm the one who should be baptized by you." Morpheus, when greeted by the clearly impressed Neo for the first time, responds with similar awareness.
It's an honor to meet you. No, the honor is mine.
And note that this exchange takes place during a torrential downpour, a reference to the waters of baptism. The scene ends with Neo taking the red pill that causes him to be born again. Like literally, there's an umbilical cord there. In the Gospels, Jesus doesn't begin his public ministry until after John the Baptist is arrested by King Herod. Likewise, Neo doesn't step up until Morpheus is similarly taken captive. Two voices, the female is Trinity, the
if he's dead.
Ship, the Nebuchadnezzar.
So he's just making shit up so that it fits a biblical narrative.
Student debt, but I'm okay with that because it's manageable. It's not at a really, it's not impossible, and I'm able to still save. So it's not the end yet. It's going to be okay.
Let's take a question from the audience.
Hi. Do you think it's better to go to an affordable state school or an expensive private school?
There was a young man last year who got into all 8 Ivy League schools and went to the University of Alabama because of the package that he got from them. And
Conversely, if you go to a really great private school with a lot of financial aid money and you're an attractive candidate, you might very well get better assistance at that type of school than at a state school. So it's not straightforward, and you can't just go by the sticker price alone.
I think that doing your homework before you go to college, or including your homework about how much student debt, right? Should that be influencing people's decisions about whether or not to go to college? It absolutely should. When I grew up in rural North Carolina, and I was fortunate enough to be admitted to a couple of the Ivy Leagues, and they didn't offer me any money. And I was offered a scholarship at Duke, which is a terrific school, and I made the decision to go there because it would have been financially irresponsible to do anything else. And you're still happy with that decision? Oh, it was the best experience of my life. It was fantastic. And I graduated with debt, but it was a manageable amount. So
Dodo Donatillers, that was Macklemore, by the way, the last guy. Did you know he was an anti-Semite? Did not. BG, girls are gay because most of them suck dick. LMFAO, she aged 30 years and 2. Who the fuck is that? What? Is that literally 2 years difference? Okay, so dumb bitch.
Well, if you look up Israel on Wikipedia, everything is still in the present tense. So that's clearly something that they need to work on.
I'm Jewish.
You are Jewish?
Yes.
You are Jewish?
Yes.
Fine, no problem.
All right, well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Can I just say two things? I think it's really important for young folks to pay attention to. College Scorecard is this cool site that it was also a part of the Obama administration. It existed before, but they kind of fancied it up. You can find out how much debt people on average graduate with from any school that you are interested in for the most part. The other thing I would say is that a general rule of thumb, you should probably not borrow any more than you expect to make your first year out of college.
That's hard to know how much you're going to earn.
So the Bureau of Labor Statistics is a fantastic government site that'll tell you.
Dodo Donatillers, go see if Andrew or Destiny are on Discord. Call them, tell them your new position on student loan debt, especially if they're streaming. Neither of them are, then go talk to Dr. Avi about it now on stream now. I'm not going to waste my time doing that, but thanks for the donation, Dodo.
You how much the average person in every single field makes, use that as a marker. So if you're going into a STEM field, science, technology, engineering, you could probably afford to borrow a little bit more because you're likely to earn a lot more when you come out. If you're going to be an art history major, which I have nothing against, I like art history, and you're maybe going to make $30,000, well, use that as the measure. Don't borrow any more than $30,000 and stick to schools that are only going to allow you to stick to that rule.
Let's take a question from the audience. Are there any questions?
Hi, I'm India, and I'm just wondering, what happens if I don't pay my college debt?
Oh girl.
Susan? Unfortunately, not paying your college debt is not the same as almost any other type of debt. You can't get rid of it in bankruptcy. It follows you around indefinitely.
The federal government holds that debt. They can garnish your wages. They can take your tax refund. They can take your Social Security disability benefits if you lose your leg in an accident, and they can go after the money after you die.
Well, unfortunately, this is actually a common problem. With so many recent grads so deep in debt, it makes you wonder, is the system really sustainable?
Student loan debt is the most horrible type of debt you can possibly be in. If you're in debt for like a car loan or something, like, yeah, you'll lose your car, but like nothing fucking happens. You can still live your life like normal. If you can be really, really fucked with student loan debt, so it's... I don't know what these dumbass kids are thinking when they take on these massive, ridiculous fucking loans. Like, they have to be retarded.
This next number sheds some light on it. 154%. That's the increase in median student debt. What are the chances that a graduate's actually going to earn?
Usually okay.
Okay.
It's the people who don't graduate that we need to worry about. The people that take 6 years to get through, that switch colleges 2 and 3 times, people who go to a couple of college courses or semesters and then drop out, especially at for-profits. Yeah. Those are the ones who are, single, working class mothers.
So is the answer to not drop out then, to just stick with it?
If you get a degree, your chances of paying off your loans and doing well are much, much higher. And people with $5,000 in debt are oftentimes in worse trouble than people with $50,000.
But the best thing is start asking questions. Schools do this really nasty thing called front loading, right? You know about this, where your freshman year, they're saying, oh, we're going to give you all this money. Sophomore year, half of it's gone. You can ask them, and they have to be honest with you about the fact of what they're going to do as far as your financial aid for the 4 years that you're there, and that'll give you a better sense of how you can actually financially plan for it.
If you can't pay it off, what are your other options? Look at this number, 54%. That's the share of US jobs that required an education beyond high school, but not a full 4-year degree. 2-year trade schools, right? They've become more popular. Are they a viable alternative, Danielle?
You have to make sure that you are selecting a provider that is of quality, right? Check out to make sure that they're established, to make sure that they aren't charging you astronomical amounts for those degrees, because oftentimes you can go to community colleges and get the exact same kinds of trade degrees at a community college for a fraction of the price.
That's a really interesting point. It actually leads us on to our next statistic. Many people tend to think student loans are something you deal with for a decade or so after college, but this next stat shows us it has a longer impact than that. $208,000. That's a loss in retirement savings and home equity for a 2-person household paying off the average student loan debt. And as we're thinking about these financial costs, Danielle, are some majors just less viable than others?
I wouldn't say they're necessarily less viable. There are certain majors where you will earn more money, but I am totally against anyone who tells someone don't follow your dreams. If you want to be a musician and you want to study theory, do it. Just don't maybe do it at a $65,000 a year school. Perhaps do it somewhere where it's a little bit more affordable and you'll still get a fantastic education. You don't have to go to all the Ivies to get a great degree. And you actually can still go to some of the Ivies depending. Some of these Ivy League schools will cover your full ride if your parents make below a certain amount. So for a lot of low-income kids, you can go to Harvard if you could get into Harvard. Let's just say that. And if your parents make less than $65,000 a year, they'll cover everything. Stanford now, it's $125,000.
That's their definition of poverty.
That's their definition of, well, lower middle class, I guess. It's the same thing at Princeton. Yeah, Princeton's 140 and Stanford is 125.
Let's see if there are any other questions from the audience. We have...
Hello. My question is, with the workforce changing, is there a chance our education could become outdated?
Yes, absolutely. I think that it's important to think of education as not something that you're going to go do and then be finished with, that you have to be looking at your education as something that's going to continue for the rest of your life. When I came through business school and did my MBA, the marketing class didn't talk about digital marketing because there was no such thing. You have to be focused on refreshing your skills, whatever you're going into at this stage.
I'd also say that there are a lot of companies that will pay for you to take classes as you're there. I mean, my dad was really lucky.
What am I eating? I'm eating tofu with Korean barbecue sauce.
Justin is with us in Florida. Hi, Justin. How are you?
I'm doing well, Dave. How are you?
Better than I deserve. What's up?
So I had a question for you. I just recently graduated from residency to become an orthodontist, and I have student loans that total just over $1 million.
You're kidding me.
And no, sir.
Wait, what was he going into school for?
Just recently graduated from residency to become an orthodontist, and I have student loans that total just over.
I mean, you can make a lot of money being an orthodontist, but $1 million in student loans, that's psychotic. I don't know what the fuck he was doing.
$1 million.
You're kidding me.
And no, sir.
What were you thinking?
Well, I wasn't thinking clearly. So I've sat down and calculated my interest rates, and my interest is about $5,800 a month.
Wait, what?
My interest is about $5,800 a month.
$5,800 a month in interest alone. Holy shit. That's that's more than my living expenses. Like, what the fuck? Oh my god. This guy can pay rent for my apartment like more than twice over. Holy shit. No, yeah, it would be like literally 3 times over. Africa donated $2. Let me see. European Mog, you say? Let me see.
Kaki's Mike and John Paul, listen for the 2 of you, right? You made a video last night, right? You're calling me names, right? With you, John Paul, you have a humble eye, you have. You're a squinty cunt. And Kaki's Mike, I'll fight the 2 of you. I'll fight Kaki's Mike first, and I'll fight John Paul. And if you want to get back there, you fight me, and I'll kill you to death. Oh, Mama was like down to play one night. one night, and this shit has gone on. You're not getting off of it. You're not getting off. Come on, fat balls. Come on, macho. You said you put me tumbling and blowing the gimp hair with 3 beds. Listen, I was drinking for 3 months with my uncle Clay. You got out of prison after doing 3 years. You bet you're up to date. But I got you a month later when I was off the drink. Do you remember up the 100 steps when I hit you 2 slaps and I bent in the head? When you went down your knees crying like a bitch, you said somebody else said it. You fucking scumbag. You sleep in the streets of Cork and with blankets. You talk about us, donkeys and dasses. You're a dead man. I'm gonna rip your throat out.
Yes, European culture, so far advanced and more civilized than Africans. Oh yeah, these are some good ones.
Right, Bernie, this is me, Tony Joyce. I'm here with the boys this morning with all the bit of trouble that's going on. I've seen bits of videos flying about last night. The boys have come to me this morning, tasked for fights. So Bernie, I'm going to put you straight now, my old pal. I've got no arguments with you.
Johnny, Willie, Johnny Lynch, you're all today downtown. You attacked me and my young fella and a Rona blow. Every morning, both you and women. Now, Johnny Dunn, listen to me very clearly. You attacked me, you had to summon a lot of weapons, machetes and hammers and every sort. See how you as good as man with doors. See doors here. I'm going to drive them in now through you. Bare knuckle. You come to me, I want fair fight with you.
Yeah, so I'm not so sure about Africans being like dumber than Europeans. Kinda depends. Get away from them, Vikram.
This is my girlfriend. No.
That's very creepy.
Muhammad, to his infinite credit, never claimed to be God. Muhammad said, I'm a messenger. I've received a message from God. Moses, to his infinite credit, never claimed to be divine. Moses had received the law from God and gave it to the people. The Buddha, to his infinite credit, never claimed to be divine. What he said was, I found a way. Then there's Jesus, who doesn't say, I found a way. He says, I am the way. How strange that is. He doesn't say, I found a truth. Let me tell you about it. I am the truth. He didn't say, hey, there's this new mode of life that I've discovered. Let me share it with you. I am the life. Those claims are the unique treasure of Christianity. And therefore, as I said, they compel a choice. Either, as Jesus himself said, either you're with me or you're against me. If Jesus is who he says he is, I must give my whole life to him. He's God. He's the highest good. If he's not who he says he is, he's a bad man.
Jesus never claimed to be God, by the way.
You can find that, by the way, in the apologetic tradition of Catholicism. Aut Deus, aut malus homo.
Yeah, sounds like some faggot shit. I don't know why. I have no fucking idea why there's so many dudes who are obsessed with this idea of worshiping some long-haired fucking hippie that was broke as shit preaching about peace and love in the fucking desert. That sounds gay as fuck to me. Like, bro, we used to have religions where, you know, you have like the god of thunder. You know, you have like Thor, Odin, who'd go to war with fucking ice giants and kill people with hammers. Now we have Christianity. Yeah, some gay hippie who lived in the desert who told everybody about peace and love. Yeah, he's if you suck his cock off enough, like really grease those nuts. Oh, I love you, Jesus. Yeah, give me your holy cum. I love Jesus. I'm totally devoted to you. Yeah, right. Well, Christianity's fucking gay. What can I tell you? Dodo donated $2. Hey, yo.
What's baffling is how many people go to something like film or art school just to end up a lower class wage. I work in a warehouse and the amount of people who studied like photography and cinematography is astonishing. Just watch director commentaries.
Yeah. Like, bro, my mom wanted me to go to college to study photography because I got into photography after high school. I told her it's a waste of fucking time because I can just learn all this shit online for free. And, I mean, that clearly paid off. So, yeah, I don't know why there's so many dumbasses who think school is a good idea. Like, they're just stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, Geo Duder. Dodo donate $2. Hey, yo, they finna be talking bad about my nigga Elon. Yo, nigga, but Elon be saving us money, nigga. That's basically the video Elon Musk retweeted yesterday. Do you think Elon is laughing at the guy behind his back? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Elon is a racist white supremacist, so he's definitely laughing about it. This makes no sense. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Pro-Hamas protesters have gathered in Borough Park in Brooklyn, the largest Jewish neighborhood in the U.S. They quickly started intimidating, violently assaulting local Jews as they were heavily outnumbered. Didn't always end well for them. I see there's some pick-me Jews on the other side. Yeah, there's a pick-me. There's another pick-me. Oh, wait, no. That guy looks like he's wearing a wig. That guy might actually be a pick-me. Absolute turds.
When I tell you that we stand up here and talk about Palestine, we talk about Congo. Yes. We talk about Sudan. Yes. We talk about Lebanon. Yes. And we talk about Yemen. Yes. And when we say free Palestine and hands off Palestine, we mean hands off Lebanon, hands off Yemen, hands off Sudan, and hands off Congo.
What in the fuck is she talking about? I don't think these people know what any of these countries or territories are.
This is what democracy looks like. This is...
Yes, good old anti-Semite Jill Stein, the fucking loser who loses every election and is a lying fraud.
This is what justice looks like.
Oh, dude. That is just pathetic. She's like the most uncharismatic, fucking boring loser trying to get people to chant.
This is what freedom looks like. This is what freedom looks like. Freedom for Gaza. Freedom for Gaza. Freedom for Palestine.
You know, I bet if you were to pan the camera, there's probably 8 people in that audience.
Freedom for Palestine. Freedom here in the U.S. of A.
Dude, people are like literally getting bored of her. Like, freedom for everyone in the USA. Fucking retard. Oh, these people are all just retarded cowards. Every single fucking one of them. This woman thinks Palestinians have Western values.
Are the majority. We are rising by the millions to demand that our political leaders enact domestic and foreign policy that helps create a world where all people are free in their homes, including by enacting an arms embargo on the Israeli military and by enacting policy that ends.
Yeah, I'm sure. Especially under the Trump administration, there's going to be an arms embargo against Israel. Like, oh my god, these people are just losers, dude. Like, they may as well be saying, let's ban oil and gas. Come on, everybody. We can convince the government to stop producing or using oil. Like, it's retarded.
Racist police violence on our own soil. These fights are one and the same. This is the pathway to creating the world we deserve. A world where all parents, rich or poor, black or brown, from Chicago to Gaza, can know that they can tuck their kids in bed at night and that they will be there safe when they wake up in the morning. Now say it with me now. From the river to the sea. Palestine will be free.
Yeah, and there's the dog whistle. Kill all the Jews. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
It's a shame you can't just shot these people.
Dude, Trump has to start targeting these fuckers in ICE raids. Wherever there's a pro-Palestine protest, just send ICE agents out there, deport all those fuckers. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
What are you even? Is about $5,800 a month. So my fiance and I were trying to decide what's the best way to try to attack this. If we were this first year able to pay $10,000 a month, I guess there's basically two ways that we thought of it. I can do income-based, and my required payment will be about $3,000, and then we can take the remaining $7,000 and pay it directly at individual loans, or should we cover the interest?
How about from the river to the sky, Hamas shall die?
I could get behind that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Compass test, donate $2. You haven't taken this test for several years. Please take it again. There's no email required at the end, I promise. I really don't really care about this shit. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother wasting my time with this crap, dude. Thanks for the donation, though, Compass Test. DD, donate $2.
But what about eating steak, like, daily? Would you consider that an unhealthy thing to do?
Why not? If you're pretty physically active, if you eat mostly nutritious food from the categories I just mentioned, lean meats, veggies, fruits, whole grains, healthy fats, even if you bias one of those categories, if you eat mostly lean meats, and even some fatty meats are okay, you eat plenty.
By the way, this is coming from a guy who has, like, no control over his diet. He has to go on, like, GLP-1 agonist, like retatrutide, to even stick to a stupid diet for his bodybuilding shows. Gets obese in the off-season. Like, yeah, a guy who just eats like a fucking toddler is telling you this.
Plenty of veggies, but you eat almost no fruits and 0 grains, and you're eating in such a way that you're of a healthy body weight, you're physically active, you have some muscle mass, you've taken care of like probably 95% of all of the impact of nutrition on your health. There is an argument for that 5% on the margins for sure. But if your diet includes daily big hunkin' old steak, but you're not eating in a caloric excess on most days, you're of a healthy body weight like you two fine young gentlemen here, and you're physically active, you are taking care of all the big rocks, and you're totally fine.
What a retard. Just, like, actually genuinely retarded. By the way, this is the same guy who said daily drinking, having a daily alcohol habit, is good for you if it helps reduce stress. Like, he's just an idiot. Like, he's just so fucking stupid. These foods are just bad for you, and you should not have them every day. Like there's a reason why consistently red meat is linked with cancer, type 2 diabetes, heart disease. Why? If you have no concern for ethics and you don't care if animals die or anything, what is the argument to be made to eat fucking large, like incredibly large portions of red meat every single day? What's the argument? It tastes good? It's yummy? Like, that's it? Like, okay, like, I guess eating McDonald's every day and ice cream and all this horse shit. Like, oh, well, as long as you're able to stay at a healthy body weight. Like, if you're going to be making recommendations on what is most beneficial for somebody's health, why would you say this? Like, again, this is a guy who cannot stick to a diet. You've seen his contest prep diet. He was eating sugary cereals, tortillas, protein bars, Gatorade, while he's dieting for a fucking bodybuilding show. Has never once come in proper shape for a bodybuilding show. And then he's saying, well, yeah, like, every food is okay to eat. Coming from the guy who is perpetually overweight. Like, yeah, take his advice. It's just a joke.
Those who prefer oat milk to milk, almond milk to milk, or seeds and weeds to food, tend to be pallid, spotty, gaunt, anemic, ill, politically weird, and get very little sex as a result of those things.
But there are three arteries that feed your heart, and mine were like calcified, fat-filled, totally impregnable. So I was in grave danger without realizing it. I'm not allowed now to eat sausages, bacon, beef, pork, lamb, anything fried. Apparently egg yellows are bad. The list is endless.
Yeah, what do you know? Eating meat is cool until it's not anymore.
So to summarize, I think that most dietary supplements do little or nothing. Some cause overt harm. Many are contaminated. And so taking this broad bucket of dietary supplements in general, I think that if you're like, should I take a supplement or not? I think you're more likely to do well if you say no than you are to be your life to be radically improved if you say yes.
Yeah, these are some compelling points, and I will concede to you that
kind of depends on what it is. If it's like a multivitamin, it's fine, but there's a lot of really stupid niche supplements on the market. So like AG1, which is like some green supplement, I wouldn't recommend taking crap like that because, yeah, it's often contaminated with lead and crap. Has no proven benefits. Who the fuck knows what's in it? So it kind of depends summarize what supplement you're talking about.
I'm the strongest man in the world, the only man that does not feel any pain. I've had like 4 heartbreaks. I did not cry. I did not feel any pain.
So somebody can hit you with something now.
Persecute me. I will not shake. I will not even move.
Is that what he's going to use to persecute you?
Yeah. He will hit me hard. You know what I mean?
A pillow. Is that a pillow or there's something inside?
He will hit it well.
Okay. I am persecutor. Persecute him. Persecutor, please come. Yes, you persecute me. Go and hit him. You can hit him with that. Let's see how strong he is.
Where did you get it from?
We gave it to him.
This thing will kill me now. It means we want him to kill me.
Are you not the strongest
you say you
man?
don't feel bad. And you that I trust, you carry this thing, you want to hit me. So if I leave you will hit me this thing.
Africa is a silly place. Well, thanks for the donation, Dee Dee. Prayer, donate $2. Have you ever tried praying?
I had.
I think once when I was a really young kid, some like dumb Christian kid at my school said, "Oh, prayer works. You ask God for things and he'll fulfill your wish," and I did. I prayed for like to win the lottery or something, and nothing happened, obviously.
Anxiety. I had depression. I had suicidal thoughts. I had a lot of bitterness. I had a lot of hate. I had a lot of rage towards people because of people who had wronged me, because of girls who screwed me over, because of my parents who were strict. On the outside, it looked like everything was going good. I joined the military. I was in college. I was going to be a financial planner, make 6 figures, probably 5. I'm not taking that.
You have anxiety here?
Oh, Jesus took it away. I said I had anxiety. So here's what happened. I started reading the Bible, right? I started reading the Bible, and the things that were in the Bible started to become real in my own life. So when I turned to him, and I gave my life to him and said, "Jesus, be my king," the anxiety left. The depression left. I no longer needed the alcohol to get drunk 5 times a week.
I can guarantee you, like, I've seen these stories all the time. All of these people are still addicted to drugs and, like, jerk off to tranny porn. Who is that guy, Mario? He had that YouTube channel that was big at one point. And he said all the same shit when he gave up his, life to Jesus and everything got better. Turns out the guy was addicted to alcohol and cocaine. He was blowing his money on prostitutes, and he was also watching gay and trans porn the whole time. So, yeah, sure, cool story, dude. I'm very suspicious of people who say they had drug and alcohol problems, and they were also getting gay feelings, and then they turned their attention to Christ and everything that got better. They're still gay. They're still probably addicted to drugs. So it's just a way of getting rid of some of the guilt from that, right? Who is right? Let me see.
Did you know the verse about being gay was actually proven to be mistranslated? It was originally forbidding philia, not homosexuality.
It actually hasn't been proven. People have tried to go back and tried to say that it was actually boy. But if you look at the actual Hebrew, it actually says man in Leviticus. Then also we have throughout other places in the Old Testament and many places in the New Testament that talk about homosexuality. The Bible is Greek and Hebrew, and it's based on
every single time homosexuality is brought up in the Bible, it's brought up in a historical context where they're not really talking about being gay being a bad thing. It's brought up in a way where it's talking about how the act of penetrating a man is disrespectful to the man being penetrated. So there's also talk in the Hebrew Bible about how women shouldn't be on top when having sex. A man should always be on top because it's the dominant position. So it's viewed from like an ancient perspective where if you're on the bottom, you're the one who's being, who's like submissive, and you're not the one in control. And they had this idea back then where if you're a man, you should be the dominant one who's in control. So gay sex then inherently would be some form of disrespect to the male who's on the bottom. We don't have that cultural stigma anymore, so all of those historical, like all those passages in the Bible are irrelevant these days. There's nothing specifically saying the act of homosexuality is evil or anything like that. It's always put into that kind of context.
On Aramaic. Homosexuality is an English word, so the English word homosexuality came about actually in like late 1800s, but it actually is referencing something that the Bible clearly points out. It says a man left the natural use of woman and he lusted after men, and women left the natural use of men and they lusted.
Yeah, so this was another story in the Bible. Lust is seen as a bad thing, and can't remember which story it was. It might have been Sodom and Gomorrah, where the people of Sodom or something had so much lust, they started even having sex with other men. So they were talking about lust being a bad thing, not homosexuality.
After women and committing what is abominable. It's pointed out very clearly in the New Testament and even the Old Testament. If you actually...
So this guy's more right, but they're both kind of wrong. Odd vid. There's a lot of Nazi propaganda on Twitter these days. I wonder why. Thanks for the donation prayer.
Agreed VG, we need to bring back medieval banishment to Hamas supporters.
Yeah, we really do. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo, $22. Soybeans are out. HIV, AIDS is in. Do you think RFK Jr. has just has a fetish or spreading for spreading viruses? Like, the guy was a heroin addict, so it wouldn't surprise me.
President Trump signed an executive order to establish the Maha Commission to study what has caused the precipitous decline in American health over the past 2 generations. So we will convene representatives of all viewpoints to study the causes for the drastic rise in chronic disease. Some of the possible factors we will investigate were formerly taboo or insufficiently scrutinized. The childhood vaccine schedule, electromagnetic radiation, glyphosate, other pesticides, ultra-processed foods.
Glyphosate is not a pesticide, by the way. It's a herbicide, and there's no evidence that it's harmful to human health.
Artificial food additives, SSRI and other psychiatric drugs, PFAs, PFOAs, microplastics, nothing is going to be off limits. Whatever belief or suspicion I have expressed in the past, I'm willing to subject them all to the scrutiny of unbiased science. That is going to be our...
This guy is an AIDS denier, by the way.
Our template, unbiased science. That's something that will make us all proud of this agency and of our role in restoring American health. Let's commission research that will satisfy all the stakeholders once and for all. Let's use protocols that we all agree on in advance and not alter the outcomes of studies when they're halfway through and that they look inconvenient. Let's all depoliticize these issues and reestablish a common ground.
Yeah, well, we know that's not going to happen.
The president will make these executive orders, which are very sensible and good for the country, but then they don't get implemented, you know? So if you take, for example, all the funding for the migrant hotels, the president issued an executive order where, hey, we need to stop taking taxpayer money and paying for luxury hotels for illegal immigrants, which makes no sense. Like, so obviously people do not want their tax dollars going to fund high-end hotels for...
Yeah, so Congress is, like, he already knows this, by the way. What is the count at now? Like 34 lawsuits? He already knows that the president can't make executive orders to stop funding if it's been passed by Congress.
For illegals. And yet they were still doing that, even as late as last week. And so, you know, we went in there and we're like, this is in violation of the presidential executive order. It needs to stop. So what we're doing here is one of the biggest functions of the Doge team is just making sure that the presidential executive orders are actually carried.
It's just psychotic. Musk is such a fucking asshole, dude.
Then the next step would be to add a second Neuralink implant past the point where the neuron's damaged, so that somebody can walk again, and so they can have full body functionality restored. And
you like Bobby, right?
I like Bobby, actually. Yeah, I think I supported Bobby Kennedy. I think he's unfairly maligned as someone who is anti-science, but I think he isn't. He just wants to question the science, which is the essence of the science. The scientific method fundamentally is about always questioning.
Yeah, Frank could get a government grant to sell his electromagnetic radiation bed tents.
The science.
Oh, they didn't.
Then the next step would be to add a second Neuralink implant past the point where.
Well, that's not good. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Cunty McGee donated $2. This guy is a cunt face and is a whoreson.
Site or domain with my code Ragusia at checkout. Save 10% at squarespace.com/Ragusia. Thank you, Squarespace. Now, the Chapolinas I simply released into the yard because, or at least they're a pest.
Do you want me to watch this from the beginning? This guy is imbecile. I remember he did a video on that terrible Metarex study on red meat, and he was trying to like gaslight people into thinking red meat is healthy. I can skim through this. Thanks for the donation, Cunty McGee.
He'll tell you why, because Elon Musk himself is a Nazi.
Yeah, he is. I don't think there's any doubting that now. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And then pay additional monies towards other loans.
Mike donated $2. Remember when Corona Bro used to troll streams saying he'll run for office? What if he's RFK? Would that be unreasonable to believe? I mean, if Corona Bro was RFK Jr., I mean, he doesn't sound like RFK Jr. I don't know if RFK Jr. makes shit posts with anonymous accounts, but and it's plausible. Thanks for the donation, Mike.
Dysgenic, retarded, cucks. Corrupt, brain-dead faggots.
Let me take a look.
Okay. Why are they reacting like this?
Well, first of all, do you give it flying rip? Oh, number one, and
well, I guess we must be over the target or doing something right. You know, if like they wouldn't be complaining so much if we weren't doing something useful. I think. What all we're really trying to do here is restore the will of the people through the president. And what we're finding is that there's an unelected bureaucracy. Speaking of unelected, there's a vast federal bureaucracy that is implacably opposed to the president and the cabinet. And you look at, say, DC voting, it's 92% Kamala. Okay.
Yeah, that's how the United States was designed. There's different branches of government for a reason, and it was designed for there to be checks and balances so that no one person could have just unlimited power. That's what the founding fathers wanted. Again, this is a fucking immigrant who came from fucking South Africa who's a fucking Nazi talking about this.
Okay, so we're 92% Kamala. That's a lot.
they don't like me here either.
I think about that number a lot. I'm like 92%. That's basically almost everyone.
Yeah.
And so, but how can you, if the will of the president is not implemented, and the president is representative of the people, that means the will of the people is not being implemented. And
oh, okay, so Trump should be able to make an executive order demanding we kill all Jews, huh? Well, the people wanted to vote him in, and whatever the president does is, the will of the people. So if the president makes an executive order to kill all Jews, then we should kill all Jews. Like, that's the kind of fascist totalitarianism that the founding fathers wanted to avoid, which is why they didn't give the president ultimate power and were allowed to make these executive orders. You idiot.
that means we don't live in democracy, we live in a bureaucracy. And so I think what we're seeing here is the sort of the thrashing of the bureaucracy as we try to...
Yeah, right. He's just trying to institute fascism.
We're hearing that Russia wants to force Ukraine to hold new elections in order to sign any kind of a peace deal. Is that something that the U.S. would ever support?
Well, we have a situation where we haven't had elections in Ukraine, where we have martial law, essentially martial law in Ukraine, where the leader in Ukraine, I mean, I hate to say it, but he's down at 4% approval rating, and where a country has been...
that is not true.
Blown to smithereens. You got most of the cities are laying on their sides. The buildings are collapsed. It looks like a massive demolition site. The whole, I mean, so many of the cities. I mean, they haven't done it in Kiev because I guess they don't want to shoot too many rockets in there. They've done it 20%, but they haven't done it 100%. If they wanted to do it 100%, it would probably happen very quickly. But you have cities that are absolutely decimated. And yeah, I would say that, you know, when they want a seat at the table, you could say the people have to, wouldn't the people of Ukraine have to say, like, you know, it's been a long time since we've had an election. That's not a Russia thing. That's something coming from me.
By the way, Russia wants this so that they can get a Russian agent to be elected. They did this before. That's why there was the whole revolution in 2014.
And coming from many other countries also. You know, Ukraine is being just wiped out. Look at what's happening to the cities. There are cities, there's not even a building standing.
Okay, well, Trump's an actual retard. That's great. Thanks for the donation, retard.
VG Terry's this girl at work, she's sort of in a manager role. She's kinda hot in like a Harley Quinn type of way. You can tell that she's nuts and probably has a lot of repressed rage but has to behave. I feel like if I pursued she'd pull a Patrick Bateman on me.
Well, I would say you should probably trust some of your instincts. So if you're good at reading people and you know they're a danger, then maybe stay away. There's no amount of hot that's worth dealing with crazy. Thanks for the donation though, Raccoon City. Dodo donated $2. Breaking. Frank Tufano appointed lead researcher by RFK Jr. and Frank's company secured a contract to supply every American home with 4 electromagnetic shielding grounding blankets. That is something that I could see happening under RFK. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Is this BS? Donated $2. Is this BS?
This is why you should always work smarter than your opponent. Their goal is to pick up the weight plates and fill them onto this station. But notice the difference between how this started, because this man chose to run and start from the opposite direction. Now you might think, regardless of how they start, the distance they have to cover is literally the same. But when you start from the opposite direction, you get tired much faster. And so when you're left with low energy, you don't have to run as much as the other man. Whereas the other guy does the easy part.
No, that's just stupid. Please react.
Still in New York. I'm hungry. I'm hungry too. Wait.
I can watch that. Thanks for the donation. There's a few videos in the queue, so I'll have to react to that a bit later, but we'll react to it. Thanks for the donation, dude.
3 links. This might interest your monkey black ass.
Juicy, finger-licking barbecue wings with no meat. East meets West.
Dude, it sucks that Bring Me Some closed down in Hamilton. That was a fucking dope-ass fried chicken joint.
That's what gets foodies from simple vegan ingredients. The owner asked me if I wanted to put a cart here. I said yes.
I bought some food. I decided to put vegan food on the menu because I myself am vegan and I wanted to be able to eat the stuff that I was serving. I also recipes. Being out of Georgia, being far away from my family, I felt really kind of isolated. It was a way for me to reconnect with my, you know, just cake. I'm working on a vegan pound cake recipe. This is the 4th generation cake recipe, so we'll see.
Oh my goodness.
It's gonna take a lot of practice, but I'm trying.
Yeah.
It's in the works.
I love it. I am super curious to try everything out of cold.
The texture of like a bean. They're traditionally made with a lot of Old Bay.
It's like eating a crawfish.
Yeah, salty. Vegan chicken wings. These have a sugarcane bone.
My word.
They're deep fried.
Sugarcane bone. That's an interesting idea.
Toss them in my ATL wing sauce. So if you go down to Atlanta and you order wings, we're known for our wings.
Yeah.
Sauce
yeah.
and the sugarcane bone. So.
Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. I need this sugarcane bone. And where did you see that first? I've seen that a few places, but like, had you seen that a lot before you came here? Or like, what did you think about that?
I saw I worked at a wing place in Atlanta called Graveyard Tavern, and they had these. The owner would actually go to the airport and pick them up because they were flown in from California.
Oh my God.
And I tried them, and I don't know, it didn't vibe for me, but my way. I get. Yeah.
Boom.
That looks pretty dope.
All about the seasoning sauce.
Golden, crispy collard greens that have no meat in them, but still have all of the flavor.
Go for it, girl.
Is this bad? I'm gonna eat too.
No, eat with me. Do you use nutritional yeast for the cheesiness?
Absolutely. I use a lot of it. It's good for you.
It is.
You know, it's really good. It's got good.
It's like, it's comfort food. I'm like, I could eat this every day.
These are good. This is the coins from the
Based.
When this MMA fighter began greeting the Octagon girls one by one, everyone thought he was being genuine and polite. However, that wasn't the case. This video of him shaking hands with all the girls before stepping in for the weigh-ins went viral on Twitter. And after hearing all the speculation surrounding it, he felt the need to clarify things with this statement.
People think I was greeting. I was just shaking for the boobs to bounce.
Pretty based.
You talk to
Paulo Costa looks like he'd absolutely fucking wreck everybody. Like, he looks like a physical specimen, but he's not been doing great.
But your bond, mind you step over my truck for me?
I'll pass.
I'm sorry?
I'll pass.
Okay, you step over my truck. I'm gonna.
This is fake, by the way. This is the dipshit who, these videos are all fake. Thanks for the donation, Andril Sava.
777 Vince Goodrum Tillion 777 Vince Goodrum Tillion 777 Vince Goodrum Tillion 7 Undecillion 777 Decillion 777 Nonillion 777 Octillion 777 Septillion 777 Sextillion 777 Quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777 Sneed Kumar Rickard Boy I guess Sneed Dabby Jasmine Burgess Abdallah Canadian Sneed Lover Vince Goodrum Yeeting Jasmine Burgess for life.
Yeah, speaking of, look at this shit. The snow was literally waist high, and I had to shovel all of that to get out of the fucking driveway. That is some horse shit, dude. Dude, winter is bullshit. Thanks for the donation, Vince Goodrum Tillion.
It's truly embarrassing that a Canadian like yourself has a more advanced understanding of the basic principles of America and its founders' vision than the literal most powerful people of America. I will die for this vision, they piss on it.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're fascists and, all they want is, like, money and shit, so what do you expect? Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Good evening, VG. I really and truthfully hope that you are feeling fucking great tonight. So, today, there's a chance for 1 to 4 inches of snow. I'm going to be working an open to close shift since we'll be short-handed and I'll be receiving a few hours of overtime pay.
Well, overtime pay is always good. Snow is bullshit, but overtime pay is good. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
So what is your income going to? When are you getting married?
April.
Okay. And what will you be making as an orthodontist?
About $250.
Okay. And what does she do and what will she be making?
We actually just opened up an office, and she works in the office, so she's not taking any income out of the office.
Okay. So if you make $250,000 a year, why are you only putting $120,000 on your debt?
Well, I mean, the $250 I calculated pre-tax and everything else. I mean, we're going to put as much as.
Well, thank you for that, RFK. Appreciate the donation.
We, possibly can.
Yeah.
On the debt, yes, sir. I mean, and in the years to come, as the income goes up, we're hoping to be able to make payments of $20,000 or $30,000 or $40,000 a month. I mean, that's what we're what we're praying for. Otherwise, I'm just up a creek without a paddle.
Yeah. Okay. I think the thing you have to, yes, I would. The income-based option does not do away with interest, and so interest is going to be accruing greater than you're putting in. Okay, so you're not making any mathematical progress by doing the 3 and 7 idea, but you will make emotional progress because you'll be able to knock off some of the smaller ones.
Right.
And God knows you're going to need some emotional progress. Yeah.
Would you eat this booty?
I mean, if she was vegan, sure. I'd eat just about any good-looking vegan girl's ass, so yeah. If she was vegan, I'd be more than happy to eat her asshole out. Thanks for the donation, Felice Johnson.
In this process. So, and then the only other commentary I would just add is that this is such an extreme situation. Your income is extreme and your debt is extreme that you have to be very, very careful to just act like you're a broke college student because you are a broke orthodontist.
Right.
And so that means you guys aren't going on vacations. You're not buying a house. You're not leasing a new BMW. You're not going to...
I'd try to find some way to negotiate the loan so that I wouldn't have to pay that crazy interest rate. Because holy fuck, $5,800 in interest per month. Like, that's $70,000 per year in interest payments alone. So I would try to negotiate a way to, like, either lower the interest payments or, like, ask them to just do something where they can halt the interest payments for, like, maybe 2 years so you can make some good headway. But that is just fucking insane. I don't understand why people get into that crazy amount of fucking debt. Like, yeah, orthodontist is a good job. You can make really good fucking money doing it. But if you're going to be in debt for like 2 decades, at least paying off the fucking loan, like what's the point? You may as well have just gotten a lower paying job Because you would have ended up with the same money anyway. Like, it's stupid. Holy fuck, imagine paying $70K a year in interest alone.
To a restaurant. You have $1 million. I can't even say it out loud. I can't breathe. $1 million in student loan debt. It gives me an anxiety attack, and it's not even my debt. But the horrible news is that ridiculous figure. The wonderful news is you have great income potential and a great income right now. So you cannot relax.
Right. So
you have to cut as deeply as you can cut.
Right.
And so be dialing your taxes in. I don't want you to get behind on taxes, but other than taxes and food and water and electricity, I really want everything else just going on student loan debt. Is it 250 gross sales in your new office?
So, like I said, I just graduated this year, so I work part-time for another orthodontist to have a steady income. And the office that my fiance and I work in, we just opened 2 months ago. So, the income is just steadily increasing on that.
Right, but I guess I'm asking, the 250,000, how much of that's from the new office and how much is from the orthodontist gig?
About 200 of that is from me working at another orthodontist, where I still work 3 days a week, and then I work in my office 3 days a week. So I work 6 days a week right now.
Okay, that's good. That's good. So we ought to be able to turn that 50 into 250.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, over time, as you build your clientele and so forth. Okay. And
mathematically, is there any benefit, though, to me,
no.
like I was mentioning before, doing? Okay.
No, because you have a set interest rate and a set amount of principal. You have to pay both.
Right.
You have to pay both. And so not paying one and paying more on the other is just hiding the P under a different shell. Okay. The only benefit of doing the income based is because your interest is probably close to $5,000 a month.
$5,800.
Oh, that's the actual interest rate. Okay. And so
yeah.
And so let's pretend that you paid the income based at $3,000. So somewhere another $2,800 is landing on the books as increased balance.
Right. Principal,
okay.
Yeah.
And then you're reducing other balances by 7. Principal and interest on the smaller ones. And so, like I say, we're just moving the P around under a different shell, but it will give you the benefit of getting to check off some of these smaller ones. What is your smallest one?
I have a consolidation that's like 800, but most of the I have maybe half a dozen small ones that are 4,500 or less.
Yeah, and so you're going to knock those out, like 1 a month, 2 a month, that kind of thing. And for the first little while, and then we're going to get down to the big mama jama, the 800. And then it's going to slow way down in terms of the emotional benefit. And it'll be very simple to do the calculation. But you're going to accrue $5,800 worth of interest somewhere, and you are going to reduce principal by $4,200 somewhere in total by using $10,000. So it doesn't matter. The only benefit is just to be able to check those little. I like cleaning up the little ones, getting the dust out of the corner, getting rid of the mosquitoes, and then we'll get down to the bear hunt. You go from mosquitoes to bears pretty quick here. And so
these situations are so bad too, because like if this guy gets into a car accident and then can't work for like 2 months or something, like what are you gonna fucking do?
Richard Spencer and Fuentes are both praising liberals for being correct the whole time and saying they're the adults in the room. It's baffling how totally off the rails retarded MAGA is, even to neo-Nazis.
Same conspiracy theorists warning about transhumanism, big tech, mRNA vaccine surveillance for the past decade are now cheerleading the Palantir-occupied government led by Elon Musk. Liberals were right about populism. He has a little bit of a point there, but Fuentes is a complete grifter, dude. It's just all a grift. Thanks for the donation, retard. Like, if the Richard Spencer might be a different case, but I mean, Nick just isn't able to make money off of MAGA retards. Part of it is probably because he's too much of a Nazi, and same with Richard Spencer. And Nick Fuentes is also gay. Everybody knows that. So he's just not able to make money off of that grift, and I think that's the main reason why he's doing this. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. Dodo... Oh, wait, just a second.
Girls, I want you to worship my hard cock and devour my balls, starting first with the head and then swallowing the whole thing, to straddle your face and for you to engulf my hard cock and then lick and devour my balls. I want to suck your hairy pussy.
All right. Well, hope that works out for you. Thanks for the donation, Jason Hates Curry. Dodo donated $2. Shenmue, 3 Easter eggs you missed. Also, you know what a perfect game would be? Like a spin-off of Shenmue, but taking place in Persia, Iran.
Really? What's that supposed to mean?
What?
Really? What? Wow.
What the fuck?
It opens at noon. Guess I'll come back later. Dajing. Dajing.
Huh? Oh, hey there! I've been waiting for you. I'm gonna teach you an unbelievable move. It's my forte, the Brawler's Uppercut 2!
Brawler's Uppercut 2?
Chicken.
So, you wanna learn it?
Yes, please.
Alright, watch closely. First, take a few steps back. Then, Brawler's Uppercut! What you think? Want to see it again?
Once more, please.
No problem, friend. Take a few steps back and...
Is he dead? Well, that's weird. Shenmue's terrible. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I just gotta go take a piss real bad. I'll be right back. All right. I am back.
That's overwhelming. But the good news is you've got a great shovel and you have a great bright future with your income potential. And, that gets you out of this. It's not a reason to get into it, but it does get you out of it. It gives you hope for your future. Thank you for the call. Open phones at 888-825-5.
Retarded.
Stuff. I love their beady little eyes and their creepy little hands, and I love eating their sweet, flaky meat. When it comes to insects, I can appreciate them. I am certainly fascinated by them.
The Fag of Burgess Quarry donated $2. This nigga's 23 years old. He looks 30.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm two-time Olympian, IFBB Men's Physique Pro.
Yeah, he looks older than me. And I'm 10 years older than him.
Patrick Fulgham here in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada at the 2025 NPC Legends Classic with our overall Classic Physique champion, Mr. Sam Sulek.
Nah, I didn't see the F1 livery reveals. Are they stupid? IBM. Well, their new F1 car looks cool. Steak. Oh god.
Feel like this driving. 3, 2, 1. You can start
That's funny. My protein.
driving.
Now that's white. Looking like a
Cash
pair of
up.
turkey teeth. All right, fellas, bring it in real quick.
I hope I don't get stuck in the gravel, so mechanics won't have to clean. But
And
yeah,
another
it's
Cash
really
App.
cool.
Looking forward to silver.
What is this gay shit? Yeah, not digging the pink.
The car looks incredible now that we see the best. The best.
Time to pop.
Right. Mangoose is donated $2. What type of mangus? Let me see. Oh. I don't know what mangus this is. Oh my god, he's handsome though. Oh, so fuzzy. Oh, I want to make friends with this mangus. Oh, that is a beautiful mangus. Oh my god. Wow, that's a special mangus. Oh my goodness. Oh wow, that's a good mangus. Jesus Christ. You need all these kitties. Oh.
Are not black cats from
Oh
each
my
other.
god.
Aurora
Wow.
is short-haired baby face. The other baby face is Nyx, which obviously loves her treats.
Oh my god.
Then we have Lucifer. Lucifer is large and in charge. He's the largest cat that looks like a mini panther. Then we have his sister, Rhea, which is fuzzy and mid-sized. And she has a little patch of white right under her chin.
My goodness.
Then we have Coda. Coda, we think, is part Mancoon, but he's chill and fluffy.
My goodness.
Then we have the other fluffy one, Zoria, which has a big lion's mane.
Wow.
And we have Anara. Anara is the mother of Lucifer and Rhea, and she is fuzzy, and she is a princess. Arrow.
Dude, I love cats.
That is still a little shy, is long and slender, short-haired. Tyr doesn't make it for treat time because he is still quite feral, and his wide eyes give him away. Hi, Tyr.
Oh. Wow, those are good kitties. Oh my god. Oh!
By the way, Richard Spencer was an absolute lunatic at one point, but he's way more sneaky and lip-coded now. I listen to him sometimes cause he's super pro-Ukraine and talks a lot of shit about MAGA. He says leftists will bring about Israel's destruction, lol.
Well, yeah, I mean, they all go through this process of, you know, realizing they can't actually say what they want. They need to support kind of like policies that they think will lead to the sort of fascist state that they want. But I think Richard Spencer is definitely smarter than Nick Fuentes. Nick is just a crazy whack job, and he seems like he just doesn't fucking care anymore. Thanks for the donation, retard. Oh my god, look at these chickens. Oh my goodness. Oh wow, those are good chickens.
What's going on, everybody? Vince Goodrum here. Today's Tuesday evening. People wanted to know what the Great One thinks on the Sam Sulek situation, so I figured I'd oblige.
Alright, we'll watch that one next. Thanks for the donation, gay incel nigga poop. Oh my god, look at those chickens. If I had 2 chickens, I'd probably name them Pojo and Goemon. Those are good chicken names. Wow, those are beautiful chickens. Dude, I fucking love chickens. Chickens are so fucking amazing.
Congratulations. You look absolutely incredible. My pleasure. Feels good. It does feel good. And speaking of that feeling as well, you got to hone that in because in 2 weeks, we're headed somewhere special as well. We're going to get to that conversation here in a minute. But tell us a little bit first and foremost about this incredible journey that led you to this victory tonight as well.
Gotcha. So for the most part, I feel like I'm just hardwired to get bigger, building more muscle, more strength, more everything in the gym, eating a ton of food. So I've got some practice with actually putting on size, but this is my first time taking it to the level of, all right, I'm big enough. I was actually a little concerned I wouldn't be able to make weight. I wanted to time it just right where I'd be as heavy as I could be for Classic, and I think I called it right there. But yeah, so 2 weeks from now that I've qualified for the Arnold, that's the plan, to see how I fare at the Arnold Amateur. So the grind doesn't stop yet. I get a bit of a refeed tonight, so you know, even yesterday too. 900 grams of carbs so far. Really got to fill it back up, but I got to get back on the deficit for the next 2 weeks. Get a touch leaner, touch drier, and then hopefully, not to say it like it's a bad thing, but hopefully this is my worst stage look ever, just because I'm only going to improve it from here.
That's right. And, speaking of those improvements as well, it is in the subtle nuances and, that do make the differences as well. And that's a little bit about the feedback that we were discussing as judges as well is, you do got to come in a little bit sharper, particularly in the backside as well. It's one of those things where, pose for pose, obviously we're at that stage and at this stage in particular, we're judging every bit from your presentation to the details. Everything matters at that point as well. Expectations going into the Arnold. Obviously, we're coming in hot. Oh, yeah. What are your expectations, for yourself on a personal level and from a professional perspective as well?
Gotcha. So for me with the competitions, you got to look at it objectively. There's a million C-bums out there bigger than me. So really, I'm just concerned, all right, I got to get as lean as I can get, dry as I can get, And today I definitely did that. This is my first time reaching anywhere near stage ready. So that leaves me 2 weeks to get a touch leaner. And then now I've got, I mean, I started with 0 stage experience.
That's right, absolutely.
So now I've got a bit more practice. Like, even coming into finals tonight versus prejudging yesterday, I feel so much more confident.
That's right. And you know what? Confidence is a part of, not the key.
Why does this fool look like he's gonna die?
Well, it's probably from all the steroids and the crazy dieting. You're probably not in the best of health when you're taking as much steroids as he does. And you just went through a bodybuilding prep. Thanks for the donation, though. Richard sucks his own dick.
What's going on, everybody? Vince Goodrum here. It is Monday evening. Reason for the video is we got to talk about Sam Sulek. Now, recently he did win his very first amateur show, so let's give him a...
Did I cause the Toronto plane crash? Probably not.
hand.
If I did, I'd like to figure out how I did it so I can cause other people's planes to crash at will.
Good job, Sam. Good job, you know. But now that we've given you a congratulations, you know, we got to set some reality in. Now, I reviewed the show. You did win the show. However, and I've said this on the live stream before, it appeared that you had depleted a little bit too much and didn't carb up enough for the show. Not only that, it doesn't appear that you were flexing your legs as hard as it could be. But
he probably carbed up just fine. It's just that he said he drank a lot of water as well, and he gained, I think, 11 or 12 pounds from the weigh-in to the show, so he didn't look as hard and dry. But, like, I mean, he dieted down like fucking crazy. Like, you're not gonna look as big and round if you diet down.
You know, honestly, that's actually good news there. Now, for starters, I'm not talking about winning the overall. Now, people wonder, why am I criticizing when he won the overall? It's quite simple. You know, Sam Sulek's goal, and he said it himself, is to win the Arnold Amateur. I mean, he was going to qualify anyway, regardless, with his shape and conditioning. Because he still had good conditioning, he could have looked a lot bigger if he carved up a little more and actually looked a little bit more shredded as such there. But, like I said, his ultimate goal is to win the Arnold Amateur. But, you know, it's a good thing that he over-dieted and carved up and didn't carb up enough and wasn't flexing his legs. That's a good thing. And the reason being is because, you know, the Arnold Amateur is in, I think, 10 or 11 days or so forth. So this gives Sam time to improve on these things here, you know. Because if his first show would have been like a couple of days out from that Arnold Amateur, he would have been in worse shape. So, and quite frankly, you know, carbing and depleting, that's not going to be too bad. Sam is already down in weight. So he just needs to maintain about maybe 4 or 5 pounds between that.
Well, I'm always looking at chat during stream. If somebody says something in the chat, I'll probably see it.
That in his current weight, though, that way he won't have to go to any extreme dieting. Not only that, you know, just carb up just a little bit more, not much, just a little bit more, and flex your legs, practice on your posing. You need to pose at least 1 to 2 hours a day from this point on. And I mean real posing, hard posing, until you work up a freaking sweat, you know. Because by posing and holding those poses there, that gets that water out there and just makes you look even better, you know. But again, congrats on Sam, you know, and it's good that he made these minor mistakes because that's what they are. They're minor. It's better to make them now than on the big stage. So I wish Sam all the best of luck.
Sam has a great bod for sure. But when placed side by side with someone like Arnold, he just doesn't have the same build. Nothing to get Sam, but I think he's always gonna struggle to look epic.
Well, for one thing, he's only 23. I think people forget that. So he could conceivably get bigger. I don't know if he can. Like, he could always get on more gear, but I don't know if he's willing to push steroid use any further, and like, I don't know if his frame is really able to hold much more muscle. Some people just hit a peak and they can't really grow much more, and even if they take more gear, they don't get that much bigger, but he is only 23. He could conceivably grow a fair bit more. And he doesn't have like the same aesthetic kind of physique as like Arnold Schwarzenegger or Chris Bumstead. He looks more like an open bodybuilder, but just with less muscle and size. So I don't think he has great career prospects as like a pro bodybuilder. But yeah, I mean, he does look great and everything, but as far as competitive bodybuilding, I don't know how far he could really go. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though. Bootycum donate $2. Can you like my comment and you agree with it? Like how he has an Oscar the Grouch shirt. Where is your comment? Sure, Vince has a giant lumpy gut, but at least he's working out. Is this you? Cousin Rich could do way more. Probably could. Bigger and stronger than vegan gains will ever be. Well, thanks for the donation, Bootycum.
Luck to him on stage. By the way, folks, don't mind me not having glasses. The great one was having a little bit of beauty treatment, so I can't really put anything on. I mean, that's beside the point. We're talking about Sam Sulek. You know, hopefully, you know, he flexes his legs and he does what he needs to do. And if he does that, might be looking at another IFBB Pro. We'll just have to see what the competition is. That's all I got to say for...
Yeah, we'll see how he does in his next show.
Them, but like most humans, I am at least a little bit afraid of them and more than a little repulsed by the idea of eating them. On its face, this double standard that I apply to crabs versus bugs makes no sense considering that they are the same basic thing. Insects are crustaceans. That is the mainstream phylogenetic view nowadays. Not all crustaceans are insects, but all insects are crustaceans, or at least pancrustaceans. Every animal in this steamer basket is now considered under the taxonomic umbrella Pancrustacea. They're all in the same clade, and believe it or not, bugs taste like crabs too, if you eat them a certain way. I'm gonna show you. The big difference between insects and like land crabs, like my vampire crabs here, is how recently their ancestors first crawled up out of the water. This is of course a profound...
So, by the way, you should not eat insects. The risk of them being infected with parasites that are transferable to humans is quite high. You do not want to eat insects. You know, even assuming they're not sentient or you don't care about veganism, it's a really bad idea to eat insects. They're very often... I don't know why my light turned off. They're very often infected with parasites.
Yeah, that's me. You agree that he is bigger and STR9NGWR than you will ever be.
I don't think he is. But thanks for the donation, Booty Cam.
Found oversimplification, but big picture, aquatic crabs probably first started colonizing dry land like 200 million years ago. Insects have been on dry land since about 500 million years ago, and they are, in many ways, more adapted to life in the open air. Most obviously, a lot of them have wings, which don't do you much good underwater. Crabs have gills, whereas insects don't have any kind of lung-like apparatus at all. This is, again, an oversimplification, but rather than having a whole pulmonary system like we have, what...
Yeah, this guy's a dumbass cunt. So he's just killing sentient beings that he shouldn't even be eating anyway because he's just a fucking dickhead.
It was me 10 short years ago when I was 62, before I was diagnosed with Parkinson's. And I was fat, overweight, had a pot belly, had skinny arms, and I was active but I wasn't fit. Now jump forward 5 years and I was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. You think that might be a really bad thing, and of course it is a bad thing, but I decided it was time I shaped up. I got into better shape because if I only had so much time left to enjoy my body, I wanted to make the most of it. So I decided just to get fitter and stronger, and this is me today. Yes, I'm no Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, I'm gonna update the icon things so that Gummy, you know, is on there.
I'm no Sylvester Stallone, but I'm doing all right for my age. According to what I read on the internet, I'm stronger than 95% of people my age. And you might ask, well, my goodness, how much work did you have to do that to get into this shape? Well, I tell you, I have not stepped foot in the gym since I was 20, and then I went...
Dodo donate $2, let me see. America deserves safe, state-of-the-art air travel, and President Trump has ordered that I deliver a new world-class air traffic control system that will be the envy of the world. To do that, I need advice from the brightest minds in America. I'm asking for help from any high-tech American developer or company that is willing to give back to our country. Tomorrow, members of Elon Musk's SpaceX team will be visiting the Air Traffic Control System Command Center in VA to get a first-hand look at the current system, learn what air traffic controllers dislike about their current tools, vision how we can make a new, better, modern, safer system. Because I know the media and Hillary Clinton will claim Elon's team is getting special access, let me make clear that the FAA News regularly gives tours. Later in the week, I'll travel to the FAA Academy, blah, blah, blah. Well, that is not a good sign. If Elon Musk is behind it, I don't see this going well. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Mike donated $2. Is it just me, or is there a category of people who have the superiority complex from not liking / believing mainstream things, and they think they are enlightened or smarter just because they go against the grain of mainstream ideas? Is there a term? Well, that explains flat earthers to a T. I don't know if there's a specific psychiatric term for that, but that is a very clear sign of narcissism. A lot of narcissists will deliberately claim that they disagree with something, or they have some really crazy fringe belief or conspiracy theory, because it gives them some sense of superior intelligence or just superiority in some way, that they're able to figure out something that no one else can see. So that does align with narcissistic personality disorder quite a bit, but I don't know if there's a specific psychiatric term for that phenomena. Thanks for the donation though, Mike. Booty Cum, donate $2, watch, don't skip.
Focus on some of that breaking news I brought you early in the hour. The story that the British couple detained in Iran last week have now been charged with espionage. Craig and Lindsay Foreman were arrested in January, in fact, but news of their detention only emerged last week when state-run Iranian media reported they were being held on unspecified security charges. The couple, both aged 52, had been on a motorbike trip across the world and had planned to be in Iran only for 5 days. Let's speak to our news correspondent, Azadeh Mashiri, who's following developments from Islamabad. Azadeh, what do we know about the decision that's been made by the court?
Well, Christian, up until now, the family did not know what Lindsay and Craig Foreman were accused of. And it's important to...
So what I'm guessing is Iran is holding them on bullshit charges so that they can use them as some sort of bargaining chip so that they can have, I don't know, some sort of political power. So some sort of prison exchange or who the fuck knows. But yeah. You have to be a special kind of retard to visit Iran right now. By the way, they have very British teeth. Like, what the fuck is going on here? Why haven't British people figured out that they can sweeten their tea with Splenda so that their teeth aren't fucked up?
To flag that this announcement in some ways of espionage charges wasn't made directly by the judiciary. This was from a judiciary-run state media news agency. Now, Mizan news agency has said that Lindsay and Craig Foreman had allegedly entered under the pretense of tourism, but instead had allegedly collected intelligence for Western intelligence agencies. Now, this is not at all what has been said by their family. It's not at all what was said by Lindsay Foreman's own social media posts, because what is really notable about this case is that Lindsay and Craig Foreman had been documenting their journey in Iran almost every day. And what Lindsay Foreman had made very clear in her posts was that as a life coach, she was conducting a research project across the world about what it meant to live a, quote, good life. And she and Craig Foreman were making this trip on their motorbikes, hoping to get to Australia to present that research at a conference. Now, of course, news of their detention...
So dumb. So very dumb.
Only emerged last week when Iranian state media released that image of the couple meeting the British ambassador with their faces blurred, and the family then agreed to have them named. But again, this is of course very distressing for the family. That's the word they used when they talked about this situation, and they're working with the Foreign Office and hoping they can get their loved ones home safe.
The UK travel advisory is pretty specific as a date. Warns travellers that they could be arrested just for having a British passport or connections to the UK. Were they aware of that warning, and have they discussed it?
Yes, they were, and they made that very clear. Even before they entered Iran, Lindsay Foreman had posted about the fact that they were defying the advice of their family, friends, and the FCDO travel advice, which, as you mentioned, says that it advises against all travel to Iran for British nationals. And if you look at what's happened in recent years, there have been dozens of arrests of British nationals as well as dual nationals in Iran, often under charges that are vague and security related. But what Lindsay Foreman said is that they were facing their fears. They hoped that the rewards would speak for themselves, and that they believed that there was a shared humanity that they could discover while they were in Iran. And if you look at that post, that's...
They're just out of their fucking minds. That is so stupid. Iran murders their own fucking citizens for, like, the most minor political dissent. So they're just stupid to go there.
Often what they're talking about tasting the food, speaking to people, finding that people have more in common than they do apart. Her last post on social media was her meeting with a cleric.
There you go, gay, retarded, cucked, feminist bullshit. No, people are extraordinarily different from each other, and you'd be amazed how massively different your values are from even people living within your own community.
In Iran, with her hand over her heart, speaking about that shared humanity. And so to your point, though, yes, they were aware of the risks, but they went in anyway.
Just very quickly, what happens now?
Well, it's unclear. All these cases of Western nationals who've been detained in Iran can vary, and that's one thing we should be really clear of, is that you can't quite group them all together. They're always of different circumstances, and they really vary in terms of the amount of time that these detainees spend in Iran. Of course, their family has known about this for weeks. They're hoping that this ordeal will end quickly. There was a case where an Italian journalist last year was released in under a year, in only a few months. But of course, then you have other cases, for example, that of Nazanin Zaghari-Ratcliffe, an Iranian British dual national, who spent 6 years in detention in Iran. But again, it's hard to connect all of these cases.
Stupid. Well, thanks for the donation, Booty Cam. Bend over, donate $2. Let me see. Can you believe the nerve of this gold digger? Yeah. If you're a gold digger, then what are... If he's a gold digger, then what are you? It's fucking retard. Dumbass. Rubio has completely flipped on Russia.
But ultimately, the Russian side will be indispensable to this effort, and so that process will begin. And then the third is, together with those other two, is beginning to engage in identifying the extraordinary opportunities that exist should this conflict come to a acceptable end, the credible opportunities that exist to partner with the Russians geopolitically on issues of common interest, and frankly economically on issues that hopefully will be good for the world and will also improve our relations in the long term between these two.
The only thing I could imagine, best case scenario, is Russia knows they're probably going to get invaded by China through Siberia. They may be thinking China is a bigger threat than Russia, so they're trying to play nice with the Russians so that they could maybe have a better chance of defeating the Chinese. Best case scenario, but like with a Trump administration, who the fuck knows, dude? They might just all be retarded, so... Oh my god. Hitler censored all speech that critiqued him. It was definitely much beyond gay speech. He mass murdered members of his own party in the Night of the Long Knives. Hitler despised gay speech. Yep. Ugh. Low IQ worldview, only Jews do things because I only look for Jews doing things. High IQ worldview, Jews are overrepresented among liberal causes due to victimhood mentality like blacks, but they are by no means the only ones in these causes, nor the numerical majority of people in these causes. Yeah. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Booty come, donate $2 and read the comments.
Focus on some of that breaking news I brought you early in the hour.
Play stupid games, win stupid prizes, don't get why a British national would go to Iran in this current political climate. Yep. It's their fault. British government has made it very clear regarding travel to Iran. In this current climate, you're just asking for trouble. Why, oh why, go to Iran of all places? Absolute stupidity. They're like teenagers who go against their parents' boundaries just to piss them off. Yep. Yeah, just about everyone else seems to have common sense. Thanks for the donation, Bootycum.
Cuckold eats the cum-tasting daughter, faggot toilet touching bulges in bus, lady boy fucking the grandma, verbal blowjob saggers, Pocahontas accidentally shits herself, dwarf quits anal scene, jacking off homeless guy twerking on the dick, turbo socks lesbian.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Cum. Son Goku, donate $2. Do you like anime or American comics better? Anime. The good thing with manga series is they're coherent. So you usually only have one single author, and even when they have multiple authors working on one series, it's all the same series. So you can very easily go into it. If you want to read Chainsaw Man, you read from Chainsaw issue number 1 to issue, I think they're at like, what, 400 something now? With American comics, they date back decades. Like, even back as far as the 1960s. And if you have no idea where to fucking begin, there's a ton of separate authors working on separate series. A lot of the time you have to read another series to understand what's going on in the other series. You have no idea where to fucking begin. There's also like spin-off series and alternate world lines and different dimensions and shit. So you have no idea what the current canon is and crap. It's an absolute mess if you actually want to get into American comics. So just from... It's super easy to get into manga, way fucking easier than American comics, and they tend to be written better, plain and simple too. So yeah, I prefer manga. Also, I'm a coffee drinker. Do you know how to get rid of coffee stains off teeth? Lastly, Darkseid versus Thor, who'd win? Darkseid would probably beat Thor. I don't know. You'd probably have to ask a dentist. I would imagine you'd likely just have to get a teeth cleaning done. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
Went for one day and decided it wasn't for me. I don't go to a gym. I don't spend hours and hours working out every week. No, you don't have to do that. Now, if you've been watching fitness influencer channels like Greg Doucette, Athlete X, Renaissance Periodization with Dr. Mike Israel, all these well-built super bodybuilder type guys, they'll tell you got to do this, you got to do that, special hacks and special diets and special apps for your phone and special supplements that they sell you in a cookbook you need to buy. It's all bullshit. I got to tell you now, it's just utter bullshit. You don't need any of that stuff. Yeah, if you want to be a world-class weightlifter or bodybuilder, yeah, you might need that stuff. But if you just want to be an old guy that's in shape, you don't need any of that crap. You don't need to waste your money and your time. I will tell you everything you need to know to get in the same shape I'm in, because I've done it. I've gone from a fat potato to the way I look now, and I'll just relate everything I've done, the things that worked, the things that didn't work. And it's probably only going to be 4 or 5, maybe 6 videos, because there's not that much you need to know to do what I've done, which makes me even more amused by these influencers. You look at them, they've got thousands of videos, over 1,000 videos, 1,600 videos, whatever, I forget. How can they turn something as simple as exercise into so many videos? Well, I'll tell you why. They come up with all these new ways of presenting the same information. Everything's regurgitated, and you've got to do this or it'll kill your gains, and you've got to, and then once they've completely exhausted that, they've got into the drama. It's so funny. It's like once they've run out of things to say about exercise, now they're getting into criticizing each other and attacking each other. It's drama, left, right, and center. It's all clickbait. It's all crap. We're not having any of that here. I'm not pitching you any supplements, because you really don't need much in the way of supplements. Some things that will help, and I'll cover those, but you don't need all this fancy, testosterone boosting crap. You don't need a fancy app on your phone. If you can't remember the basic exercises I'm going to show you, well then you should be in a rest home already. So yeah, my goal is to try and bring you along the path from being like I was 10 years ago to perhaps like I am now. And it doesn't take a lot of effort, it doesn't take a lot of work. As I said, no gym subscription required.
Fukuyama was right the whole time. The US will subsidize Russia and subjugate China into the capitalist lullaby lol. The end of history is near. Space travel and veganism if this is the good ending.
Yeah, probably. I think if the US is the first country to develop artificial superintelligence, we'll probably get the good ending. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Can use things around the house to start with, and if you find you're really enjoying it and getting some progress, then you might want to invest in something as simple as a pull-up bar or dip bar. I spent about $100 on mine. It sits in the corner of the room, and to be honest, I'm in a tiny little room here. This is my little office, which doubles as my office, my workspace, and my exercise room, and I do all my stuff in here, so you don't need space. You don't need to spend money, you don't need space, you just need to think to yourself, I want to change, I want to change.
Hey, 72 years old and he's doing chin-ups, nice.
A little bit of self-discipline required, but not a lot. 10 minutes, 3 times a week. That's all it takes. You don't spend hours and hours slaving away, no pain, no gain, no. 10 minutes, 3 times a week. That's all I do, it's all I've ever done. It's all I ever will do. And so, the people in the fitness industry, these influencers, they're trying to make it something more than it is, so that they can keep getting the views and keep getting your money through their apps and all that sort of stuff. Not necessary. I want to keep these videos short because I know people don't have time to watch long videos. Suffice to say, there'll probably be half a dozen or so in this series, and they'll contain everything you need to know to get bigger, stronger, and fitter than before with the minimal amount of input in terms of money and time and effort. So if you're interested, make sure you subscribe, click the bell so you know when a video comes out, go down, leave a comment, encourage me, because this takes my time, and I'll take you on this journey, the journey I've been on, and I'm sure you'll enjoy it, and I'm sure you will notice the results very quickly. You'll be surprised how quickly things change when you put your mind to it, and you put a little bit of effort in. Now, one thing I should say, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a diploma diploma holder in any kind of physical training. All I'm going to be doing is relating what I've done, showing you what I did, and I expect it will have an effect on you. There's no guarantees. You get your money back if it doesn't work, because you're not paying anything. But one thing I would advise, if you are older or you've got some kind of pre-existing medical condition, then get clearance from your doctor. Go to your doctor and say, look, doc, I'm thinking of doing some exercise. Will I die? And get him to sign you off. If you've got high blood pressure or something, he may advise you to take things even more slowly than I would be advising. But just get that clearance. I don't want to be the cause of someone killing over and dying. I want you to be better, stronger, fitter, not dead in a box. So make sure you check it out with your doctor if you've got any doubts at all. But if you're just a regular guy like I was at 62 or at 65, and especially if you've got Parkinson's, because it does wonders. I mean, I was diagnosed 5 years ago. I'm still not taking the medication regularly because exercise is a fantastic treatment for Parkinson's. When I started my program, it wasn't really recognized that exercise was important to Parkinson's. Now it is probably the primary treater. It is because exercise produces a thing called endorphins. They're a chemical your body produces, and all the studies show that endorphins stimulate the release of dopamine, which is the missing factor when you've got Parkinson's. Parkinson's means your brain doesn't produce enough dopamine. So if you can create endorphins that then create dopamine, safe taking the pills. At least it does for me. Everyone's journey is different. So
by the way, this is probably why nicotine is so protective against Parkinson's disease, because it causes dopamine release.
if you've got your results may vary. So yep, make sure you're all signed up, and in the next video we'll get you going with really easy, laid back, super simple exercises you can start doing just to get used to spending 10 minutes 3 times a week. And I can guarantee you, if you follow the program, I guess, that I'm laying out for free, no charge, within 3 months, you will notice the difference. Your wife will notice the difference. Your friends will notice the difference. And you will not look back, honestly. Okay, thank you. If you've got comments, go to the comments bit. I need encouragement. Go.
Wait for me. Look at the shape of that. Nice carrots. What is that? Big old squash. Garlic. Yummy. Flowers. Can't eat that. Poor kitty.
Burger. Tasting a strangely meaty but not meat burger. From then, I've been searching for good vegan food.
I'm excited.
We just ate the whole core.
So I've incorporated that Louisiana flair to my food. Basically, the entire restaurant is my mom's recipes.
What was the intention of opening here in Harlem?
It's actually the first full-service vegan restaurant in the history of Harlem.
We wanted to make a difference in the community. We weren't trying to force anyone to be a vegan. We just wanted people to know that there's another option.
We're both very excited to eat here.
Have you read Fire Punch? It was made by the same dude who did Chainsaw Man. No. I haven't actually heard of that. Is it any good? I gotta catch up on Chainsaw Man. Haven't read it in a few months. That looks interesting. Dodo donates $2. Not if artificial intelligence destroys us all and replaces us as the dominant species on the planet. Well, we're all gonna die anyway, so if we create something that's better than us, well, it's not really any different than us having kids, really. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Here, and oh boy, what's going on with that dish?
Well, our shrimp are made, it's a yam base. We make a batter made from tapioca starch and a vegan beer, and we fry it. We take a baguette and we spread Remoulade sauce on it. We use a vegan-based sour cream and 32 seasonings in combination. I wanted to duplicate that taste as much as I could. Seems to be a hit because everybody loves it.
Look at that shrimp. That's yam?
Yeah, somehow that's yam. This is a smoothie they make called
Powerful Soul. Cheers.
Oh. It had a lot of green juices that just taste like the lawnmower clippings. This is so fruity, so delicious.
No, this is no lawnmower. Get that half of it. Nailed it. Cheers. That's the texture and the flavor and like the meatiness of shrimp.
It is a very satisfying whole bite experience.
It tastes like one delicious flavor. Is that better than shrimp?
It's just a great sandwich.
I try to live my life like this restaurant. On the exterior, you see, oh, there's that handsome guy. Much higher than 2014, where it was 1%.
Either the
Avant-Garde Inn. Avant-Garde Inn.
Jaluzi, I'm the executive chef.
What is the motivation of this restaurant being vegan?
Kill less animals, eat less meat, the environment, make the world better. We're not like a health restaurant or anything. The main thing here is to make the food good. All the plates are a little on the smaller side, kind of like a tasting menu, so you get each course one by one. I think it's just much better. You can focus more on the menu items. The more you spread yourself out, the less quality everything is.
You got the Sicilian wine. I, however, am going for the coconut. It's fresh.
So the first thing, we take sushi rice, we pan fry it, get served with an avocado that's dressed with carrot, ginger vinaigrette, micro cilantro, pickled ginger, and miso glaze.
This looks so good. This is,
I knew that you would be excited by this.
That's rice down there.
That is very good.
You know the dance that babies do when you eat something really good? You just like close your eyes and...
Slaw.
All right, I have a confession to make. I'm actually not the biggest fan of...
These people are annoying and gay as hell.
You know, of ABCV, the side of ABC Home.
Timon, when you're discovering new... Ooh.
This is the best hummus.
Who did it tell you?
You got a potato chip?
That are sort of inspired by...
Forest made of candy.
Okay, whatever.
And so what could have happened? I'll tell you what happened. Water. Water blurs the lines. That is why many athletes take diuretics before a competition, because by peeing out that excess water, it
You should read Jagan. You'd like it. Yeah, I think I've heard of this before. I'll look into that one.
Produces that thin film of water that's covering those striations. But if you consume too much water, you eat too much food, you spill over and those lines will be blurred. And that is what I believe happened to Sam Sulek.
I get a bit of a refeed tonight, so, even yesterday too. 900 grams of carbs so far, really got to fill it back up.
Now, remember, in my video, I predicted he probably had about 1,000 grams of carbs in order to carb up, and it was revealed that he had 900. People were sending me DMs, Coach Greg, you almost nailed it.
It's almost like I've overcompensated by holding on to as much water as I can get my hands on.
Since the competition, Sam has continued to bloat up. He's drinking water as of normal, but his body is overcompensating. He has inflammation, he has swelling, and this in fact can be very dangerous. If you gain too much weight following a competition, it places a lot of undue strain on the heart, the cardiovascular system. And so it's very important for him to get back to baseline, to homeostasis. And so one excellent thing that you can do is to continue to do cardio. And so he goes and does an hour and a half, an hour on the bike, followed by 30 minutes on the treadmill. That is burning up some of the calories, the excess glycogen stores, the carbohydrates that he was consuming, the treats and so on. And he's burning that off. Also, it's going to allow his body to sweat. His body is overcompensated, is holding way too much water. And so by doing this cardio, it's going to sweat off some of that water, burn off some of those calories, and allow him to get back to normal. Remember, in order to store body fat, you need a surplus of calories. And on Friday and Saturday, carbing up for the competition, he certainly was consuming in excess. And so if he doesn't burn any of those calories off, he's eventually going to store some extra body fat. And because of his competition, in less than 10 days, he needs to get back on a diet.
A variety of posing changes. I've got some judges' feedback kind of inbound. So that's going to be a big chunk of it, how I wear the actual posing trunks.
This is an excellent suggestion. But you know what's even better? You need to wear smaller trunks. It looked like you were wearing a bathing suit on stage. There was too much coverage on the glutes. It's hiding some of the details. And by wearing thinner straps to the side, it's going to allow you to show that much more detail. Why not display them? If you have shredded glutes and they're being covered up, the judges don't see it. And what they can't see, they can't judge. With that change alone, it's going to dramatically improve its placings.
I'm used to having them a little bit lower in my waist. Whereas in more of a posing context, you want them kind of right up against that crease of your adductors and your waist.
So you want to hike it up so you can see the sartorius. This muscle in the center of the leg, he wants to show that off.
Some hip hinging to get my medial quads popping out more and just generally keeping my legs flexed.
And the next
Ortho bro, $22. Next time you talk to a ortho bro like Jim Bob or Andrew Wilson, bring up Eastern Orthodoxy is the most anti-biblical religion.
Watch how coconut oil affects belly fat.
Is coconut oil a
Fucking Grundy.
Hey everybody, Pastor Stephen Anderson here from Faith Forward Baptist Church, and
Oh, this guy's a fucking psycho. He was the one who was saying he wants to murder gay and trans people or whatever.
Tempe, Arizona. On my new Going Back to the Greek documentary, I've been getting a lot of comments from those who are Orthodox trying to defend the Greek Orthodox Church, and they always say, you need to look into Mount Athos, and you should have spoken to the monks from Mount Athos. You know, that's where you'll see the real Christianity at the monastery there. And so I did some research on Mount Athos, and here's what I found. The first thing that I found was just a lot of vain repetitions going on. Here's what the Bible says: but when ye pray, use not vain repetitions as the heathen do, for they think that they shall be heard for their much speaking. Be not ye therefore like unto them, for your heavenly Father knoweth what things ye have need of before you ask him. And yet we see see them just doing these vain repetitions over and over again. And then just, pray to Mary into the bargain while you're at it, which is totally unbiblical. There's no biblical example of praying to Mary, but here, of course, they're praying to Mary. And then, let's have a little treat. Let's drink some booze. Let's go ahead and drink shots of hard liquor as a treat.
Τσίπουρο βοηθάει Χριστός στο να ξεκουραζόμαστε. Ξεφεύγει ο υδρότας. Παναγιά μαζί σας. Όλα τα καλά του Θεού κοντά μας. Ευχαριστούμε. Κυρίου, ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Να είστε καλά.
Then, we got to pass the time. So let's pass the time by making idols, carving graven images, right? Even though the Bible says, thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image. And yet they're making graven images, bowing down to them, passing the time with them. The Bible says it's a shame for a man to have long hair. So, of course, every priest and monk on Mount Athos has long hair in contradiction of Christ's command.
Didn't Jesus have long hair?
And not only that, Jesus twice warned to beware of the scribes, the teachers that love to go in long clothing. He said, beware of the ones who love to go in long robes. So, of course, all the monks and priests on Mount Athos are wearing these long, flowing garments that are also against the command of Christ. And then they're called Father. When Jesus prohibited anyone to be called Rabbi, Master, or Father, he said, call no man your father upon the earth, for one is your Father which is in heaven. So, of course, they call themselves and each other Father. And then we've got the skull and femur collecting. Okay, that's not what the Bible says. The Bible says that we should bury our dead out of our sight. It talks about people touching dead bodies as being unclean. They need to wash themselves and be unclean for a period of time. But here there's some kind of a sick fascination with collecting skulls, polishing them, writing their names on them. And they've got a collection of femurs and arms and all these different skeletons. And, they're dressed up like some kind of weirdo sorcerers or something. They look like they're in costume like a sorcerer or a witch. These strange black garments. There's all kinds of voodoo, hocus pocus, kind of drumming and chanting going on. And so it's all there, folks. We've got idolatry, graven images, drunkenness, calling each other Father. Christ said no. Wearing long garments, which Christ said no to. Having long hair, which the Bible says is a shame for a man. The Bible also says all they that hate me love death. And we see the death worship and the skull collecting and worshiping of Mary and just all kinds of unbiblical things. Because guess what? There's no monastery in the whole Bible. There's no monk in the whole Bible. Okay, none of this is not Christianity. This is way closer to Eastern mysticism. It's very similar to Buddhism. Buddha had his monks and monasteries all the way back in 500 BC. 500 years before Christ, there were already monasteries and monks. Let me tell you something. If you are a Greek Orthodox person that's watching this video, let me explain something to you. The East Orthodox Church is going to take you straight to hell. It's a false religion. It's a corruption of Christianity. It is not following the Bible. You need to put your faith and trust in the Lord Jesus Christ of the Bible, not the fake Jesus of the Orthodox Church that's some kind of an Eastern mystic, but rather you need to trust in the Lord Jesus Christ as your Savior.
I mean, it's kind of... You can attack their faith in these kind of, like, petty ways and say, like, oh, the Bible says this, but then you do that. I don't think it's really all that productive because, one, they could either say, well, I don't do that, that's what they do, or they could make some sort of scriptural interpretation saying that it's fine. Like, fundamentally, I'm trying to break down why their faith is just illogical or, why they have no evidence for it. Like, all this really does is point out hypocrisy. But thanks for the donation, Ortho Bro.
Next thing he needs to do is he needs to work on holding his leg poses. You can't just stand there and flex the upper body. The posing starts from the ground up. Always begin by flexing your legs first and then flex the upper body. If you do the reverse, oftentimes you're going to forget. And so it was his very first competition and he did exquisitely well. He did amazing, but there's of course room for improvement. And to earn his IPB Pro card against guys who are at the highest of the highest levels, all gunning for a Pro card themselves, he needs to properly display the quads. He's got them. They're shredded. And he's going to get even leaner. But he needs to flex them for the judges to reward his hard work.
In terms of the look, here's what I'm aiming for. Get a touch leaner. Because now, I've got 10 or so days of...
He donated $2. This video debunks that one you just watched.
Now, I know what you guys think about the video title. Steven Anderson, Mount Athos, Jana Marbles, boy, and these things don't have anything in common. Now, I beg to differ, and I'll prove to you that not only that these three things are connected, their mutual influence is undeniable. Some of you may be wondering, now, who is this Steven Anderson? Well, let me tell you, he is a totally independent Baptist pastor, meaning that he has achieved complete independence from God, and he passes his time between doing comedy videos and calling for gays to be executed, or, even worse, for them to off themselves. What kind of comedy videos does he make? Well, let me tell you a story of a 32-year-old lady called Jenna Murray, known to her fans as Jenna Marbles. Said Jenna had a brilliant idea. Hey, I should make a video where I apply my makeup while my boyfriend does the voiceover. Boyfriends know nothing of makeup, it is bound to be funny. Oh boy, it sure was. Now, Pastor Anderson, ever a Jenna Marbles fan, was annoyed by this. He wanted to repurpose that video so he could convey some message to his flock. But how? Then, he had a brilliant idea how to make the same video, but with a different setting. He would watch a documentary on Mount Athos and do a voiceover too, all the while not understanding what he sees and not making an effort to understand it at all. It was a hilarious masterpiece, definitely one of the 2019's top comedic shots. However, there was one part of the video that flew over many people's heads. Not only did Pastor Anderson not understand what he was seeing in the Mount Athos documentary, Pastor Anderson also had no idea what the Bible says. Now, I know that one of the principal rules of comedy is not to explain the joke, but I'll have to go over some of his more funny moments and comment on them, simply to expose him for a comedy genius that he is. I won't go into details on every claim he makes, because if I debunked every Bible verse butchered by Pastor Anderson, truly, I suppose that even the world itself could not contain the books that should be written. Also, I plan to make a video on the prayers to saints, and I don't want to give out my best material. So, we begin. Call no man father! I wonder how Pastor Anderson introduces his parents to people. Hello, this is my mother Besselina, and this is her husband, Julius. They pray in vain repetitions, hoping to be heard. Well, see, this is where Pastor Anderson thinks that we pray hoping to be heard, whereas we pray all the time because it is a direct commandment from the Apostle Paul to pray without ceasing. It's okay, Pastor Anderson, a lot of people don't read the Bible. They wear long robes and Jesus forbade long robes. No, Jesus said that the Pharisees made their tassels longer in order to appear more pious. Do you wear tassels, Stephen? The Bible commands it. How about a nice phylactery? You might live forever. Jesus said, all who hate me love death. Yes, I too make up Bible verses to pass my time. Here they are making idols. Hey, that is what I'm doing. But yeah, showing the idol to be Christ on the cross is very silly, is it not? Especially since you have graven images of those trees and rocks in your own church, Pastor. And before anyone says that he's not worshipping them, I suggest that you go over the second commandment again. It forbids all graven imagery, not just the one that is worshipped. Also, don't make me comment on that idolish structure in front of your pulpit, Pastor. They wear long hair and Jesus forbade long hair. That was St. Paul, but okay. Debunking this ties in with the next claim. They have monks and there is no monks or monasteries in the Bible. Oh, Steve, this is just bad. Ever heard of those Nazarites? You know, those crazy long-haired oath-takers? Remember when St. Paul said that it's better to remain unmarried? And when he took an oath? Hard liquor is bad. The Bible forbids drunkenness, not hard liquor, and you can have hard liquor without getting drunk. Prayer to saints is unbiblical, and so is having a piano in your church. Where in the whole Bible have you ever read of a piano in a church? Or graven images of a landscape? Or people climbing on top of the pulpits? Or the Ark of the Covenant? Come on. I will make a separate video on the prayer to saints, but this will suffice. Father Stephen, if you have any questions or misconceptions about the Orthodox Church, I suggest that you read the most popular publication that the Orthodox Church has ever produced, the Bible. Especially focus on the Gospels. They should make the other parts of the book more understandable. Bye!
Yeah, I wouldn't rely on those sorts of arguments anyway, because they're just not productive. Like, at best, you're just pointing out hypocrisy. Thanks for the donation, though, P.
More calorie deficit, right? Cardio and everything else.
And so in 10 days of dieting, let's say a 700 calorie.
Have you ever let a woman peg you with her nose? No. I don't have an interest in getting pegged. I'm more into being dominant and stuff, so I don't want to be in the, position where I'm bent over getting pegged. And I've never had a girl play with my ass, and I don't really ever want that. I don't know, it's just not a spot that I like getting messed with. I like playing with girls' butts, but I don't really want to get my butt played with.
Calorie deficit, that would be 7,000 calories. And at Sam's weight, that's about 1% body fat. And so imagine he competes at the Arnold's, and rather than being sub 5% body fat, he's now sub 4. Do you know how much difference that can make? To go from 5% to 4, it's 20% leaner. The striations, the detail will be mesmerizing. Remember, when I coached Joe Els and Ian Valair, the striations of the glutes, it made no sense. You almost wanted to look away. You couldn't believe a human being looked like that. And so at this level of competition, to get an IBB Pro card, this is what the judges are looking for.
Strength-wise, I feel like I'm ready to have a good lift, but I was kind of teetering like, all right, should I do arms or should I just rest?
It's great to see that Sam is learning. He was debating doing an arm workout after dehydrating, flying, and so on. This is not the time to take risks. Previously, he had injured his chest after flying. And so when your body is in a compromised state from dehydration, fluid loss, and so on, it's not the time to really push it. Remember, Sam should only be training at 75% at this point. Sam likes to train to failure and beyond, but do you know how easy it is to tear a bicep, a pec, to injure yourself when you're this dehydrated and this far shredded? It's very easy.
Fleece Johnson donated $2, some mints for you.
Well, guys, I'm finally getting around to it. There's been...
All right, I'll take a look at that. Thanks for the donation, Fleece Johnson. PQK donate $2. Have you ever been in the friend zone, be honest, and do you have any advice for getting out?
Jeffrey.
Well, if a girl sees you as a friend and not a romantic partner, there's not really anything you can do about that. I mean, if a chick sees you as a friend and she's not getting her pussy wet when she sees you, and there's a reason behind that, like, so if you're overweight or something, and then she's like, oh yeah, he's such a great guy, but I just see him as a friend, and you're overweight, like, getting in shape and, getting ripped abs and, looking good, that might change that, right? Her feelings might change if you start looking better, and that's kind of the thing that's preventing it. But some people just aren't going to be into you regardless of how you look or how you act. So you're not going to be everyone's type, and if a chick just doesn't find you attractive, that just may be the case no matter what you do. So the thing to do is usually just to move on. You don't need to date any one particular person, just go after somebody else. Thanks for the donation, though, dude. We'll watch this first, then we'll watch your 2 videos next. Thanks for the donation, man.
Something that I've been wanting to talk about for a while here, but I've never really been able to think of a way that I could do it without getting in trouble with YouTube, so what I've decided is to just do it anyways and not really care what happens, because somebody needs to say something. We're going to be talking about some relatively uncomfortable stuff here today. This is not like one of my normal videos where we're talking about stuff that doesn't really matter. Today's topic kind of does matter in the grand scheme. I know, shocker. Like one of the first times I can say that. But it's something that I've been seeing more and more over the last, month, and I don't know, it just rubs me the wrong way, so here we are. I think it's important that somebody says something, and at this point, I mean, I don't really care if YouTube demonetizes this video. Not that big of a deal. So that's what we're doing. Fair warning, if you recognize the name Fleece Johnson and that guy makes you uncomfortable, maybe sit this one out, okay? Now, what we're talking about today is a bit of a complicated issue. I don't really know how long it's going to take me to say everything I want to say on this, but I'll try and give you a brief overview of what we're dealing with, all right? Over the last, month...
Well, yeah, this guy's an admitted serial rapist, and then people are inviting him onto podcasts and shit. Like, it's crazy. You shouldn't platform these people.
Maybe 2 months, I've been seeing these videos on TikTok of an interview with a man named Fleece Johnson. If you don't know the name Fleece Johnson, then I know you never watched The Boondocks as a child. My heart goes out to you. But what you need to know is that Fleece Johnson is a man who's famous for one reason and one reason only. And that reason is because he is, or was, I guess, I don't know, a serial rapist of incarcerated men. Yeah, the entire video today is going to be revolving around that man, so relatively heavy stuff we're dealing with here. And the reason we're talking about him is, like I said, over the last couple of months, I've been seeing these TikTok videos that feature these interviews that have been done with Fleece Johnson. What are these interviews about, you might ask? Well, they are about why he's famous. Stories, his experience, things he's done, things he's seen, all of those things being connected by one thing, and that thing being that they're all related to men being raped, which me saying that word probably 100 times in this video is what's going to get this video demonetized, which is insanely fucking stupid. But at this point, who cares? We're doing it. Now, I want to talk about this for a few reasons. One of the main ones being that, and this is something I've talked about before, there's this movement on the internet, this half-assed movement across the internet of people saying men's mental health needs to matter. The things men go through, men's mental health, it all needs to be taken more seriously. And generally, it's perpetuated by men who blame everything on women, okay? Let's just be real for a minute, all right? Generally, that's the demographic who pushes this stuff pretty hard. When in reality, shit like what we're talking about today today is the real reason that men's mental health is not taken seriously. Obviously, there's a lot of pieces to this puzzle, but stuff like this is a big part of it. The fact that I can scroll through TikTok and see multiple videos that have hundreds of thousands of likes of a man explaining all the different ways he's raped another man with one of those fucking videos of the ball going around in a circle on the bottom, and all the top comments are just making jokes. That's why nobody takes men's mental health seriously. Shit like that. The fact that we're gonna look at multiple content creators today that willingly sit feet away from a man who has admitted to raping over 100 different people and shoot the shit with him like he's just one of the bros and laugh at some of the shit he says is why men's mental health is not taken seriously. And look, this is not like really a video about men's mental health. That's not the reason I'm making this video. It's just one of them. I just think it's an important thing to sort of bring up when we're talking about this, because I feel like stuff like this is overlooked in a way that just does not make sense. But that's enough of that. Let's look at the actual content itself. So these are the TikToks I've been talking about. On the top, you have an interview with a serial rapist, and on the bottom, you have like one of those attention span traps, which I don't know, I feel like is kind of just a little bit crazy. Like, look, I get it. The whole true crime genre is really big right now. I don't really think this falls into that category. I think people who are obsessed with true crime are kind of weird anyways, but I'm not going to sit here and play stupid, act like I don't know that morbid curiosity is a real thing. You want to hear about things, you want to see things that you probably shouldn't. I've watched my fair share of videos where watching them is really only justified by saying,
Serious question, donate $2. Serious question, how much would I need to pay you for you to react to the entirety of this book on stream and take occasional pauses to give your commentary on it? Mein Kampf? If you pay me like, what would be fair? Hour 46 minutes. If you pay me $500, I'll do it. Thanks for the donation. Serious question.
2. Years of action was further strengthened by the dynastic.
They literally used Emma Watson's AI voice. Yeah, $500, I'll do it. Thanks for the donation, though, man.
You were morbidly curious. So, like, I'm not, like, judging the fact that people are watching this. Maybe not even that people are making these TikToks. Strong maybe there, though. My problem is the reaction. I find it very strange, like, very, very strange, that you can scroll through the comments on these videos and you'll just find hundreds, if not thousands, of comments making a complete joke about what this guy is saying. Now, look, I'm not trying to be, like, the joke police. This video is probably going to come off kind of high-horsey, and I'm really trying to avoid that. Making a dark joke is not that big of a deal. Like, it would be one thing if you made a joke about what goes on in prisons, like, as a concept, but, like, taking in the full context here, you've got a TikTok with a guy talking about how many times he's been raped and how many times he's raped other people, with an attention span trap on the bottom, because obviously what this guy is talking about is not engaging enough, and it's being passed off as content on a shitty social media app, and all the comments are basically just like, haha, he got raped, or haha, he raped a lot of people. Like, it's just kind of weird, you know what I mean? And look, the commenters, the people consuming this content, I don't really think that's the big issue here, because I mean, it's really nothing new. I mean, people are always going to eat this kind of shit up, which is made evident by the reason that this guy is famous in the first place. He gave this prison interview in the 2000s about what he likes to do, and it basically got turned into a Boondocks episode where he raped Chris Hansen so he could go to prison and rape other people. Yeah, so like probably not something that would be made today, but I'm not going to sit here and act like me and my friends weren't making booty warrior jokes after that shit came out. And I'm not trying to like go back in time and say the writers of the Boondocks were wrong for making this guy famous. I'm not trying to do anything like that, because honestly, I think there is a very distinct difference between making a satirical cartoon episode about a crazy interview that got released and continuing to give that same guy more opportunities to give insane interviews, which is for some reason what multiple content creators have decided to do. Now, I was able to find like a lot of these videos of people interviewing this guy, some in person, some over like a video call, but there's 3 that I want to show you and one that I really want to focus on. The one that I think a lot of people have seen is this one from Hustler Spirit. This guy named Anton Daniels has a couple, and there's also this YouTuber named Simply Wavy, all who have given and published interviews with Fleece Johnson. Now, I think that right now is a good time to remind you guys that once again, the one and only reason that this guy is famous, that he's anybody worth interviewing or talking about, is because he's raped so many people and he's very vocal about it. Can we all agree that that is kind of a crazy person to give any sort of platform? I mean, seriously, this is kind of what I'm talking about when it comes to the whole men's mental health thing. There's a lot of really, really, really shitty people out there, people who have crazy immoral views, people who perpetuate the worst shit imaginable, and even still, I don't think you would ever catch anybody dead inviting somebody onto a podcast who brags about the fact that they've raped 157 women. I don't think you'd ever see that happen. Why is it different for men? It's crazy how ingrained the whole idea of prison justice is into our society, how that's just part of going to prison now. It's basically treated as a joke. How if you do something wrong, you make a mistake, you fuck up at some point in your life, that you go to prison and you're just subjected to what a lot of people consider the most heinous crime a human can commit as part of
Hassan Donny Teller's new Hassan article, slopping his cock. Oh my god. Who's afraid of Hassan Piker? He's not. He's hot. He's dangerous. Young men actually listen to him. Is he what Democrats are looking for? Oh, what is the Slate? I don't know if I've heard of Slate. So, who the fuck runs this website? Online magazine, 1996. Michael, former New Republic article, Michael Kinsley.
Is the literary book reviews and cultural reviews. And I was more or less in charge of the front half, except that Marty was the editor.
Not seeing anything about this guy's political leanings. Washington Post Company, Slate Group. So they're kind of known for platforming dipshits, basically. Yeah, right. The guy who celebrates Jews getting mass murdered is being talked about as like this genius. Thanks for the donation, Hassan. Dodo donate $2. Let's start gaming soon. Finish up Ghost of Tsushima so you can play Life is Strange 4. I think you mean Life is Strange 2. At the current rate, the asteroid will have a 1,200% chance to hit us. It will hit us on average 12 times. What? Justin, NASA says there's now a 3.1% chance an asteroid will hit Earth in 2032, up from 2.6%. It's the highest risk assessment an asteroid has ever received, surpassing 2.7% in 2004. Yeah, that is something Huberman would say. 1,200% chance. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. We'll play games tonight. I don't know how soon. I do want to get through some of these videos. W donate $2. Thoughts on this?
Trump's trying to bail out Andrew Tate. It makes sense, right? Like, for one, the Trump administration and the people around it are going to do everything in their power to kind of like consolidate public support, and getting like Hitlerite, sexually inexperienced 16-year-old boys who will later be 18-year-old boys who can then vote. Like, it makes sense to consolidate. It's like a big top G move, right? Epic Sigma warrior against the deep state. Donald Trump reaching across the world to save Andrew Tate from, I don't know, the Jews trying to arrest him or whatever, make the libs cry. The UK is also charging him. Yeah, but, you know, Romania is the country he lives in. Vance has stated he believes the Romanian election was rigged. You mean, wasn't the Romanian election the one where they like actually redid the count because there were anomalies found? Well, all right. The Trump administration has urged Romanian authorities to lift travel restrictions on influencer Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan Tate. The administration is ideologically pro-rape, pro-pedophilia. pro-abuse of women. This makes sense. Like, it's not incidental, right? Like, things like that aren't things they overlook in pursuit of some other goal. They are the goal. U.S. officials broached the subject during a phone call with the Romanian government, advocating for the return of Tate's passports and permission for them to travel while awaiting court proceedings. The diplomatic effort was further amplified when Richard Grenell, Trump's envoy for special missions, met with Romanian Foreign Minister Emil Hurezeanu at the Munich Security Conference last week. While Hurezeanu declined to comment on the specifics of their discussion, his spokesperson emphasized the independence of the Romanian judiciary, stating the courts operate based on the law and due process. Well, that's a novel distinction, you know, relative to how things are currently functioning in the United States. I mean, I know why, but why, lol? It's literally it. It's literally Andrew Tate is a person that we can use. He will be another mouthpiece for the administration. They're doing this with Eric Adams right now. Eric Adams is facing criminal investigation for his obvious corruption. By lightening the pressure on him, you have him as like a permanent agent. Andrew Tate will be a permanent agent. Everyone will be a forever mouthpiece, you know? Didn't you say he was nowhere near the size he used to be? He isn't. Andrew Tate is a lot less popular than he was back during his peak. Like, again, with all these conservative influencers, you have a very predictable, like, you have this meteoric rise. And the thing to remember is that all of them are functionally saying the same things, right? The fundamental far right, the angry, all the whatever else, inevitably then their instability, that's what happened with, it was instability with Jordan Peterson, it was criminality with Tate, though instability played a factor in that. You know, they have a fall off, and they just become parodies of themselves. Jordan Peterson has just been a parody of himself for years now. Andrew Tate literally gave up on being a messenger to people and started just, like, calling people the N-word on Twitter. To see Kyle. He got some attention for it. That's it. There's no real argument there. There's not that he'll move back to the United States now that Trump has won, if he gets the chance to anyway. So, MAGA, he told Newsweek at the time. He's not a principled Nazi. Basically, none of them are. A Washington Post review of Kennedy's public appearances found he also promoted these centers as particularly beneficial for black youth.
It kind of makes sense that Trump would kind of want to do something to free Tate because he wants kind of fame, attention, popularity. Tate's kind of popular, sort of-ish. And Tate's being pretty loyal to Trump, so I don't know if anything will come of it. Trump might not want to touch it once he finds out about the kind of allegations against Tate, because I can guarantee you Trump doesn't know anything about Andrew Tate. But thanks for the donation, W.
Of your sentence. Now look, I'm not trying to make a video talking about the prison system, and obviously the numbers point towards what we're talking about not happening as much as a lot of people think it does, but still, it's weird that it's so accepted. What's even weirder, though, are these interviews. I don't really want to, like, watch through them like we normally would.
Can I buy you a beer when I flee the US and move to Canada? Well, I don't drink. You can buy me some Cherry Coke Zero, but I don't drink. I wouldn't accept a beer.
Because I don't really want to give these guys, or Fleece Johnson, any more screen time than they're already getting, but there are a few clips that I want to show you, just because they're so fucking bizarre to me that I can't make sense of them.
I just say, for instance, you was in that situation. I can't see it, please. I can't think about it. You were turning me down. What you mean? Huh. More important than Wilder, you should know what I mean.
Alright, so this little segment really stood out to me. And look guys, you let me know if I'm reading too far into all this, but I really don't think I am. This man invited a self-proclaimed serial rapist into his house and is sitting down having a casual conversation about raping other men with that guy. Not only are they just having a casual conversation, this guy's laughing his ass off. Is that not weird? Like, I normally wouldn't get into shit like this, but I really don't care at this point. People need to start being held accountable for stuff. The guy's wearing a hoodie that says follow God, not culture. Being friendly with a serial rapist doesn't seem too godly to me, gotta be honest. Filming a YouTube video with that guy while you laugh and joke about one of the most heinous crimes a person can commit just for YouTube views definitely seems like an example of following the culture, gotta be honest. Like, it's one thing to sit a person down and interview them no matter how bad of a person they might be, because their experiences or the shit they've gone through might be valuable to hear about. There's a difference between that and doing this. Two different things. Like, this man is sitting here shooting the shit with a real life fucking supervillain. Dude is on the record saying a man's ass is more important than water, and you're giggling with him? What is wrong with you? Now, this one by the Simply Wavy guy, it's not really the video itself I want to talk about, it's the presentation, I guess you can say. The title of this video is The Freakiest Man Just Got Released from Prison. The first line of the description is a disturbingly hilarious sit-down interview with Fleece Johnson, aka the Booty Warrior. My brother in Christ, rape is not freaky. Like, what are we doing to ourselves, guys? Like, this is a uniquely male problem. Why the fuck are we calling a guy who talks about nothing but raping other men hilarious? This is why nobody takes men's problems seriously, because this is how we fucking treat them ourselves. This guy should not have a single platform anywhere, much less one where he's getting called shit like freaky and hilarious. Now, this third one is one of the interviews from the channel Hustler Spirits, where most of these interviews are coming from. The guy has, like, a lot of them. He has dozens of videos with this guy. I don't know where he's getting this footage, but, like, most of his videos are Fleece Johnson. It's kind of weird. And when I first saw this interview, I didn't really have a huge issue with it. Because like I said, people who have done awful things are not off limits for interviews. It's how you conduct them. And this seemed like a relatively well-conducted interview until I looked at this channel, and it's just like all fucking Fleece Johnson, like basically vlogging. It's like you start looking at the thumbnails and the titles and you're like, holy shit, every single video on this channel is something to do with Fleece Johnson. The man has the guy's Cash App tag in his YouTube bio. I mean, like at some point, we're going a little bit too far. Well guys, what do you think? I realize that this is kind of like an oddball issue. I don't really think anybody else has talked about this. It's a pretty niche thing. But like I said, I've been seeing so much of this shit on TikTok that it made me kind of want to dive into it deeper. And once I did, I found myself down this rabbit hole of all these people being like strangely nonchalant about this dude who like really should probably never see the light of day. He's a little bit too proud of the shit he's done. It's just very strange to me. I don't really get it. It's something I don't.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. It's pretty fucked.
So Bad ZXE he's invited you for an opera date.
Okay.
Do you accept?
Honestly, I'm kind of open. Like, I feel like I've kind of like trapped myself for a bit, you know?
You've trapped yourself?
As in, like, kind of like not like giving guys a chance, right? Because like I always, okay, maybe it's my habit, friend zoning someone. You know what I mean? So maybe.
So you're ready to mingle?
Not mingle. Let's just talk, you know, get to know who you are. I'm okay with that.
She's ready to start a conversation.
Wait, you friend zoned? So you friend zoned a lot of guys? Is that what's up?
Yeah, I guess you could say.
How many men have
Honest-
you? Oh,
what?
sorry. Go ahead.
Honestly, like, only because like I'm so busy with my work to where I feel like I would like I feel bad like just giving in like, I don't know, 30% of my time. You know what I mean? If it was to jump into like dating, I feel like you both have to be set in your career to where you could date like 100%.
She's basically saying she hasn't met any rich guys that make enough money for her to be interested in. This is what she's really trying to say.
Is what I feel.
Okay. How many guys would you say you friend zoned?
Quite a bit.
Like 100 plus, 200, 1,000. Like, give us a number.
My DMs are a lot.
Where did he find these paper cups? This is like 90s paper cups.
Should I say like?
Well, I don't know if can you count just a random dude DMing you as a like friend zoning that? Like if you turn them down, is that a friend zone? Probably
Do you call
not.
that friend zone, or you mean like a connection with?
I mean, I'd say a friend zone. There would at least be some in-person connection, whether it was a guy meeting you on somewhere in the public or at a bar.
Yeah, probably.
I don't know
like
if you do that, but
thousands and thousands of plus.
thousands and thousands.
But friend zoning isn't necessarily like a bad thing.
Yeah, because it doesn't mean you're stuck there. That's the thing.
Yeah, that's why.
That's the thing
You're kind
about
of stuck
me.
there.
No.
It's not. For me,
You're
it's-
stuck in the friend zone.
No.
There's no getting
For
out
me,
of friend
it's
zone.
not.
Not at all.
No
It
friend
depends
zone.
on the duration.
But
Like-
this is good. Like I feel like I'm talking to my younger self a little bit, talking to you, because I always thought that like I'm never gonna find someone like immediately. It's the immediate attraction and like. Yeah, like if I'm not into them right away, like no. If like someone came to me and they were like into me and I was kind of attracted to them.
But you had the initial attraction. I feel like if you didn't have the initial attraction, they would be in a friend zone and stuck there. I don't think they would be able to get out.
I didn't have the initial, because there's different types of attraction. There's the like, holy shit, I want to rip your clothes off right now attraction. And then there's like that he's super cute and has a good body. And I'm not gonna lie, and I even told my boyfriend this, like I was like, I always thought you were attractive. Never in a million years did I think we'd be right here. And he even felt the same way about me.
Doing BG content on OF.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Oh my god, her dog. Oh my goodness, look at that little pooty guy. Oh my god, so fuzzy.
Okay. There's a difference between
I feel like it turns into that. Like the
love, but not.
Yeah, that's kind of boring.
He has finally mustered up the courage to ask his crush.
4 ways to escape the friend zone. Yeah, like I said, if a chick just isn't attracted to you, she's just not attracted to you. Like, again, you could have marginal circumstances where you're, like, overweight or something, and then once you lose weight, a chick might actually be attracted to you, but, like, if you're good-looking, or as good-looking as you can be, and your life is kind of together, if a girl's not into you, she's not into you. Like, there's no changing that. So the way to escape the friend zone is to pursue another chick. Like, why are you wasting your time with some girl who's not interested in you?
Rush out, Jessica. He's been obsessing over her for months, and now it's his chance. Surely she'll say yes. I know everything about her from the thousands of hours I've spent scrolling down her Instagram page. Is Jeffrey going to win her over? Of course not. Can we just be friends? Says Jessica. Tough luck, Jeffrey. Adonis has his eyes set out on Anastasia, but he navigates the situation very differently to Jeffrey. Adonis didn't obsess over her every night. He walked over to her, gave her a genuine compliment, and she was impressed. Because of this, Anastasia is now the one who obsesses over Adonis. First of all, what is the friend zone? The friend zone is a form of a rejection that girls can use against guys who they don't want to totally reject for various reasons. Maybe one, they think you'll be like really creepy or aggressive, or two, they just don't really feel comfortable saying no to you, and so they're just trying to be nice and say, yeah, can we just be friends? Or three, sometimes it can be actually a real thing that she actually wants to stay friends with you, although I think that's like very, very rare. You need to figure out with total honesty why you're in the friend zone, which a lot of guys can't do. If you could do this, you have my respect. If you could sit here right now and ask yourself, why am I in the friend zone? And then also ask yourself, what kind of man would I need to be? What would I need to look like? What would I need to do to be the kind of guy who she doesn't put in the friend zone, in fact she dates or even sleeps with? If you could answer that question honestly, you don't even need to watch the rest of this video. I will give you 4 ways to escape the friend zone, but honestly, like, do your own level of critical thinking and just be totally honest and ask yourself, yeah, like, what is it about me that I could improve, that then I could be the kind of guy that she would never even think of like putting into this like bucket? Fuck. Okay, the issue with this, which gets really tricky, is that a lot of girls don't actually tell the truth why they want to stay friends with a guy. And I can just picture there's going to be a lot of guys right now who are going through this shit with, some girl, and the girl's kind of telling them something which is kind of like a lie, but she doesn't mean to be like a bad person for it, and the guys genuinely believe in it. You need to get a little bit red pilled. You need to understand that there's a certain kind of guy who she doesn't friend zone. There's a certain kind of guy who she'll meet and she'll fuck and she'll suck his dick on the first time she meets him. And you are sure that the girl that you're into is not like that. You are sure because she's told you other things, bro. Probably is true. It fucking hurts to hear it, but like, you need to understand. A lot of guys get hurt with this. A lot of guys get just like led on by some girl who just wants to be friends, and it fucks up your mental health when like you still are meeting this girl, you're texting her, she's replying to you, you send funny memes, you have a good time together, and then anytime you want to like advance something, she's kind of like stops it, and yet you keep meeting her, she keeps meeting you. In this situation, I'm not gonna lie, as much as I don't want to hate on women, a girl who's putting you through this kind of situation is kind of a bad person because she understands what's happening. And if you've made your intentions clear to her and you've kind of like tried to do something with her, you've tried to.
Well, women are not going to, generally not going to be as standoffish to tell you straight up that they're not interested in dating you. And part of the reason is women aren't as confrontational. They're also more considerate of other people's feelings. And there is a genuine risk that they're dealing with like retarded autistic dudes who might lash out and actually try to physically hurt them in some way if they just flat out reject you. So it's a better kind of way of, it's the better way of looking at things is you can't control other people's actions, right? Or how they feel. So if you can't control how they feel or how they act, why bother like thinking about it? Why put any energy into feeling a certain way about it? It just is the way it is. So if they're acting in a way that you don't like, or that isn't really, well, yeah, if they're acting in a way that you don't like, then just don't deal with them. Like, if they're not responsive to your advances, then just move on. Like, that's all you really need to do.
Ask her on a date, and she's like, no, can we be friends? And then she's actually still trying to be friends with you. The thing is, she kind of knows that you're there overthinking about wanting to kiss her or something. So you're both in the wrong with this, but you're the one who needs to take responsibility. So if you found yourself in the friend zone, there's 4 ways that you can get out. And the first one, and most important, is disappear and focus on yourself. You're watching this video right now because you don't actually want to be her friend. You need to say this right here, right now. Don't fucking lie. You don't want to be her friend. Bro, it is nice to be around women. It's nice to be around a woman that you're attracted to. You get that subtle testosterone boost when you speak to an attractive woman and everything. It feels awesome to be around a woman, but the thing is, you need to be totally honest. Hold your hand up right now and say, I don't want to be her friend. Just hold your hand up and say that, and just for once, be truthful to just you. No one else is gonna know. Just say it to yourself. I don't want to be her friend. I want to date her. I want to fuck her, but I don't want to be her friend. I'm pretending to be her friend right now, and I'm not even having a good time. I'm hanging out with her, texting her, hoping that eventually I can go and like date her. I clearly don't actually want to be her friend. I want something else. So since you don't want to be her friend, but that's the position that you're in, you need to disappear. There's nothing else you can do. You can't convince her. You can't change her mind. Disappear and work on yourself. Stop replying to her messages. Stop meeting her up on dates. Like, you're not even going on dates or anything, but like, you think it's a date, she doesn't, bro. Come on. Stop meeting her up for these things. Stop texting her and giving her instant gratification, giving her like another dopamine spike every time she sees a notification from you, and then a bit of like a letdown feeling when it's not some other guy that she would prefer. I know this fucking hurts to hear. Stop. Disappear. Go work on yourself. Get into the gym. And if you want me to give you 7 free workout routines that I've personally designed that will make you look like sexy and more attractive to girls, there's a link in the description. Do something productive like that, and you will feel awesome. And you know what's gonna happen? For the first time since you've met this girl, you've been awkwardly like chasing her, like she's been kind of like running away from your attention, like leading you on a little bit, dangling the carrot in front of you. Well, now it's gonna be the exact opposite, where you're gonna disappear and she's gonna ask you like, oh hey, I haven't seen you. Go focus on your work, speak to someone else. And I guarantee a group of us from our psychology class will go on. My friend's gone and her friend's like wants to go to sleep, and so we start like looks at me and just says, she started sleeping. remember like just being like sat by myself thinking like, we're not even friends. Like I wish I could like drill this into your mind. That realization fucking hit me. I realized we're not even friends. I literally have just attached myself to this girl because I'm so desperate and needy. And you know, it feels nice to be around her in the small times that she's like paying attention. We get into like a nice conversation. It always felt so fucking nice to be around her. But I realized we're not friends, and I'm not the guy who's fucking her or dating her. So what am I doing? I remember that exact day I decided I'm not gonna stay in this fucking friend zone. It's cringe. And since that moment I've never been in the friend zone again since like age 18. But you know what I did? I disappeared. I stopped replying to her text messages. I stopped like liking her pictures on Instagram and shit. And I started to focus on myself. You know, I was already going to the gym and stuff. But, you know, I was like in the gym thinking, yeah, like this, you know, this is gonna get back and shit. And guess what happened? Exactly what was expected. She starts liking my Instagram pictures. She starts commenting on my Instagram pictures. I remember how fucking nice this would be. I would post like an Instagram.
Whenever you see that happen, one chick did this to me. I was at a friend of mine's. Friend of mine was in a band. His band was playing at some club, and I just came down to hang out with him, watch his band play, and then I met one of his friends there who was this chick, and I thought she was cute and everything, and I got into contact with her. We ended up going on one date, and it was just weird. Things were going pretty well, and then she just up and nowhere like acted like she needed to leave really quickly. So that was weird, and then I just stopped giving her any attention at all. So then she started messaging me and crap, and I found out that she was dating this other dude, and then that didn't work out, and then she ended up talking to me again. So whenever you see that, like, chicks doing that shit, they're just immature, and they're stupid, and they're not worth your time. So, yeah, if you kind of grow up, and then you just focus on yourself, and then this chick that you were pursuing starts talking to you again, don't waste your fucking time. They're not worth it. They're just immature fucking losers.
Shirtless picture. You know, all my old friends from like my hometown followed me. All the new people who I knew from university followed me. And this hot Greek girl was commenting like emoji, like the fire, like heart eyes emojis and shit underneath my newer shirtless pictures. I felt fucking amazing. Thinking, holy shit, she's into me. But I kept on, just stayed, you know, silent, kept on working on myself. And I remember receiving a text from this very girl, sending me a paragraph like saying, hey, what's going on with you? It's been so long and like, you don't even speak to me anymore. And I remember just thinking then that holy fuck, like I could actually end up dating this girl. And then I fucked up. I fucked up big time. And that leads us to the second way to get out of the friend zone, which is create a new identity for yourself. Because you see what had happened. I only followed the first way that we spoke about, which is disappear and focus on yourself. I did that and it worked. She was now chasing me. She wanted me. I didn't change my identity. You see, I only just went to the gym. I just, you know, focused on myself. You know, it was like quite shallow things. You know, I went to the gym fine, but I didn't do any like deep sort of internal psychological changes to change how I believed about myself and the situation and my identity. And so what do you think happened? She sends me this big paragraph. Like she's in my frame. She's chasing me now. She sends me this paragraph that she misses me, and you know, what do you think I did, bro? I sent her a big paragraph back. Well, actually, you know, I miss you too, and I really like you. And sometimes I just hearing you talk about other guys, and I really, I want to date you. I didn't change my identity. I sent her that massive paragraph back. I don't remember exactly what she replied. I know she didn't ignore it, but she just.
Is he like retarded? That's like just a complete and utter lack of self-respect. Like, bro, if you try to get a girl's attention and you make it obvious and she doesn't reciprocate at all, and then like months later she ends up showing interest in you, like, why in the fuck would you ever give somebody like that the time of day? They can go fuck themselves. Like, this guy has no self-respect.
Kind of said something, oh yeah, whatever, it's not going to work out and stuff, sorry, I just use a friend. Boom. I should have changed my identity. I still saw myself as the guy who was friend-zoned by her. I still saw myself as the guy who was like below her. After I disappeared and focused on myself, and you know, I did that for a couple of weeks.
No, she didn't leave because the date was going horrible. I had a similar thing happen when I was in high school. It was kind of weird, but I was talking to her a little bit on Facebook just to get her to get to know her a little bit, and I found out she did Taekwondo. And in Taekwondo, if they do any weapons training, they do usually teach you how to use nunchucks. And she didn't know how to use nunchucks, and then I offered to go meet up with her in the park, and I could teach her how to use nunchucks. So, you know, I bought a, like, $10 pair of rubber plastic nunchucks to teach her and for her to keep, so it wasn't expensive or anything. And it was a cheap date. I didn't have to spend any money, so I didn't do this bullshit, go to a movie, dinner. I didn't want to, you know, bother wasting money, like, not knowing if she'd be into me or not. So I thought it was a good move, and I was teaching her how to use nunchucks, and she was doing pretty good, and we were just talking about, like, you know, why she does martial arts and how often she trains, and we're talking about working out and what diet we follow and crap like that, and we're just having some good conversations, and then, like, all of a sudden, just, like, snap. I gotta go, I gotta go to the train or whatever, and then I'm like, okay, I'll walk you to the train, and then she starts walking, like, super fucking fast, like, as if she's trying to run away from me or something. It was really weird. I don't know why that happened. I didn't bring up anything strange, like, I wasn't farting or anything. But similar thing happened with a chick that I went out on a date with in high school. We went to the movies, and the only movie playing was this, like, horror movie, and she didn't really like it. She said it was too creepy. So she's not into horror movies. But I knew she liked cute animals, so I said, like, how about we go to the pet store in the mall and just look at some of the, like, cute animals there. And then she was like, oh yeah, I love animals. And then we went there, and then we're looking at the parrots, some of the puppies, and we're talking about what animals we like the best. And it was going fine. Like, I've got decent game, and then out of nowhere, just snap. Oh, I gotta get to the train. I gotta go. I gotta leave really quick. And I'm like, okay, I'll walk you to the train. And then she starts walking really fucking fast. And, like, I'm tall. Like even in high school, I was over 6 feet, and I was having trouble keeping up with her. And I have no idea. And then, like, a week later, she accused me of, like, just trying to have sex with her, and I don't respect her as a person. And I'm like, where the fuck is this coming from? And then she said, my friend, Silvestro, I think his name was, in high school, she said, oh, your friend Sil told me this. And I'm like, there's no way he told you that, because I never said anything like that. So I was kind of confused. I wasn't sure if my friend was either trying to cock block me so he could date that chick, or if she was totally making that up. So I messaged my friend Sil, and I'm like, what the fuck's going on here? And then he's like, yeah, dude, she's fucking crazy. I never said that. And he said she was dating this dude for, like, a few weeks, and he met them at a party, and right in front of her fucking boyfriend, she was, like, literally grabbing at his nuts at this party. So I have no fucking idea. Just weird shit, dude.
I should have started to, like, implement, like, a new identity for myself. Like, yeah, like, I'm better than that situation. Like, yeah, maybe she can comment, like, maybe I'll date her or something. Maybe if she's good enough, I'll date. You know, like, this sort of more empowering personality for you to hold. Because I still held the same kind of personality where, like, you know, she was above me and I really wanted her. Even though I was, like, focused on other things, but I was kind of still focused on her, but, you know, just not really messaging her, but I was focused on the gym, but I wasn't actually. And so eventually when she did message me, I thought, you know, I had her. My same sort of friend-zoney, needy personality came in, and it just repulsed her. Update your identity to no longer be needy. That's one of the greatest things that you can do as a man to actually attract women. Not just get out of the friend zone, but just in general, to attract way more women than you're currently doing now. I promise you, you need to not be needy. Neediness is such a repulsive trait in men. Now, in women, it's actually kind of attractive. Now, some guys might disagree, but the thing is, if you're a masculine man, having a feminine woman who's needy for you is absolutely normal. You can't be unattracted to that if you're a masculine man. There might be, like, some feminine guys watching this. You might be one of them who straight away when I said needy, they're like, oh, I don't want a girl who's needy. If you're more feminine, you probably don't want a girl who's needy because you'll be attracted to more of a masculine, independent woman. But if you're a masculine man, you'll be attracted to a needy, dependent feminine woman. So neediness.
Yeah, you do not want women that are too needy. It creates its own separate issues. So if a chick is too needy, that shows that she has no real interests or hobbies outside of whatever relationship she is in. And if her only interest or hobby is the relationship she's in, she is just going to start creating problems, right? She's not really thinking of how can I make this relationship work so that it enhances my life. If a chick is just super needy and her only interest is the relationship, she's just kind of fucking mentally fucked and emotional, and they're just gonna, like, start fights and problems and not really know how to control their own emotions, and they're gonna fuck shit up. It's a huge red flag. You don't want a chick who's too needy.
In a feminine woman's attractive,
like yeah, chicks are gonna need a certain amount of attention and shit, but if you start hearing, oh, can you like skip the gym? I just want to hang out with you. Oh, can you not go out with your friends tonight? I just want to hang out with you. Like, if you start hearing crap like that, it's bad news.
We as masculine men fucking love that, yeah, like we want her to need us. But women are not attracted to needy men. It's just repulsive, it's disgusting, it's just a horrible trait to see in like a grown man who like needs this little girl who's just so creepy. Not even creepy.
Thanks for the membership, Black Sock. Appreciate it.
But just who's like so desperate for her, it's just so unattractive. You need to change this part of your identity, and hopefully you can take this seriously. The fact that you've watched this much of this video, I promise you, you are needy as fuck. I promise you that's the truth. Right now you're probably thinking I'm talking about someone else. You're probably so sure that it's about someone else. Oh yeah, he's not talking about... But it was around this moment. Yeah, it was exactly with this girl. Like university and like not an entire uni, obviously. Network. Red Pill really helped me with this. The third way to escape the friend zone is to make your intentions known. So let's say you've been friend zoned by this girl, you're gonna follow this guy. So the first thing you've done is just disappeared and you're gonna start working on yourself. And then you start to update your identity, your beliefs, your personality to no longer be needy, to no longer be the guy who's okay with being like, you know, her friend or something. And eventually this girl's gonna message you and she's gonna like slightly come after you a little bit. At this point, it is crucial for you to make your intentions known, but in like a smooth way. So don't make your old intentions, your old identity known. Don't, I've always liked you. I did that, right? So no, I always liked you and I really would have done. No, that was your old intentions. Your new intentions is like this more like cool boy kind of attitude. I'm like, yeah, I'm busy, but like I want to take you out.
Don't bother giving women any attention when they didn't reciprocate beforehand. It's just pointless. You're wasting your time. It's just stupid.
Think about how attractive that personality is from a guy where now you've just stopped chasing after her and stuff. You've got a new personality, no longer needy. She sends you a message like, oh, you know, I've not seen you in a while. What's going on? And you just say like, I don't want to be friends with you, but I want to take you out. Just make your intentions known that direct. And that can seem really scary. Honestly, that can seem like really exhilarating to think about. But the reason why we do this is because once you've already started to focus on yourself and you made some progress and you've got a new identity, at that point it's like all you can do is just be honest and see what her response is going to be. Maybe she's just not going to be interested and she's just going to say like, oh no, but I just see you as a friend. That's a possibility. But maybe, just maybe, she's going to be thinking, okay, well yeah, we can go on a date. As long as you keep up this new identity of the guy who's more focused on himself and his work, then you're focused on your need for her. This is the stage where you need to start polarizing. Polarizing means to like push her to like the sort of the extremes of loving you or hating you. So you need to be okay at this stage to potentially just like losing her from your life at all. If that also means the potential of ending up dating her or sleeping with her, you need to be okay with that split. Most guys who are stuck in the friend zone is because they don't want to polarize and they just keep women here in this like neutral safe zone which they won't have like a nice friendly conversation because they're too afraid to like push out. You need to be okay with this. You need to be okay with some girl just rejecting you and just being like, no, I'm not interested, I don't want to go on a date with you. Or with her saying, yeah, let's fuck. You need to be okay with these. Most guys of course want this, but they're too fearful of this rejection, and so they just stay in this middle zone instead. This is the point where you will no longer...
Yeah, like that's fairly accurate. I had a bunch of bitch-made friends who'd do that crap.
Treat her like a friend ever again. She's not your friend. That was never your intention. It's time to just grow some balls and just think to yourself, yeah, I don't even want to be friends with her. My intentions are clear. I want to date her. I want to sleep with her. I'm going to make that clear. I'm going to ask her out on a date. No longer will you pretend to keep being her friend because it wasn't working for you anyway. How long are you going to keep that game going up for? I know it's a lot more comfortable to just, you know, no, I won't ask the question situation again. I've seen my friends go through similar situations to either really like loving you, wanting to go on a date with you, or a bit more perceptive and she's actually...
Didn't he say 4 ways to escape the friend zone and he only got up to 3? So some of this is pretty good advice, like obviously make it obvious, like tell her you want to go out on a date and shit like that, but like this idea that the whole idea of you know, making obvious advances towards a chick, she doesn't reciprocate, and then like a few months later of you just ignoring her, she shows interest again. Don't bother, waste of time. If she wasn't interested in you to begin with, and then she just starts showing interest simply because you ignored her, like that is a weird, immature, attention-seeking bitch. Like, don't fucking bother.
And so he knows this, and so he's going to back off just a little bit.
A little bit of a kind of a tuna salad looking thing with 3 rice cakes.
And so essentially for the next 10 days, it's going to be very simple. Tuna and rice cakes, yogurt with berries for a treat, combined with egg whites and lean meats, and that's about it.
Maybe some that are just straight up protein, or maybe like sometimes we'll do like a yogurt mixed with frozen berries and like some low sugar.
Yogurt is fucking disgusting. I don't know how anybody can ever eat yogurt. It's the most disgusting horseshit on the planet.
Or free like syrup and...
Dude, if I was the president of the United States, like, first food I would ban would be yogurt. Fuck yogurt.
stuff on top.
And notice he uses still the sugar-free syrups as well as sugar sweeteners and so on. And so he's not going too crazy, but he is being more restrictive. He's cut out protein bars and so on. But if he were to have a protein bar, I would strongly suggest the Kaiko bar. Remember, Dr. Mike Isertel loved the taste of the Kaiko bar in his mouth. He also said, had excellent structural integrity. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Greg. I mean, they've qualified just like I did from all their different kind of spaces and everything else. So that's a good motivating factor for me because I know there's some damn sharks in the water.
And so Sam knows he has his work cut out for him. He calls them sharks in the water. They're gunning for him. They're gunning for their IPB Pro card. Will he in fact win? Will he lose? Well, listen, Sam just wants to be the best version of himself. He has no expectations aside from he wants to display a better physique at the Arnold's than he did in his last competition. He has his head screwed on straight. He's an excellent role model for the sport. And so I do believe that, as many people have said, that we've made the correct person famous. Of all the people that I've followed, I do believe he is the most in tune with his body, that he wants it the most, that his life is bodybuilding. If it's close at the Arnold Amateurs, I do believe Sam is going to win. After all, who is going to replace Sebum? Of all the athletes competing, I do believe that Sam Sulek could garner the greatest audience of all. Although he doesn't have the genetics of Sebum, and I personally don't think he'll ever win a Mr. Olympia title. But does that really matter? It doesn't matter! We don't have to worship the greatest of all time. But an athlete like this, disciplined, dedicated, that puts in everything into his craft, despite the fact
No, Sam Sulek never talks about his gear use.
that, well, he doesn't have the best genetics in the world. It doesn't matter. He doesn't need to win. As long as he puts out his best, that he tries harder than last time, people are going to root for him. He doesn't care about the money, the fame, the glory, none of that stuff. He just bodybuilds because he has the passion for it. My personal opinion is he is the next Sebum. The person that the sport needs in order to grow and gather a new audience. Sebum put classic physique on the map, but Sam Sulek can
You know, of any fucking sport that, like, shouldn't be promoted, bodybuilding would have to be at the very fucking top of the list. I do not see bodybuilding as, like, a force for good. Because everyone's on fucking steroids and they all die at 40. Like, yeah, it's just retarded. Like, I don't think bodybuilding should really be promoted as a sport. It's just one of the most harmful things you can fucking do for your body and mind.
put bodybuilding on the map. And what exactly is bodybuilding? Going to the gym, training your ass off, eating healthy, doing your cardio, and competing, displaying your physique. Remember in the past I said Sam Sulek is not a bodybuilder? He a bodybuilder now. Bro competed, and had he have gotten last, still a bodybuilder. But the fact that he won not only first in his weight class, but first in the overall, and is now competing at the Arnold Classic, how can you get a better representation of...
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if Sam Sulek ends up having similar issues as John Skywalker, where his heart gives out.
the sport. And so please go and follow Sam Sulek as if you aren't already following him, and wish him luck on his journey to become...
Well...
talking about. By the way, I got to tell you, it's my favorite thing to say to people. Rabbi Friedman was right. Rabbi Friedman was right about everything. Is that not good either?
You know, there's freedom of speech. I can't control what you say.
Point well taken. Thank you. But can you please elaborate? Because you do see something that I don't think the rest of us see quite yet. We see that there are terrific plans for Gaza, but they seem to be material at the moment. They don't seem to be, and not necessarily for the Jews, for the world, for, I mean, obviously cleaning up that part of the world is a nice plan, and making it beautiful as it should be is a great plan. So far, we hear that the United States is going to own it. Yet, well, I don't know. That seems to be Trump's plan at the moment.
And there are people who say it's such a brilliant, genius plan. It's so good. It's so wonderful. It's so silly. Israel fights a war, not just since October 7th, since 1948. And every time it wins, or seems to win, we manage to ruin it, at least in the PR field. How does it make sense? Israel goes to war, loses many, many lives and many, many wounded, and this displacement. People can't be at home. People can't live in their houses. And you know what the solution is? That this land that we fought for and died for should belong to the United States. What a brilliant idea. Like, what are you even talking about? What did America do to deserve owning? It's so smart people are complimenting it as a brilliant plan. The brilliant part is you can't let those who live there come back. They're saying it's for their own benefit. Don't come back. It's dangerous. There are booby traps. No, you can't come back because we don't want you there anymore. You prove.
Oh, based. This guy's fucking based.
Proved yourself to be a bad neighbor, and we don't want to be neighbors with you anymore, so you're out. That's what happens when you start a war. So the only sensible, logical thing that most intelligent, normal human beings assume is going to happen is that now Gaza is going to belong to Israel, which it should have been in the first place. So the brilliance is no more negotiating with Gazans and with Palestinians and with Hamases. They're indistinguishable. You never know who you're talking to. So it makes no sense to let them come back, because they'll just do again what they did before. And it's not genocide and it's not ethnic cleansing. It's a war. You lose a war, you go away. I think that's what's going to happen.
Send them to Iran. That would be the best thing they could fucking do. Like, look, if Iran's gonna give these people all these weapons and shit, well, you can have them. So, Israel should strike Iran, destroy its nuclear facilities, destroy its military capabilities, and then send all these fucking Gazans over to fucking Iran.
Because it should happen. It's the only right thing.
So is this a part of PR to get to the final step, to the final point that should be a right final step, meaning Gaza belongs to Israel? And
in Europe, it was the danger lurked everywhere, and it was very, very common that you could not be a citizen of one country over another. So you had to lie about your citizenship. You had to have false papers because the truth was too dangerous. Not only that, you had to have been born before a certain year or after a certain year, so you couldn't even tell your true age. You had to lie about your age. And you had to lie about your citizenship. You had to lie about your profession. Everything was complicated. So the joke is, these two Jews came to Ellis Island, finally, eventually, and they're whispering to each other. What age should I tell them? This one says this, or older, younger. Finally, somebody said, you know what? Tell them the truth. The war is over. We have this habit. We're afraid to say the truth. We think we have to outwit the enemy. If you beat them up, you don't have to outwit them. Now you can tell the truth. Now what are you afraid of? You beat them up already. So Jews having an army is very confusing. You mean we have to stop all the mind games and the role playing? We can just tell the truth? It's something to get used to. We're not used to it. We need to tell the truth. It's our land. It belongs to us. It's an inheritance. I can't give it away. I should never have given it away. I should never have even talked about giving it away. So let's just clear the air. It's our land. Go someplace else. That's it. And that's exactly what will happen, because that's the truth.
Rabbi Friedman, two questions totally not related. About...
people have this gay cucked like belief that oh, well, it's their land, and you're a colonizing, occupying force, and oh, you shouldn't do that. You should let them stay. Like, I mean, they've been in a forever war since the 1940s, and it's not getting any better. So, yeah, after how many fucking land for peace deals have fallen through, and literally every time after there's a land for peace deal, oh, Antifada, kill all the Jews, fight, like, even when they try to, settle things diplomatically, they respond with, violence and then try to commit terror attacks and all this shit. So it's like, yeah, get fucked. Guess what? Winners win. Like, losers don't get to, they don't get to dictate what the terms are for the winners. Like, oh yeah, we lost the war, but we still get to stay here, and we still get to get weapons from Iran, and we still get to commit terror attacks against you. Like, no, winners dictate the rules. So, look, if they want to keep playing this game where they keep trying over and over and over again with this forever war with Israel, and they're fucking delusional, and they think, like, oh, at some point we're going to kill all the Jews, it's just a matter of time. Winners win, and winners get to, dictate, what happens afterwards. So, if Israel wants to take over Gaza and force all the Gazans, the Palestinians out, like maybe they're gonna move them to Jordan or Egypt or Iran, who the fuck knows. It's up to them. You're the one who rolled the dice and played that game, but the winners set the rules.
About being right and telling the truth or seeing the truth. I think it's important for people for the confidence factor, because when someone sees things clearly, and that's kind of, that's a trust factor right there. If a person is right most of the time, all of the time, then you can trust that person. And I think that is the most important thing why people are trying to kind of, I think when people are trying.
You wouldn't say that about Russia versus Ukraine? Well, first of all, if Russia were to have an adequate military force and were able to defeat Ukraine militarily and nobody stepped up, like, again, that's the rules of the game. They won. They do get to make those dictations. Now, it's immoral. They invaded a sovereign country and violated a treaty that they had. But they're the ones who, like, again, if they win, they win. Now, the difference here, though, is Israel's not the one who started the war. It's always the Palestinians that start these wars. And Israel has tried to act as benevolently as they could, and each time they try to make peace negotiations. They don't keep the territory and expand. But, yeah, I think they've learned at this point that what's the point? It's just going to prolong the conflict. Now, if Ukraine were to fight Russia and Russia was completely and utterly defeated militarily and Ukraine pushed into Russia's border, I have no issue with Ukraine taking over more Russian territory because they were the ones that were attacked initially.
To say, I was right, trust me, I was right, trust me. But is that the right way to go about it? Because right now we see that, this is kind of a way that Trump is getting all the trust and confidence, because he's been telling us whatever he's been telling us for the last more than 4 years. Even he started during his presidency, first presidency. So, and now the more we see him being right, the more we trust him, the more we know he's a smart man. So is that important? Is that a way to gain trust?
It does help. It does help. It confirms. It's not what makes you right, but it confirms. What I told you made sense. It sounds.
Nice try.
Right. It sounds true. And it is, because it actually works. So the fact that it works is confirmation. But it was right to begin with. It was right in principle, and then it became right in fact. And if it's not right in fact yet, if the principle is true, it will eventually become the fact. That's how much confidence you have to have in what is true and what is right. When you come to the world, as corrupt as the world is, and you want to tell people the truth, do you have the confidence that human beings have a knack, some kind of an instinct, that allows them to recognize the truth, even when they can't prove it, explain it, but they know it. When they hear the truth, they know it. If you don't believe that, then all civilization is doomed. And there is no hope. The pendulum swings from extreme dictatorship to extreme democracy, which is anarchy, and then it swings back again, and in the meantime, people kill each other over. It's not going to work if you don't believe that there is a core of truth in everybody, and if you speak the truth, they will hear you. They will get it. I think we become a little cynical, where, yeah, I know it's true, but nobody's going to believe me. If that's what you're thinking, then give up on civilization, and let's go back to being...
Dumbass donated $2. Let's see. Not watching that, not watching that, not watching that, not watching that. Thanks for the donation, dumbass. I don't know why the fuck you think I want to watch a 12-year-old fucking video from the Young Turks.
Well, that was last night when people were sending me horseshit, but I've watched just about every fucking video people sent me. Like, there's like a couple maybe tonight that I skipped over because it's not worth it, and it's just clickbait brain rot shit, but go fuck yourself. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Gains.
Cannibals. I don't know. Barbarians. Whoever's bigger and stronger wins. It's the way of the world. No, it's not true. It's definitely not true. Human beings are not animals. One of our talents...
Oh, we're animals. We absolutely are.
Because we're very talented. One of our talents is we can make like animals. We can also make like angels. We have freedom of choice. But that doesn't mean that we don't know right from wrong. When we hear what's right, when we hear what's true, we get it. We don't maybe want to hear it. Doesn't serve my purpose right now.
Look, the only reason we have these kind of cultural ideals of, this idea of a moral authority beyond our own selfish desires. So this idea that we want to be fair to others, that we abide by a legal system and not by, our own whims, Like, if you go back thousands of years in history, you don't even really have to go back that far, just a few hundred years. Like, we used to wipe out neighboring countries or tribes and enslave them. The reason we don't do this anymore, where we play, the reason we don't play this game where, whoever's stronger, whoever can just defeat the other opponent, they get to decide whatever happens. So we're going to just go to war, steal all your shit, rape all your women, keep them as chattel slaves, stuff like that. The reason we don't do that anymore, and we adhere to like a higher rule of law, where even if we do go to war, we have standards in place where... Okay, we can't commit genocide, we have to conduct warfare in a certain way, we can't use certain weapons. It's because we've realized the risks involved with not having that rule of law are just way too fucking high, especially with modern weapons. So we've just all agreed to adhere to these rules because it ends up, at the end of the day, benefiting us. We understand the risk of violence is way too high, especially with modern weapons like, firearms, nuclear bombs, shit like that, that we could realistically, like, obliterate each other. We'd have, huge masses of people dying in the billions, and we'd completely collapse civilization. And when warfare gets to that level... we're not really interested in invading another country just to get a little bit more wealth and keep chattel slaves. The risk just isn't worth it anymore. So we're adhering to these, higher moral standards beyond our own selfish interests. Because if we didn't, it wouldn't benefit us. We'd just get wiped out ourselves. So no. Humans are very much animals. It's just that we're smart enough to realize that the rule of law and, making decisions that are in other people's interest as well as our own interest, it benefits everyone, including ourselves. That's the only reason we do that. So don't think humans aren't prone to fascism and genocide. We absolutely are. We're chimpanzees. Chimpanzees do this. If chimpanzees learned how to use firearms and crap like that, or, spears and bows and arrows, you'd see chimps going to war with each other and using spears, swords, bows, and arrows, and they'd wipe out other tribes of chimps, keep the females as chattel slaves, and you'd see them behaving exactly like we did, a few hundred or a few thousand years ago. And once their technology develops enough where, they start using firearms and they start building like these really massive bombs, they'd probably end up figuring out that, okay, rule of law probably needs to be in place, and we have to start thinking about the well-being of people outside of our tribe because, violence has just become far too dangerous for everybody.
So I'll ignore the truth, but it's not like I don't know. There are exceptions, but the vast majority of people, when they hear a truth, they respond with truth. Truth speaks to truth.
Rabbi Friedman, where I'm leading a little bit with this is for over 3,300 years, the Jewish people have been trying to tell the world about the ultimate truth. And it's taking a while. So it's a little discouraging of where we're at the moment.
That actually proves the point. Why were we muted by the world, to use a modern term? Why were we stifled? Why were we locked up in ghettos, quarantined by the world? Because they knew they would hear the truth and they were not ready to hear it. That just proves that if they hear the truth, they really can't deny it. So the solution is, don't let anybody say the truth. So they haven't allowed us. It's not like we told them and they didn't care. They prevented us from revealing.
Interview question that everyone gets wrong. You're shrunk down to the size of a nickel and put into a blender. The blades will start spinning in 60 seconds. So what do you do?
I would like to think I could duck down and miss the blades.
Break the thing at the bottom, maybe?
Push the blade.
Ask nicely for the blender not to be turned on.
Tie my clothes together and then use it as a rope, I guess? If I was lighter, I could maybe catch a draft up.
Accept defeat. I mean, I'm the size of a nickel. What quality of life is that?
Okay, resonance. I'm gonna run to one wall, push on it, run to the other wall, push on it, run to the other wall. So I'm gonna tip the container over. Honestly, the thing I would think about is trying to get to the very center of the blades. It's spinning around me, but the actual RPM is probably not that high if I'm standing in the middle. I tie my clothes to one of the tips of the blades. As it's starting up, I get it to swing me around, and then I woo!
But these answers don't cut it. Now, I first heard about this problem in this book. It describes how each year Google received about 3 million applications, but they would only hire 7,000 people. That's a 0.2% acceptance rate. So one way to screen out millions of applicants was to use brain teasers. And the interviewers would make these up for fun.
We didn't get a list at that time of what questions to ask. We would share questions among each other.
Some of them gained traction. Questions like, how many golf balls can fit in a 747? Or how much should you charge to wash all the windows in Seattle? But the blender question really stuck with me, and I'm not alone.
You just lay back and enjoy that breeze. The best model in the world is only going to run maybe 10 or 11 hours. So we're getting out, and when we do, we're better off for it, because whatever doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
The question has been hotly debated in Reddit comment sections. There are so many different answers, but which one is the best?
I'll try to hide underneath the blades, I guess.
Hide under the blade, probably.
Great first reaction, but maybe that doesn't solve your problem entirely. Now you're just stuck inside of a spinning blender. So maybe you want to escape.
Can I climb the walls? Are there defects in the walls that are sufficiently large for me to grip onto? Do I have van der Waals forces that are strong enough to connect me to the wall? Am I essentially a tiny gecko?
A gecko can stick to the wall of a blender even though neither its foot nor the glass are charged.
The gecko's foot has to be pressed firmly against the glass, so its atoms are within a few nanometers of the glass atoms. Then, at any moment, one atom's electrons aren't uniformly spread about the nucleus. They might be slightly more on one side than the other. This makes the atom momentarily slightly positively charged on one side and slightly negatively charged on the other. The glass atom next to it experiences the pull of this charge imbalance, and so a similar charge imbalance is induced on the glass atom. And therefore, the electrons in the glass atom are drawn to the nucleus of the gecko atom and vice versa. So there is a very weak attractive force between neutral atoms. This is known as a van der Waals force, and it's what makes geckos stick to walls. It's the same force that holds graphite together. There's no actual bonding between the layers of graphene in a pencil. It's like a stack of paper. The layers only stick because of van der Waals forces. Now, these forces are pretty weak, but since we're so small, maybe they'd be enough to help us climb out.
This I can almost certainly say. We wouldn't be sticking at that scale. And that's because the van der Waals type interactions are still small. And I studied climbing, so that of these types of cockroach and gecko, it turns out that you have to get very special to do that.
Geckos have millions of tiny branches on their feet that increase their surface area and allow them to mold to surfaces. Our hands aren't like that. But ants and cockroaches don't rely on van der Waals forces, and they can still climb.
My king, the local rumour Smith O'Maragami, knows not who is to possess the bones. What say you to this quandary?
Let me take a look.
What's new with you? So the police was suspicious of a truck, so they stopped it because they thought it had illegal stuff. And in the truck, they found 9 dinosaur teeth. People smuggle dinosaur teeth now? Yeah, and those teeth were millions of years old and they came from 3 different animals. But who was getting those teeth though? We don't know who exactly, but we know that the truck was going to someone in Italy. In me? Yes! Well, don't blame me, the truck was coming from you. Actually, no, it was a Spanish truck. Wait, so I own the dinosaur bones? No, not you, Spain. Wait, so where did the bones come from? So scientists did some research and they realized that the dinosaur teeth actually came from Morocco. Wait, so they're mine? Technically, yeah, but we did send them to a museum in here. Hey, they're my bones. Yeah, but we just sent them for experts to study. I know well that you're gonna be stealing them. I want my bones back. You didn't even know that you had dinosaur bones, and now you...
Well, if they're stolen from a museum, then it would be the museums. I don't know if they were being lent for study, but since they're in the museum's possession, then they should be sent to the museum. Then I guess back to Morocco if they want them back. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan. Funny story, Nicolas Cage actually had a dinosaur skeleton that he unknowingly bought illegally. It was trafficked, and he bought it from some smuggler. And he didn't know. He thought it was like a legitimate dealer. Bend over, donate $2. Let me see. This guy's a fucking retard.
I found myself wondering, and this applies to America, and then maybe it'll go to other places in a different way because Finland ties in. Do you think that integration was the right move? Like, and now I'm separating two things because I know in America people are like, well, of course, I mean, there was racism and there was segregation, and I go, yeah, no, I'm separating them. Let's separate someone being oppressed and someone not being able to get a job and someone not being able to get a bank loan. Let's take all of those, the negative things away, because I'll put myself out personally and say, I think whether we're talking about gifted kids who are anomalous, let's say, to the norm, whether we are talking about, and I mean anything that does not fit into a category, I think part of the reason Finland is able to do it is because, have you been to Finland?
It's very homogeneous.
I've been to Finland. You know who's in Finland? Finnish people. That's it. That's it. And because they're all Finnish, there's an idea of like, no, we all head in the same direction. We all know what our actions mean. And that's a really powerful thing I've learned in communicating with other people. When I'm in a room with anyone where we start to tie together multiple things. So if I'm in a room with black people, already there's like an implicit trust because we know what certain actions, words, and vibes mean. And then you're in a room with another African. Already. Now, even if you shout at me, I know what your shout means. The same way an Italian knows what an Italian shout means.
Yeah.
Right? I know it's
this guy's a retard. if you have a diverse group of people living in the same country, you absolutely need racial integration or social integration. If you don't, then you're just going to have people get extremely marginalized and racisted at. So, like, imagine if after the slaves were freed in the United States, they just had segregated black communities. Okay, well, now you have segregated black communities that can't do any or has very limited trade with white communities. They're guaranteed going to be given pieces of land that are less productive than whites are going to have, because why would you give productive pieces of land to blacks that you don't like? You're obviously going to give that to white people. So you're going to give them areas of land that are very easy to farm on, that are close to bodies of water, that are near established trade routes, like, near train stations and shit. So if you don't have an interest in, integration, then you're just going to keep certain races of people in eternal fucking poverty. Or worse, like, all the whiteys are going to band together to just exterminate the darkies. If they don't like them, and we don't really care about this idea of integration or anything, well, what's the point of keeping them around? Just exterminate them, or send them to, like, back to Africa or something, where they're going to get boiled in a fucking pot and be kept as slaves for some other African tribe. Like, it's just fucking retarded. So dumb. Andrew and Tristan Tate are gay nibbas, the epitome of trash culture, materialistic, vain, narcissistic, fake masculinity, worship of self, grifters, no real beliefs, etc. Yeah, pretty much. I'd agree with that. Russia's based white trad Christian country. Why would anyone not side with them? What the fuck do you mean there are 25 million Muslims there? This is obviously a distraction from China. Mainstream media is lying. There's no war. Look, this article uses a picture from a week ago. This means all of this is fake. Ukraine is funded by the CIA. Putin had to do this. Look at this. Russia source that says Ukrainians totally killed and raped Russians for 8 years. Who cares about what happens to Ukraine? It's a failed psyop puppet run by a homosexual Jewish lizard. Ukraine cringe, Russia based. Yeah. That's about right. German police raiding homes to curb online hate speech. Yep.
It's 6:01 on a Tuesday morning, and we were with state police as they raided this apartment in northwest Germany. Inside, 6 armed officers searched a suspect's home, then seized his laptop and cell phone. Prosecutors say those electronics may have been used to commit a crime. The crime, posting a racist cartoon online. At the exact same time, across Germany,
yeah, Europe is kind of fucked.
more than 50 similar raids played out. Part of what prosecutors say is a coordinated effort to curb online hate speech in Germany.
Yeah, they'll let terrorist fucking jihadists from Afghanistan enter the country and kill dozens of people, but they'll raid people's homes for posting offensive jokes on the internet. Like, dude, Europe is... This is why I don't want Canada to enter the European Union, It's because, one, I know what's going to end up happening is the European Union is going to have mandates for immigration for Canada. So all the crazy fucking assholes from Afghanistan, Pakistan, whatever shithole-istan country you can think of, they're all going to be sent to Canada so that, Germany, Sweden, UK, like all these countries that have kind of been fed up with, cultural, what's the term? Cultural enrichment. They're all going to be sent to Canada. So I know that's going to happen for sure. And then on top of that, there's going to be, this sort of shit brought here too. If we're a part of the European Union, some of the stupid cultural shit where they don't respect free speech and crap like that, that's going to end up coming here. So Canada entering the European Union would be a terrible idea. Thanks for the donation though, Ben. Street Vegan donated $3.
Sir, are you okay? The paradigm shift, okay? There was Homer Simpson and Peter Griffin. And then they split, okay? And that opened up the 9 gates of hell. Originally there was 10, but then they lost one of the keys. Stan, Steve, Smith, anyone, the goldfish, please come help me. Family Guy has been trying to warn us about this for years, okay? All the things that make us laugh and cry.
Well, this is fake and not funny. Thanks for the donation, though, Street Vegan.
I'm up walls. So maybe a miniature human could too.
The mechanism of a cockroach foot, and I used to know all about cockroach feet, is absolutely gorgeous. Same with a hand, by the way. There's 2 little claws, the intarsal claws. Those are the things that slap down on a surface, and really do slap when they're climbing, meters a second. Thwack, engage, despite having no adhesion, have very sophisticated frictional attachment.
Those claws can grip almost anything, even glass. While glass feels smooth to us, it's actually covered in tiny surface imperfections. And at insect scale, these features are significant.
Ants basically have climbing gear.
Well, yeah.
They're like using little like axes basically to pick their way in. We don't have the attachment discs or whatever that would be, or like the special claws or the Van der Waals forces.
No, we have claws. If you're that scale, our fingers are claws.
We have 2 claws, really. And then our feet aren't great at climbing. I don't know.
Well, again, at scale though, I don't know, right? Imagine putting a little sharp spike into your foot, then sharpen your shoes, wear high heel shoes. You'll be good to go.
So now I'm climbing in heels. But there's still a problem. I mean, I'll have to be pretty careful placing each hand and foot slowly. It's gonna take longer than 60 seconds to get out. And in that time, the blades will have started spinning. One mistake, and I'm a smoothie. So Google was looking for a different answer.
I can now go to the physics building. Maybe they know?
Yeah, I really got nothing. I'm stumped.
This is so embarrassing. We're in like our last year of our degree. We should definitely know this. I feel like I could probably swing running around the sides and heating myself out.
Okay, if we're just talking about the entropy, it should increase at some point. So some sort of chaos should be. None of the system will stay undisrupted. Take that as a limit to infinity and I'll be chilling. Like using that logic, if I just like extrapolate, right? No, that's still too big for me to quantum panel or anything like that.
Whoa. I mean, that is really overthinking it. It's actually not that complicated.
Do you want to hear the best answer I've heard yet?
Sure.
Just jump.
Just jump? How would that work?
Just jump.
How?
Does that work like that?
Jump where? Out of the blender. Just go up.
So whoever told you that is...
It's crazy, right? Yeah. That makes sense. No, it doesn't. But do you want to hear why that works?
Yeah, tell me how it works.
Jumping out of a blender seems impossible because at nickel size, the wall of a blender is 15 times your height. It'd be like leaping over an 8-story building. But watch these clips.
Street Vegan donated $3.
Due to recent events, for your safety, we ask that if you are experiencing diarrhea, to remain seated at all times. One of our flight attendants will be happy to assist you with a complimentary fluid bag. We want to thank you for choosing to fly with Dookie Air, the #2 airline.
Well, that's convenient. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan. Wow, dog. Oh, squirrel.
Did you notice it? A horse, a dog, and a squirrel. They all jump to about the same height. This is exactly what Alfonso Borelli, the father of biomechanics, looked at in the 17th century. As he put it, in the same conditions, smaller and lighter animals make bigger jumps relative to their body. If the other conditions are equal, and indeed the limbs and the other organs are in the same proportion, the dog will jump as far as the horse. Now, sure, there is variation. A species whose survival depends on jumping will be optimized for it, while others, like turtles and elephants, they don't jump at all. But when you consider the huge variations in size, I mean, a horse is 1,500 times heavier than a squirrel.
Did you guys see that squirrel? Oh my god, look at him. Oh, he's got all those walnuts. Oh my goodness. Look at him eating his little walnut. Oh my god, I love squirrels.
It's incredible that they jump to around the same height. And it's not because squirrels...
Yeah, I like roasted salted macadamia nuts. I don't usually have them. I just started munching on Brazil nuts here and there, and I usually have sunflower seeds, but macadamia nuts are a nice treat. I really like white chocolate macadamia nut cookies. They're fucking dope.
Squirrels are super muscly or something. Horses and squirrels have similar muscle to weight percentages, and insects have even less muscle relative to their weight. Why do you
Dodo donate $2. VG, to be fair, you're the one who argues in favor of laws against hate speech, which is fitting, especially in Germany given their history, so I don't know exactly what your problem with this is given your position. Well, it depends on exactly what's being posted, but simply making a post of, like, I don't know, some kind of racist joke, that's not necessarily hate speech. Hate speech, Canada probably has, out of any country that has hate speech laws, the most well-defined hate speech laws. So what constitutes hate speech in Canada is something that has to cross a line where it's a call to violence. Let me see if I can just quickly look it up. Florida State. I don't know why Florida State University has an article on this. Okay, that's... There's a new Online Harms Act. Oh, okay, advocating or promoting genocide, so it changes that a little bit. So anyway, in Canada, it has to go to it has to be something that would, if a rational person would be convinced that a certain form of hate speech is true, would justify violence against the targeted group. So if I were to say and convince a rational actor that Jews are actually Satan worshippers, they're not actual Jews, and they want to exterminate the white race, or they want to destroy our way of life and steal all our money and make us their slaves, something like that. That, if you were to convince a rational actor that that's true, would justify violence against Jews. That's kind of the standard that they go by. So just saying something like Jews are greedy, that's not something that would get prosecuted under hate speech laws, because even if you're a sane, rational actor, that wouldn't be something that would go to, something that's a call to violence. So it has to, it has to reach a level where if a sane, rational actor were convinced of this, it would justify violence against the group. So let's see. Public incitement of hatred. Everyone who, by communicating statements in a public place, incites hatred against any identifiable group, where such incitement is likely to lead to a breach of the peace. So again, this is something like, oh, all the immigrants are raping children. If somebody were to be convinced of that, again, if you are convinced immigrants are all raping children, that could lead to violence. Will for promotion of hatred. So again, and there's defenses against it as well. So if what you're saying is actually true, it's a fact. So if I were to say Islam promotes violence against everyone who isn't Muslim, so the idea of jihad, or Islam allows for child rape, or Islam like Islam allows for slavery or something like that, or Sharia law allows for the rape of women. Because those statements are true, they can't actually, they can't actually charge you for hate speech because what you're saying is actually factually true. So I don't know what the hate speech laws are like in Germany. I've talked to Rafaela. I think she's from Austria, and I think she's living in Germany right now. She's actually had to go to court over comparing the animal agriculture industry to the Holocaust. So they seem to have very different laws when it comes to hate speech there. Thanks for the
an ant can
donation,
lift 50
Ododa.
times its own body weight. Like, is it any more muscular? No, you guys at the gym, come on. Like, you're more muscular than an ant.
So how are small things so strong? Well, if you look closely at a muscle, it's made up of tiny units called sarcomeres. They act like miniature springs. How far a muscle compresses depends on how many of these springs are in series. But the strength of a muscle depends only on how many are working in parallel. So the thicker the muscle, the more springs are in parallel and the greater the strength. Therefore, strength depends on the cross-sectional area of a muscle. And as animals shrink, this cross-sectional area scales down with the square of their height. But an animal's weight is proportional to its volume, so that scales with the cube of their height. So as you scale down, weight decreases faster than strength. And as a result, smaller animals have much higher strength-to-weight ratios.
I mean, you could probably lift your own weight. Like if you were to put your own body weight on your back and squat that, you could now lift 100
times.
Yeah.
Let's go. And for us stuck in that blender, that extra strength relative to our weight means we could jump right out.
Your surface area increases with the square. You'd be like a little Superman. I see, okay.
That's really cool. So I could jump like literally out of the blender.
You could jump out of a blender.
But in movies and games where people are shrunk, they almost never show it like that.
Honey, I Shrunk the Kids was one of my favorite movies when I was a kid. I love that.
Tiny people struggle picking up scissors. They almost get crushed by raindrops. If it was scientifically accurate, they'd actually be overpowered. Most people don't think of this when they first hear the question. The answer almost seems too simple.
When you ask the right questions, you define the problem. There's some really obvious solutions that work. And that's actually true for a lot of problems in the real world too.
Now, I'm all for obvious solutions, but from the start, the answer of jumping out didn't sit right with me.
Even this idea of like, I'm gonna jump out of the blender, like that doesn't make sense to me because jumping is not just like, okay, how strong you are.
Street Vegan donated $3.
Want your thunder coat? Okay, mommy's gonna go get your thunder coat.
Oh, poor dog.
Stay with your aunties and uncles, okay? Hey, you're
Oh,
okay.
poor doggy.
We haven't needed this in a while, but unfortunately, in the middle of the night, the fire alarm went off in our building, and so she was really shaken up last night. Let's see if mommy can remember how to even do this. You're all right, Peanut. Don't worry. It's like a hug.
Yeah, the dog needs you. Oh, yes.
I unironically am wearing.
The dog needs his stretch coat.
She's still wearing sweatshirt.
Oh, and a blankie.
I think we're okay now.
Oh, that's good.
I think it was just a little panic attack.
Oh,
There
she's
we go.
helping her doggy.
Good
Oh, that's a nice dog.
I love you.
That's nice. Thanks for the donation, Street
The
Vegan.
anti-Semitic pro-Palestine nuts are guilty of that, so they would go to court in Canada, right? Or is that an exception because it's racist to call them that?
No, there are pro-Palestinian protesters who have been tried for hate crimes. Samadoun has actually been... They've actually established Samadoun, which is a pro-Pali, fucking anti-Jewish hate group. They've been designated a terrorist organization, and I think / hate group, and the founders of Samadoun, they're undergoing criminal prosecution, both for hate speech and terror activities related to being involved with the state of Iran. So no, even though there are a lot of like pro-Palestine dipshits, like realistically, every one of these people who show up to these pro-Palestine protests, they probably should be charged because we know exactly why they're there and what they're doing. But what they're stating publicly, either at these protests or on social media, a a lot of them, or, most of them, they're not saying things that would cross the level of hate speech. So if you post online saying Israel's committing a genocide, that's not really a call to violence against Jewish people, or at least the court or a jury wouldn't really see it that way. But Sam Adoun has said just absolutely unhinged psychotic shit. They've openly supported a genocide against Jewish people, at least in Israel. So that's why they're being established as a terrorist organization and hate group, and that's why they're getting prosecuted. So Canada's hate speech laws are pretty good, and so far the hate speech laws in Canada have been applied very reasonably. Thanks for the donation though, Pum. Street Vegan donated $3. That asshole should be shot. What a dickhead. I fucking hate those people. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan.
Are relative to your weight. It's also timing and your kinetics and all that. So like, how long can you be in touch with the ground? How much can you apply that force in one burst, like over a really short period?
Would it be fair to say you're overthinking things? you gotta suspend your disbelief somewhere.
I think if you like factor in all the potential challenges a human would have, just like if they're just all of a sudden that size, they don't have like time to practice using their legs and stuff in that new environment. Like, I don't give them very good chances of jumping out.
Sometimes there are people who make everything more complex than it needs to be, and that can be problematic.
I would like to see, like, realistic modeling of, like, we scale me down 100 times. Like, can I jump higher? Like, I want to see someone do those physics equations. Like, yeah, you could jump higher, but you couldn't jump 100 times higher,
So that's why we got the researchers at Georgia Tech's Biomechanics Lab to investigate. While they are figuring that out, let me tell you about today's sponsor, Incogni. Every time you down yourself, make sure to use code VERITAS. 2 centimeters tall, and we have to jump at least 30 centimeters to get out.
I was like, well, what about me? Like, I'm pretty, embarrassingly non-athletic. What if I do this? And I did it right here next to my desk. My partner sort of measured my jump height, and I know how much I weigh and all that stuff. So what would it look like for me? If we have a person that weighs 84 kilograms, is squatting 15 centimeters, and has a jump height of 27 centimeters, that person, if they were scaled down to 1% of their original size, they would jump 42 centimeters high.
Oh, wow. So that would work.
The simple simulation shows a jump height of 42 centimeters, so you would make it out. But we need to add in air resistance. Since our cross-sectional area is now 100 times larger relative to our weight, drag should have a greater effect at nickel size.
If it was 42 centimeter jump height before for the jumper, with drag, considering drag, then it's about 39 centimeters. So we do decrease in jump height a little bit.
But that drag calculation is assuming you jump perfectly vertically. But what if you're a bit uncoordinated and you flip onto your side mid-jump? Well, then you're exposing 10 times the surface area, and that...
What do you think of the Prophet Muhammad? Also go fuck yourself, you cocksucking faggot. Did you get better sleep today, or did you actually grow some balls and apply to the oil rig and get to wrench, you dirty kike?
The Prophet Muhammad is one of the worst human beings who ever lived. He's a selfish, lying retard. And he found a way to get people who are even dumber than him to just kill innocent people so that he could obtain more wealth. And he had virtually no ethical considerations with anything he did. He raped women, raped children, commanded his followers to massacre innocent people and rape women and children. So, horrible, horrible human being, and it's fucking insane that there are people who still follow his, religious commandments to this day. Thanks for the donation, though. Demon hates vegan gains.
That increases the amount of air resistance.
Like, if somehow you flipped and you were still moving up like this, like, what is the air resistance then? So doing that means 22 centimeter jump height. Oh, so we don't, oh darn. If you start getting overconfident and you wanted to do like a backflip while you were at it, then you're gonna mess it up, yeah.
Don't backflip out of the blender. It's a good piece of business.
Don't try and show off. You're trying to not get chopped up. Just go head first.
It's not so much getting out of the blender, it's what happens next.
You've got 2 nickel-sized men free in the world. Think of the possibilities.
The simulation came back. You can jump out of the freaking blender.
All right, okay. I'm glad we went through this
this exercise.
Do you want me to do another month of research on this?
No, like you've done enough. You've done enough. I'm convinced.
I feel like jumping is an unsatisfactory answer. It was unsatisfactory when you mentioned it in the first place, and you went through and you got the simulation, you got the model, and you're like, look, you know, our little guy can jump 40 centimeters, so are you convinced now? And I'm like, I guess, but like, my spidey sense was tingling.
Oh, what's it
There's
now?
something going on. You're telling me that I have to apply a force in 1/1000th of a second, and I have to undergo 278 Gs. I'm not gonna survive that. So what I'm getting now is that like my intuition was good. I think everyone's intuition who's like, you can't jump out of a blender, I think they're right. And you may say, well, that's overthinking it. But that's the whole point of the brain teaser, is to overthink it, is to get to that point where you're thinking about it in the detail of like what would actually be feasible.
A whole lot of things would go wrong. Our hearts have to generate a certain amount of pressure to get the blood, going up to our head and going all the way down. If you take the human heart and shrink it down, it's not going to be able to generate the same kinds of forces. I think there would be a catastrophe at a smaller size. Controlling air pressure inside these countless sacs inside of our lungs. There's an exquisite balance there. Now, you try to take that same design and squeeze it down. I would be skeptical that you'd be able to keep the passageways open. You wouldn't even be able to think this through, because you just wouldn't have the brain structures that we have. You can't fit 86 billion neurons in a nickel-sized volume. You can't scale cells down either. That's the thing. Like, cells are cells. I mean, jumping out would be, to me, seems like your only option, but I don't think you're going to be able to jump because you can't breathe and your heart can't pump blood. So you just keel over and die before you can make your jump. Okay, so if you're a biologist, you think we'd die. If you're a physicist, you can decide whether we'd be little Superman or...
Are you fulfilled with your shithole life? What do you think of Jesus compared to Muhammad? Also, do you just sit in the house all day with your thumb up your shithole? Go outside before you end up killing yourself, you dork nerd dick sucking faggot bitch.
Well, I did go outside today. I had to update my driver's license and my health cards, so I had to get up in the morning in negative 17-degree weather and ride to Service Ontario on my motorcycle to do that, which is why I tend to not like going outside in the winter. But yeah, I am fulfilled with my shithole life. I kind of like working out, chilling, playing video games, streaming, living the life. So I'm pretty happy. And Jesus is definitely a better role model than Muhammad. As far as we know, he never raped any kids, so that kind of gets him to a higher tier in terms of profits compared to Prophet Muhammad. Thanks for the donation, though. Demon hates Indians.
As I believe, incapable of fully harnessing our extra strength.
What did Borelli know? He didn't even have blenders. He doesn't know the stress.
But if you're an interviewer at Google, you might not even care what the answer is.
I think one of the misconceptions that candidates have is when I'm asked this question, it's because they want to see if I can solve this problem. That's actually not quite right. There are 5 attributes people are looking for. There's addressing ambiguity, there's breaking down the problem, being creative, being smart, and then communication.
So I guess like none of those 5 are whether it's correct.
Right.
We're the idiots who went and tried to figure out what's the best of those answers.
Yes.
Google realized that asking these types of questions didn't make much sense.
Laszlo Bock, the senior vice president of people operations at Google, said this: on the hiring side, we found that brain teasers are a complete waste of time. How many golf balls can you fit into an airplane? How many gas stations are in Manhattan? A complete waste of time. They don't predict anything. They serve primarily to make the interviewer feel smart. But I just feel like there's that moment where you're like, so are you going to admit you're wrong? And I'm like, yeah, I think this is further to like, I'm not wrong. This is crazy. This question is crazy. And I think it goes to your very point, which is that like brain teasers like this are not good ways to assess whether people know what they're talking about.
So although brain teasers aren't useful to assess job applicants, they are useful for something. I mean, every time we asked this question to people on the street, to physics students, and to scientists, they lit up. They had to try to see the world from a new perspective. And it's exactly this way of thinking that has led to some of the biggest scientific discoveries. Einstein used thought experiments to come up with his theory of relativity. Euler's solution to the bridges of Königsberg puzzle is what inspired graph theory. And when Schrödinger wanted to illustrate his problems with quantum mechanics, he imagined a cat in a torture box. The blender question is admittedly silly, but silly questions can yield profound answers and show us new things. I think in order to learn something new, you have to be willing to embrace the ridiculous and just go with it.
All right. Let's play some Vigi games. I'm just gonna go take a piss real quick, and then when I'm back, we'll play some Ghost of Tsushima. I'll be right back. Oh. What monitor do I use? I think it's a Samsung Odyssey G7. Oh, the light turned back. Oh, now it's off. I think I'm pressing a wire or something. Yeah, what is it? Yeah, it's a Samsung Odyssey G7. 21st Savage Johnny Tiller's Demon is my troll. I invited him here after telling him I can't be the only one spending money trolling you. Was hoping Corona Bro or someone would come back, but they haven't. Alright, well, thank you. Definitely makes my life better. Thanks for the donation, 21st Savage. Alright. This one was fucking annoying. For some reason, there's like an endless amount of these fucking cocksuckers. Let's see what we can do. Street Vegan donated $2. Let me see. Trips over a fence and then gets run over by a car. Okay. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan. The fuck? You're gonna buy a GPU soon? Which one were you thinking?
Here you. 하라고. Ой, өнөөхийг чи харлаа. Тэд энэс мултар чадахгүй. Ой, өнөөхийг чи харлаа. Хаана? Бардаж болохгүй шүү.
Wait, was there something in here? God damn it.
Нэг юм харсан та.
Oh my dogs. Oh my god. Let's see.
Yeah. Yeah. Komm, Sutter!
Shit. Oh my god. Damn it. Oh my god. The fucking wrong button. I personally wouldn't bother getting an AMD GPU because they do just have less performance. Like it would be a huge downgrade from my 4090, so what would be the point? Yeah, I do have upgrades, right?
If I move quickly,
Chain
precision,
assassination.
kill 3 at once. Give me an edge.
Oh, there's some over there. This is a huge thing, dude. Holy fuck. Oh. Maybe. Ah. I don't know if he saw me. I don't think he did. Maybe he did? Oh, Whoa! Really? Really? One hit? Are you serious? Fuck up one little bit, we're done. Oh my god, dude, this fucking game. Eat shit. Okay, fuck it. You know what? We're going loud. Fucking bitch. Yeah, we're going loud. I'm not fucking playing this stupid fucking game anymore. It's not letting me change stances, as usual. There we go. Yep, and it didn't let me block. It didn't let me block. That's great. I love... It's doing it again! I'm pressing the... I'm holding the button down. It's not letting me change stances. Every other time I press it down, it just doesn't do it. Now it does it. Now it doesn't. Now it does. Now it does. Now it doesn't. It keeps doing it. Why? It doesn't do it. Like, you can see I'm not crazy. It literally doesn't let you do it. So look at this shit, just so you see that I'm not fucking insane. Every other time, it just won't do it. Literally every other fucking time. So when you're in a fight and you have to change stances really quickly, it just won't bring it up, and then it fucks you up. For no reason. Why? Why do they give you, like, 8 different type of warriors to fight if you have to keep changing stances, and then it won't let you change the fucking stances? It's stupid. Oh my god. Fucking retarded. Like, this game is actually fucking retarded, dude. So fucking stupid. It just doesn't fucking work. Like, it's one thing where, you know, something's a little tricky or hard or whatever, but, like, the game literally doesn't fucking work. Fundamentally. Doesn't let me change stances, and then I fucking die from one fucking hit, and then all that work I did, going through the whole fucking camp, now I gotta do it all over again, because fuck you. So stupid. Suck my ass. Like, like, they don't have any respect for your fucking time. You know what I mean? That is so fucked. Just fuck you. Eat my fucking asshole, you bitch.
What should I do with my life, vegan? I look up to you so much I didn't slaughter an animal or go to the butcher today. Had vegan curry like a smelly Indian. Should I put myself in debt for my dream car? I need help from your loser ass. Fuck you, I hate you.
So it kind of depends. If you have a high level of income and you're able to pay debt off quickly, it's not really that big of a deal. If you're gonna have to sign like a 10-year fucking loan at a relatively high interest, like that's fucking retarded. So I would never do something like that or recommend it. Assuming you're able to pay off, you know, a car loan within 4 years, I don't really see too big of an issue with it, assuming you can keep, like, the interest at least under 5%, ideally, like, 4%. Not a big deal. But if you're talking about, like, taking out, you know, something like a 10-year loan, really bad idea. Or if it's like a 5 or 6 year loan, but the monthly payments are like, you know, $1,500, $2,000, and you're barely squeaking by, like, again, really stupid. I wouldn't recommend doing that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Shut the fuck up already and just play the game. We get it, you fucking suck at playing video games. Not all games are meant for retarded children, so maybe you should sit this one out.
Alright, well, thanks for the donation, 21st Savage. Yeah, you know what, I'm probably just gonna... Is it gonna let me do a standoff, for fuck's sakes? Wow. So it's not letting me do a standoff now. Can I do a standoff? Standoff? No, no standoff. 'Cause fuck you. Get the fuck over here, bitch. Is he gonna, like, actually run off? Wow. Dude, that's almost like one frame. How in the fuck is a one-handed spear strike? And it's like a sweep. How's that like one frame? Why isn't it letting me do a fucking standoff? This is just AIDS. Oh my god. Like, by the way, when I fucking infiltrate the base and I sneak up on people, they give me the option to do a standoff. Now, all of a sudden, suddenly the mechanics of the game completely fucking change. Oh, now, here, when I'm not next to anybody, I can do a standoff. That makes sense. Jesus fucking Christ. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it just doesn't matter.
Are you cowards? Zulgur doksok bagimu. Tantia! Ой, өнөөхийг чи харлаа. Энэ ой, өнөөхийг чи харлаа. Соларин цай.
This is, like, it's just a little too stupid. If you can fail, like, an entire base and then waste, like, almost a fucking hour doing this, like, maybe it's just a little too large. Where are these other jackasses?
Durian Rider didn't expect that, did you? Dean say Durian Rider, he likes that. Harley Johnston is also something Richard the Black Gay Tranny likes.
Is there anybody else around here? Oh, there he is. Oh shit. Damn it! Oh, stupid fucking dogs. Oh my god! Fuck! Like, seriously? It's just stupid at this point. It takes like a fucking hour to clear out the fucking base! Like, why the fuck would they make them that large? If one fuck up makes you, like, waste a fucking hour. Oh.
Stand and fight me!
Jury.
Yeah, of course. I can't be fucked sneaking around anymore because the same fucking thing happens. What's the point? I'm gonna get found out by somebody and then just one cheap hit, I'm fucking dead, so I'm just gonna roll through it. Like, and assuming I'm successful, this won't take as long either, so... Oh my god, this is so fucking ungodly annoying. Oh yes, block the camera. Yes, block the camera! Make it so I can't see anything! Good idea! Great game design! Yeah, also make it so the buttons don't fucking work! Great! Just a fucking retard put this shit together.
Challenge me. Yeah!
You can't even manually adjust the camera, by the way. It's that fucking stupid. Yeah. Yeah. That made sense, right? That makes sense to you? Great. And I lost the... What a pant load. Fucking load of horse shit.
Тэд энэс мултарч чадахгүй. Ой, өнөөхийг чи харлаа.
Why? What? It gave me the assassination button, but he did a slash. Why? Why? I'm so close to uninstalling this fucking garbage.
Come here and fight.
What's the point of playing? The buttons don't work. The camera doesn't work. It literally screws you out of assassinations and then just says, fuck you, play the same thing for another hour. Oh, there we go. Yes, great camera work. I literally had to just guess. Fucking brilliant. Oh my god. So fucking stupid. Just, yeah, there we go. And then it moves the camera so that it's facing away from the fucking enemy so I can't see what he's doing. This game's fucking great. Brilliant. Oh my god, what a piece of fucking horse shit.
Wolves lick the teeth of their family when greeting. It's perfectly normal.
Your mom looks like a dog. What face you make when you see a girl walk in the house with a stained booty?
Smile, Bill. Smile.
Found it.
Don't touch.
LOL nigger, I told myself I wouldn't donate again tonight but you died. Haha stupid fucking bitch cuck, you have to do it all over again. Here's a tip for your dumb ass. Finish half the village then go back to some save point far back, you stupid fuck. LOL.
I don't think they let you save mid-mission or anything, but... yeah, I'm pretty sure you can't do shit like save states. Thanks for the donation, dude.
It's not yours to touch. No! 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 This is my new carpet. It's new! Come on, man! No! y'all are sisters. Stop fucking making out.
Come here. Who did that? Is that you?
I need to take a shower. Thank you.
You do it.
Really? And then what? Oh my gosh. Oh no.
Bacon, get off the couch.
No, you're not getting dinner. You was bad.
Did you call me bitch? Yeah. Why?
These dogs are very sentient. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan.
Come and fight.
This is so fucking frustrating. Using ChatGPT for homework is fucking stupid. There we go. Yep. I don't know why they had to make this game, like, fucking annoying.
I'm right here.
It's just dumb. Like, why, when you attack an enemy, does the camera face away from the enemy? Like, why does shit like that happen? Why, when you're doing this shit, does it have to completely obscure your view so you can't see what the fuck is going on? Like, why does that have to happen? Fucking retarded. What in the fuck was that? Sees me or not. Doesn't look like he does. What a bitch. Like, holy fuck, what a bitch. And there probably still are a few, I think. Are they all dead now? Oh my god, they might be all dead. Oh yes. Yeah, that would hurt you. I don't see anybody. They must all be dead. So I think after this, there's just that duel with the boss at the end.
Dude, Indians are taking over all of Canada and you're sitting here playing a samurai game? You need to wake the fuck up. Our country is being invaded by the world's most smelly fuckers ever. Please help, they are shitting in all of our water, you faggot.
Well, I think Indians are kind of low on the list of things to worry about in Canada, but thanks for the donation. Jason wants mass deportation.
Have him back.
Alright, and stupid duel. In real life, if you're up a guy again, who has a shield, you're dead. You've already lost. Yay. Guess we'll do it again. Fuck. Oh my god. Okay.
What the fuck are you saying? What are the bigger issues in Canada rather than the smelly cunts shitting everywhere taking jobs away from all the 14-year-olds? They can all die. Trudeau is a shit stain who caused this. Pierre will kick them the fuck out.
Alright, well thanks for the donation. Demon wants Indian execution. There we go.
Never seen a Mongol wear armor like this. What were they doing with it?
Finally. My god. Oh, new horse. It's a nice new horse. I've been to Brampton quite a few times, and the only people who seem to really be complaining about the Indians in Brampton are people who just don't like brown people. That's really it. Yeah. Oh.
So you're just gonna ignore the question? Go fuck yourself, you dirty cunt-sucking dyke, cock-sucking fat faggot fuck. You probably support Destiny putting a ducking butt plug up shithole and sucking dick like a fag Indian lover. Kick these Indians out.
Okay, well, thanks for the donation, whatever your name is. Appreciate it.
This one goes out to Chef Pappy.
Let me see. Wow. That's a big kitty. My goodness. Saying hello. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan. Did I even get any gold for that? Yeah, I did. I got 3 gold. That's not too bad. Or no, I think I got 2 gold.
We need to unite white, black, yellow, to get the common enemy, the smelly people who shit everywhere the fuck out of our country before each province has a festival of a shit war. We must protect Canada, get these smelly poop you eating fuckers out, faggot.
Alright, well, thanks for the donation, dude. I appreciate it. I have no idea why it gives me a prompt for an assassination, and then when I press the prompt, it doesn't do the assassination. That is just fucking baffling. It's the only game that gives you context-sensitive actions, and then it just doesn't do it. Demon Cunt donated $2. This is my favorite spot in Brampton. Yes, yes. Put your dirty hands all over everything. Nice, filthy hands. Alright, well, I mean, the food probably tastes good at least. Thanks for the donation, Demon Cunt. So I'm a little confused. Why in the hell? Didn't I unlock the thing where you can do, like, assassinate 3 people at once? Why in the fuck, like, does it just not work? Is there any particular reason? Yes, and spawn me in a different fucking spot. That's great. That was a dog. At least we got the dog.
Come and fight!
Oh, this should be interesting. I wonder if the game's gonna fuck up because it's not gonna... Oh, it did it right. What a surprise. It's actually like a fucking miracle that it worked. Okay, I think we got the camp now. Don't think we've been there yet. We have been there. We have been there.
Show me your skill.
Great. Great. That's great. That's lovely.
Throw your blades.
is... It should have given me a thing that I leveled up or something. Is there like more people? Oh, there.
Hold still.
There's no escaping them, my lord. They control every road in and out of here.
Is that how they captured you?
Yes. I was following the path, and they were camped nearby, waiting for travelers.
Find a safe spot in the wilds until I've cleared the roads.
There we go. Really? That is, like, annoying and stupid that that wouldn't be a fast travel point. What is this? Dumb notification. Oh, of course, it's nothing. Investigate the town.
Speak with Sota. He's in charge. Stays warm inside the dye house.
I'm sorry, my lord. You should look in the dye house. Sota is the one you want.
I'm looking for the headman.
They're acting like I'd know what the fuck the dye house is.
Please, my lord. Speak with Sota, the dye master.
Who the fuck is he?
Oh,
Where is he? What's the dye house?
I didn't see you.
How about just tell me where to fucking go? Is that too hard?
You're the samurai they call the Ghost.
And yet your people run from me. Why?
A stranger could be anyone. Mongols, bandits.
If they're preying on you, I can stop them.
Don't trouble yourself. We can manage on our own.
You're turning away help.
Our enemies are disease and starvation. Can't be cured with a blade.
If you insist, Sota. Something is off. I'll take a look around.
I didn't mean to do that. Be cool if they'd just tell you where to go or what to do, rather than just having you run around like a fucking retard. That'd be pretty sweet. Especially indoors where it's pitch black and you cannot see fucking anything at all. Why? What? Is there a ladder back here? No, why isn't it letting me jump from beam to beam? Alright. Like, what am I looking for? Where am I supposed to look? What am I doing? Who should I talk to? Just says investigate the town. Is this, does this mound of corpses have anything to do with anything? Says investigate the town. There's a bunch of dead bodies. That's nothing. No big deal. Just dead corpses stashed in some farmhouse? Okay. I guess we can ignore that. What are we looking for? What the fuck does it want me to do? Oh my god. Investigate what?
Over here.
Jesus Christ.
This way, my lord. But don't follow too close.
What do you want?
Please.
Fuck you.
Why the secrecy?
I don't know these people, my lord. It's better if they don't see us talking.
They're hiding something.
They avoid this place like it's cursed. But I saw the one called Sota sneaking around here a few nights ago.
You're brave to speak up. Get out of sight. And be careful. What are these people hiding?
I could do a way better job, fat shit cunt, from Adelaide.
Drowned. Scraps of clothing. Women's. Bloody handprints.
We're gonna go to the
Scratches.
dead bodies, aren't we?
People were locked inside these things. Try to claw their way out. Ground is too frozen for burial. According to Sota, most died from illness. All men, killed by weapons.
Jason, the cunt sucker to Teller's world's cleanest Indian food coming to your province soon. Thanks, Trudeau, for letting all these poopy people in.
इंग्लिश है रे ये हाँ मतलब कि एक का हानिकार लिख दो आप हानिकारक है मैं हाथ सामने कटवा लूंगा किसी का खजूरी का हाथ पकड़ ले काट ले चलो चलो कर रहे हैं हम तो और सर अपने भारत के अंदर सिर्फ से नंबर 1 हैदराबाद चल रहा है हिंग में हमने दुनिया की हिंग मंगा ली लेकिन हैदराबाद के मुकाबले हिंग कहीं भी नहीं है अच्छा ये हिंग डाल रहे हैं आप
What is that shit? Okay, thanks for the donation, Jason, the cunt sucker. Oh my god, it'd be great if I could see indoors.
Something or someone was hung from there. What's going on here? A large group, headed out of town. Someone killed people and let some villagers remain. Took others away. Let's find out where. Not this way. What's that ahead?
Follow the tracks. There
Tracks.
we go.
Must be headed in the right direction. Hands were bound. Tried to run, but they struck her down. Left her to die. They could have sheltered in that farmhouse. There they are. Hope the people they took are still alive.
Are they all dead now?
It's over.
What's up, Kenny?
I can take you back to your homes.
We will never go back. The men of Sago survived because they gave us to these monsters.
But many of them were killed.
The ones who stood up for us. We can make a new home here, my lord. But only you can give us justice.
You will have it.
Alright, well, I guess we're gonna kill a bunch of cowards.
The men of Sago village will answer to me.
People of Sago village, I am Lord Sakai. Get out here, now!
How can I help you, my lord?
You lied to me, Sota.
What do you mean?
The women of Sago village are free.
What were we supposed to do? We're not fighters.
No, you are swine. All of you.
Kill
Spare
them.
my lord. It was my
Kill
plan.
them.
I bullied them into it.
As you like, Sota.
Kill all of them.
Killed him! The rest of you leave Sago forever. If you come back,
No,
you
kill
will join
them.
Sota.
You all die.
Go!
God damn it. Die, bitch.
It wasn't our fault!
Aw, give me a break.
My lord, what happened?
The villagers taken by the Mongols are free. They're sheltered at a farm nearby. You should join them.
Anyway, it's better than here.
That's gay. You should have been able to kill everybody. What's the point of fucking letting him live? They're all dipshits. Just kill them. Retarded. Let's see. Techniques. I think the Iron Will thing is probably worth getting now. Yeah, I'll probably train with Avi eventually in New York. Don't see why not. Let's get rid of this other guard post. It's just a guard post, so it should be pretty easy. Oh, did it again. See what I mean? It did it again. It gave me the prompt to assassinate, and then it didn't do it. It just attacked. Like, the game just doesn't fucking work anymore. It just says, fuck you. Eat shit. What are you, a faggot? Oh my god. Oh my god. I literally had to do that twice. That's hilarious. Well, at least I don't have to do it all over again. Better than nothing. Where the fuck is, Oh, 2 there. Street Vegan donated $3. Let me see.
In the beginning. In the beginning. Yeah. In the beginning. Yeah. In the beginning. In the beginning.
Oh, that's great. That's oh, illiteracy is so hilarious. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan. Yeah, that's good. So, are there any more?
Face me!
Challenge remaining enemies. Where the fuck are they? Oh shit! Oh! Dude, this game is so fucked.
Hindman, Han! Why is this game so stupid? This game is so stupid. Like, it's actually just fucking dumb, dude. What in the fuck? This is just a small camp. Like, I love how we run into problems with, like, arrows not fucking, like, connecting and it clips wrong. It's like not tracking enemies properly. Just all of a sudden, it starts not fucking tracking properly, so where you're aiming is not where your character moves. Just every fucking time. See what? Just why? They're just standing there, and then your character just slashes right next to them. Why is it every fucking time there's a problem? And somehow my fucking items don't reset, which is great. Even though I'm gay, I should. Hello, Gum Gum. How are you doing? Yes, come sit on me. I need some cat relaxation for my frustration. Yes. Come lie down. I need you to sit on me to help me relax. Come sit on me. Like that. I'm just losing my mind because this isn't hard. But it just is. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Wow. That's a good cat. Mike Israel would tell him to have that glass. Yeah, he probably would. That's a really nice kitty. Mike Israel's actually a fucking moron, dude. Yeah, alcohol's good for you because it helps you relax. What a dumbass. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Join the religion of peace. We don't molest 9-year-old girls or anything like that, and we don't murder people who reject our religion and burn our books. Join Islam. It's the truth. You just can't accept it.
And every time he married thereafter, there was a purpose. It was not in order to fulfill his desires, his base desires, sallallahu alayhi wasallam. That wasn't a primary objective, but there were objectives connected to so many things that Allah had ordained and inspired him. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wanted the deen to be carried on, to be taken all the way to us. Hence the marriage to Aisha radiallahu anha and the others. And Aisha radiallahu anha is young and intelligent, someone who would ask many questions, someone who would not only witness what was happening, but register it and process it and convey it. That was one of the main purposes of the marriage with Aisha radiallahu anha. Otherwise, they hardly lived together for a long time. Subhanallah. Subhanallah. But she came in for a purpose. Like I said, if you don't know the purpose, go and study it. Here is Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He loved his spouses and he was not afraid to express that love. One day they asked him, who do you love the most? Imagine the Nabi of Allah, pious, the most pious. He used to say, I am the most God-fearing from amongst you. Atqakum lillah. I'm the most God-conscious from amongst you. And they asked him, imagine asking a very pious person, who do you love the most? And he looks up to you and says, my wife. And he says the name, Aisha. Allahu Akbar. As a husband, he did that. He did that. Who do you love the most? Aisha. Then who? A father. Subhanallah. Amazing. If you look at that, how many of us are afraid to express the love? You forget about telling someone else, I love my wife so much. But you tell her. We don't even tell her that I love you so much. Or him, the other way around. Because remember, although we're talking about Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam as a husband, his teachings are beneficial, obviously, for the women too. So to be able to tell your spouse, I love you so much. You know, I really love you. I love you the most.
Yes, the woman he forced to marry at 6 years of age.
Why not? It's from Allah in your heart. And you can love someone the most from different angles. So
well, how about we just say nope to Islam? Thanks for the donation, though, Jason. Is Islam. Dude, what the fuck is this shit? I ain't even fucking around anymore. Where's the next dude? Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Yeah. What in the fuck? Why? This game is actually driving me full-on fucking nuts. So, it literally just cheated me out of that thing. So we're done now? Oh my god. Oh, and there's a dog. Okay, now the dog's dead. God damn, that was fucking rough. Holy shit. Islam, the fucking truth, donated $2. Stop being mad, Islam is the truth.
I believe the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, married Aisha at 6 and he consummated marriage at 9. I have zero problem with that at all, as long as we understand why that happened and we look into why he married.
I don't have a problem with a grown man raping a child. Ali Dawa. I try to promote Islam. By the way, I have no problem with a grown adult raping a child.
please join Islam, the religion where you're not supposed to have a problem with a grown man raping a child.
And so many things about his character. I've spoken to non-Muslims in the park, and they've asked me this question. Wallahi, after I've broken it down, they said, that makes sense. So if it's from this angle, okay, we understand why he did that. Because in the UK, for example, 100 years ago, in William Blackstone's book, he talks about British common law. Girls were betrothed at the age of 7 in the UK 100 years ago. Forget 1400 years ago, 100 years ago. What we're saying is this: no one ever used this argument against the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, ever. This was something that was brought new in the 1900s by Orientalists.
Yeah, maybe that's because they were living in a sick society.
They came and brought this new phenomenon of, oh my gosh, your Prophet married, da da da. So we're saying that we don't study our religion and we don't come to finding out the reasons. Then we find it problematic because we're like, I can't answer this. The only choice I have is this: either I'm going to reject the hadith and say it's weak, or I don't accept it, or say, you know, I believe the Prophet Muhammad.
Well, they're doing a great job convincing people not to join Islam, I can say that much. Thanks for the donation, Islam, the fucking truth. Jesus Christ. Imagine just going on camera thinking what you're saying is totally sensible. I see nothing wrong with a grown man raping a child. Holy crap. They're just cracked.
Are you cowards?
Dude. Maybe I'm too tired, I don't know.
I'm right here.
That's pretty fucked. What in the fuck was that? I timed that just fine.
Save me!
You're going to be all right.
They almost killed me, my lord. Thank you.
You're free. Find a safe place to hide.
There isn't one. The Mongols caught many of us at the crossroads nearby. They control the whole area.
Not for much longer. I'll see to it.
Why not? It's just a small outpost after all. What could go wrong? Oh, great.
Fight me!
Well, hopefully I don't fuck up the standoff.
No samurai!
I don't know what our horse's name. The horse you get at the beginning of the game dies. So I don't know what they call this horse. Damn it! Wow. Vegan gains turn Muslim donated $2. Join Islam, brother. It's the religion of peace.
Nowadays, people start picking on things. Some people say, oh, he married a very young girl. I tell you, the enemies and the kuffar at the time that he lived in Mecca, they themselves did not pick on those things. They picked on everything they could. They never ever mentioned some of the points that people are mentioning now. You know,
they only mentioned that he raped women and kept slaves and murdered thousands of innocent people. They never brought up the fact that he raped a child.
You know why? Only mentioned out of hatred, that's all. You ask me how old was Aisha radiyallahu anhu, I will tell you I do not know and I do not need to know. It's not going to stop me or grant me entry into Jannah, and Allah is not going to ask.
Well, that's just an admission that he knows she was underage.
Ask me before you go to paradise, I want you to tell me how old was Aisha. There is a difference of opinion among the scholars, very strong. Some say she was 18.
No, there's no difference of opinion whatsoever.
Some say 16, some say she was younger, some go very young. Who knows? Allah knows. Is it anything that is ma'lumun min ad-dini bid-darura? Is it anything that is necessary to...
These people are just such frauds. Like, he knows it's inexcusable. Thanks for the donation. Vegan gains turn Muslim.
I'm right here!
Tindman, Han! Яахлаараа бидний хинэн ч хардггүй лээ. Энтер самурай. Ой!
Damn it. I keep pressing the wrong fucking button. How did that... Oh my god. Yeah, for some reason, the game doesn't feel like it's working right all of a sudden. Okay, well, we cleared out that camp. Oh, is there another dog? Favorite Run the Jewels song? I've never heard of that band. I have a nice kitty on me. It's a very nice kitty. Love it when this kitty sits on me. It's a good boy, Cum. Damn it. Damn it. Fuck. Come on. I fucking had it that time. There we go. Let me see. What game are you playing, you faggot? Also, Islam is the truth. Stay mad. Joe Rogan is Muslim.
You know, when you watch the Muslims gather around Mecca and go around the
Hajj,
circle, you don't think there's something kind of beautiful about that? Amazing about that they all peacefully get there, they all dress the same, and they all...
Violence and copyright music, but it's on YouTube anyways, so might be toes friendly, I don't know. Starts 20 seconds in.
I'm not watching movie clips for no reason. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan.
They all like move around this
By the way, that wasn't even a good movie. I'm not watching a fucking movie clip.
thing and show respect.
Yeah, isn't that amazing that Muslims can get together without fucking bombing something or like causing a mass killing? It's pretty amazing that they can just gather around some big rock and, you know, just do stupid praying or something rather than like blowing something up or killing anybody. Really beautiful and amazing that sometimes they can do that. Thanks for the donation, Joe Rogan is Muslim fucker.
Bastard's light.
You're welcome at our campfire, my lord.
Are you Takeshi?
You know my name?
I'm Jin Sakai. Yuna sent me.
She's alive? Where is she?
The Mongols blocked the pass to Omi. I have to open the way and I can't do it alone. Yuna told me you can help.
Sounds dangerous.
I thought you were an expert hunter, leader of the best archers in the prefecture.
Is that what Yuna told you?
She thinks you care enough to fight. Is she wrong?
About me? No. But my people need a reason to risk their lives.
It's going to be a cold winter. Why spend it on a mountainside hunting squirrel when you can live in a warm fort?
If we can stay till spring, we're in.
You have a deal.
This won't be like hunting wild boar. Come over here and you'll see.
We will, but the others...
Mongol archers guard the gate. Patrols ride in and out all day.
Do Muslims wear fake
Yuna and
beards?
the rest of
I
my
don't
friends will
think
hit them from
so.
the south.
Yuna will be there? All right.
My
The fort
god,
was
my
built
gum
around
gum
the
is so
cliffs.
big.
We can use them to get inside.
Love
Woodcutting
my gum gum.
supplied lumber to the fort. Haven't seen anyone there since the Mongols showed up. How good are you at climbing?
Better than average.
Luck's about to turn.
Travel to Fort Kakapupu Pee Shire.
Some people, it's like they want to be robbed.
Here!
Vegan turns Muslim, donate $2. Alhamdulillah, Islam is the religion of peace. Our prophet is the most moral being. We don't hate Jews, Christians, apostates, and atheists. We love you. Yeah. All of these women who join Islam, they leave after 3 months once they get rape threats from, like, everybody they go to the mosque with. Thanks for the donation, dude. 21st Savage, $22. Fuck, marry, kill Jasmine, your ex-husband, Tash Peterson. Ask yourself. Yes, I'm trying to get you to say you'd kill Jasmine. Well, yeah, I'd kill Jasmine. I guess fuck, ask yourself, marry Tash, because I'm not going to marry a dude. Thanks for the donation, 21st Savage. What the fuck is this? This is a very big hill. Why was I not able to do a standoff?
Challenge me! right here.
Hold still. Is there anywhere you can go?
I don't know, my lord. I was traveling the roads when I stumbled across their nearby outpost. The bastards are capturing anyone who tries to pass.
I'll clear the road. Until then, stay hidden.
Alhamdulillah, blah, blah, blah.
Did you know Prophet Muhammad said... Did you know Prophet Muhammad says a woman must give her consent to marriage, otherwise it's invalid. Meanwhile,
Yes, because 6-year-olds can consent.
the media wants you to believe that Islam promotes forced marriage. How does that work?
Who is this dumb bitch? Does she literally LARP as a Muslim? What an idiot. White girls really don't have enough to do these days. Holy shit. Thanks for the donation though, dude. I don't know, should I? Yeah, I'll do it. I kind of obsessively, compulsively need to take out outposts. Just bothers me that they're on the map. I don't understand. Who would have seen me?
Oi! Udah ke kata.
Not sure if this is like on a timer. Also love how it's just pitch black here. Okay then.
Show me your skill. Ready? Bitchadna. Sok sod bayga. Durteyu.
Oh, I love how that guy's just running away. Okay, do we have the outpost now? ChatGPT's monster.
Hey everyone, I have a question.
Fuck.
Where in the Quran does it say to treat non-Muslims badly? Like,
I don't know, maybe in the part where it says kill apostates, that non-Muslims are infidels, kafirs. If you ever wish to just murder, rape, and pillage a non-Muslim village, you can. Maybe those parts.
I can't find it.
What an actual fucktard. Thanks for the donation. So, I guess you have white girls grifting, acting as though Islam is peaceful. That's how people are making money on the internet these days. It's like actually fucking insane. Oh my god.
Oi! Gugukça harda!
I'm not even fucking risking it anymore. Oh, maximum health increased. Sweet. It's okay, Gum Gum. Hmm? Yeah, it's a good Gum Gum. Jesus. This cat is so huge. Oh, wait. I only need 3 gold now. Fuck sakes. We're near the end of the game.
Hey! Хоолойч нь огтолноос самурай!
Oh, shit. Oh my god, what? Oh my god. That's stupid. Okay.
Time to head for the woodcutter camp.
Lord Sakai, up here. We made the climb, but it took hours. If we sit up here much longer, the Mongols are sure to see us.
Back away from the edge. I'll be right up.
Sure you will.
How do I... There's nowhere to jump up. Oh. Yes. Spider-Man, of course.
Did you see that? Yuna's got some interesting friends.
Let's plan our attack.
You can see inside from over here.
Archers on that ridge will have a good view of the courtyard.
And plenty of targets.
The bulk of our force should go there. We'll get on that roof, control the high ground.
You sound like Yuna.
She was a good teacher.
You men with me. Everyone else get to the ridge.
Come.
If the enemy sees me, take them down.
Understood. Good luck. What sort of animals would do this?
The Mongol kind. The woodcutters must have resisted them.
Let's kill every bastard in this fort.
Another patrol. We'll ambush them when they come through. Hide.
You heard him. Move. Open fire on my signal. Let them get closer. Now, kill them all! Come on, everyone. Let's get to the bridge. I heard Lord Shimura has an army, with samurai from the Shogun. Why aren't you leading them?
Lord Shimura has his plan to fight the Mongols, and I have mine.
You're on your own. This fort isn't yours to give us.
Kajito is at his castle. He'll have no need. That came from the southern gate.
Better see what's happening. She did that.
We have to get over there. Let's get a look at the bridge.
The Mongols sent most of their forces over there. This is our chance.
If we charge across the bridge, we'll have to deal with that Hwacha quickly.
Could you sneak under the bridge with that hook of yours? Take the Hwacha by surprise?
I could grapple onto the tree and swing across. There's a way up the cliff on the other side.
If they spot you, We can hit them with arrows, charge across or sneak over. Either way, it'll be risky. We'll follow your lead, Lord Sakai.
Get your people ready to move.
Ready?
Reinforcements on the way!
Yeah, what in the fuck? What kind of stupid shit is that?
We have to help my friends at the gate!
Okay, so I guess we're done with that?
There they are. They brought some friends from Yarikawa.
I figured it out. You're the ghost, but you're supposed to be 10 feet tall.
Keep fighting!
You finally got here! Don't get too close! They'll see me!
Stay safe, Kenji.
I'm trying! Get away!
You should have waited for us to open the gate.
It was Masako's idea!
Lord Sakai! The ghost!
That was close.
The fort is ours, my lord. No need to keep searching. Is everyone all right?
Never better.
All things considered.
Good to see you, Lord Sakai.
Is it this cold everywhere up here?
You'll get used to it. Take any supplies we need, and prepare to ride for Jogaku.
Still beautiful here.
So, you and Takeshi,
That was my old life.
he and his people are more than hunters, aren't they?
Depends on how you look at it.
I told them they can stay and hold the pass for us. But I don't want bandits making trouble for innocent people fleeing the Mongols.
He knows what I'd do to him if they tried.
I think he's been looking forward to seeing you.
He's seen
That's
me.
a good kid.
We can go now.
Let's get everyone to Jogaku. We'll plan our final attack from there.
It's time for the Khan to die.
Still need 3 gold for the thing. 2 tails updated. Oh, well. Oh, so that's all open again now. Okay. Where do I have to meet her? Oh, there. Okay. Alright, it's fucking late. It's 4 in the morning. So I'm just gonna save it here, and I don't know how much more of the game is left. But we might be able to finish it tomorrow, we'll see. Good chance I'm gonna do an early stream, just playing this game later, because I don't have to train today. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs, really appreciate it. And I'll see you all tomorrow regardless. So, sweet dreams.